We good to go?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Gord Perks. Just kidding. Anyone paying attention? That's what the script says. Back in the saddle, I'm Brad Bradford, Vice Chair of Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum, and I'm now calling meeting 12 to order. Welcome, everyone. Councillor Perks is on his way and should be here in 20 or 30 minutes. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person. I see we have Councillor Thompson online and Councillor Ainsley. Thanks for joining us. We got Councillor Sachs and Councillor Pasternak in the room. The meeting's also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen carefully for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. There are quite a few speakers today, so if you are planning on signing up, I'd encourage you to do that. The list closes at 10 a.m. on the non-statutory items. I have to move a motion. I'm going to move a motion. Members, the city clerk has provided all the agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on the CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind folks to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with any motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting of April 5th, 2024? Councillor Candeval, all in favor? Carried. So I'm going to proceed with the agenda review. Before that, do I do the motion?
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Matlow's here as well. Councillor Myers, good morning. If it's the will of the committee, we have a motion to have the length of public presentations and deputations to be 3 minutes. We have 55, did you say 55? 55 deputations currently on the agenda. So in an effort to complete our business today, if it's the will of the committee, I'm moving this motion. Oh, I will read it. That the Planning and Housing Committee set the following rules for this meeting, that with the exception of statutory public hearings on item PH 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3, speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. on May 9th, 2024, after which no further registration is allowed on the speakers list will be closed, and that the length of presentations on all items be limited to 3 minutes. Check. All in favor? Yep, all good? Okay, that carries. Thank you. So we are now going to proceed with the agenda review. Kind of right here. This one. All right, excellent. Okay, so off the top, PH 12.1, update Downsview secondary plan, zoning bylaw, urban design guidelines, and master environmental servicing plan, final report, hold for presentation and speakers. 12.2, recommended official plan amendment respecting Schedule 3, complete application requirements, Chapter 3, cultural heritage evaluation report, and municipal code amendments respecting delegated authority for minor zoning bylaws. We have speakers on that. 12.3, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, major street study, final report. I don't know if we're having a presentation, but we definitely have speakers, so we're going to hold that. 12.4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, neighborhood retail and service study, phase 2 proposals report. We're going to have questions on that, so I will hold that. 12.5, transit-oriented community status update. Do you have any speakers on that? I don't think so. So can we move the recommendations in that then? Okay, all in favor?
maybe Councillor, maybe you want to hold it for Councillor Perks.
Oh, okay. I guess. We're going to hold it for Councillor Perks. Okay. 12-6, 26 Millwood Road, notice of intent to designate a property under Part 4 of Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. No speakers on that. I will move the staff recommendations from Toronto Preservation Board. All in favor? Carried. 12-7, city comments on proposed Bill 185, Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act 2024, Provincial Planning Statement 2024, and the new MZO framework. We're going to have a quick staff presentation on that, and we have speakers, so we'll hold that down. 12-8 is a new business, so move that. Yeah. Can I get a motion to add 12.8? Councillor Thompson, this is a request of review of zoning regulations to restrict outdoor parking of commercially licensed vehicles on private property in residential areas. All in favor of adding this to the agenda? Carried. That's on there. All right. That's it. Agenda rundown. Did we get one item done? Two? All right. Let's start with 12.1, update Downsview secondary plan, zoning bylaw, urban design guidelines, and master environmental servicing plan, final report. We have a lot of deputations on this, and so just remind folks we've capped it to 3 minutes, speak to the subject matter in front of us, and I will call the first speaker on the list, Christy Shortall from Northcrest Developments. 3 minutes to address the committee. Thanks for joining us, Christy. 3 minutes, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning. Let me start by thanking the committee for allowing me to appear here today, and also city staff with whom we've worked so closely. My name is Christy Shortall, and I'm here on behalf of Northcrest Developments to ask the committee to support the city-led Downsview Area Secondary Plan that's before you today. Just as the Economic and Development Committee approved the Downsview Community Development Plan last week. I am privileged to be working on the transformation of the Downsview lands, which for years have essentially been closed off due to the airport operations. The secondary plan enables the unlocking of this site's massive potential by creating complete communities that will include new shops, schools, community space, office, and employment, all resulting in jobs and badly needed housing delivered on a massive scale. This plan has been founded on collaboration, working hand in hand with city staff, local residents, Indigenous peoples, and stakeholders. This plan is built on years of input and engagement with more than 300 groups and 6,000 residents. And this plan draws on the very best in the terms of planning approaches. The result is a proposed series of new neighborhoods anchored by a reimagined 2-kilometer former runway, which will be converted into a landmark pedestrian boulevard. It's a feature unlike anything else in this city that will connect new communities and attract visitors. The plan also adds 40 hectares of new parks and open space, which is 3 times the Planning Act mandates. This open space system will bring nature back into the urban context. A series of new complete green streets and a mobility open space corridor, referred to as a green spine, is being introduced, supporting the plan's active transportation goals. Density is strategically located around the existing but underutilized 3 transit stops and single GO station. And all of this will come to life, embracing the core principles found in the secondary plan: equity, sustainability, and resilience. This plan is ambitious, and it seeks to address a number of the city's council's stated priorities, including housing, employment, and climate resiliency and sustainability. Downsview will be providing homes for 115,000 new residents and jobs for 52,000 workers. It will see the construction of 62,000 units with a mix of housing options to meet the needs of people in all stages of life. That's seniors, families, students, and workers alike. It includes supportive housing, affordable rental housing, including rent geared to income, and diversity of unit types, sizes, and tenures. Northcrest is committing to a minimum of 10% affordable housing across all of our future districts, a baseline that we're working hard to exceed, and we're confident that we will.
I'll ask you for your final thought, Christy.
To conclude, I'd like to say how excited I am working on this project. Building communities, connecting people, and unlocking opportunity is what motivates me. This is an enormous undertaking, and being guided by city staff, I believe we're on the right track. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for your deputation. Any questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your time. Our next speaker is going to be Paul Jonathan Sagal, followed by Ryan Noble. Thanks very much for joining us this morning, Paul. 3 minutes, over to you.
Good morning, Vice Chair. Good morning, members. And it's good to see some friends on council here today. I'm here in my personal capacity, but I do bring my experience as a community leader and a civic leader who cares very much about this city. Particularly this part of the city, Downsview in North York, where I grew up. I have a lot of family and friends, especially members of the Filipino diaspora who are going to be impacted by this development. And it is something that is near and dear to my heart, which is why I got involved in the community resource group that was struck as part of the city's consultation, as part of the owner's consultations with this plan. I want to be better informed about these critical details and the potential for influencing the shape and content of this plan. And so what I want to bring to you is the lens that I have as a lawyer, a board member for one of the city agencies, in fact, a chair of one of the city agencies, and my career and volunteer experience as someone who's been focused on equity and inclusion. One of the things that excites me most about this proposal is that it is so inclusive and welcoming in its nature. The designers understand that this is a big project, but it has the potential to positively impact an entire community, and indeed the whole of Toronto itself. They've shown a willingness and genuine excitement for embracing our community's desire for housing diversity and for engaging directly with residents to determine our priorities. They are present in our community. They have cultivated great partnerships like the Community Resource Group. Over the years, Downsview residents have heard promises and pledges about renewing or reimagining their community. I believe this proposal is different because it starts with the right vision. The developers have also demonstrated that they have the tools and the means to get it done. You can see from the list of deputants that there will be a lot of people supporting this development plan. And I really want to thank the city staff for the work that they've done to work together in partnership with members of the community like myself and others who will depute. We all care about our community deeply, and certainly I personally would not be advocating for a development proposal that was a bad fit for Downsview or North York. So in my view, this project checks all the right boxes. It shows a true caring commitment to building an inclusive and reflective community, and it sets a clear roadmap for making that possible, making the most of this city's potential and creating a new and vibrant area for the city of Toronto. I strongly encourage members of council to support this plan, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thanks for the deputation, Paul. Any questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Nice to see you, Paul. Just out of curiosity, could you just go into further detail as to how the Filipino community was engaged in this development and what role that played?
So there have been a number of consultation groups through different parts of the area that's going to be impacted, but specifically they solicited input through the Community Resource Group. I've talked to members of the Filipino community as part of my participation, and I really think this is one of the valuable things about it is that people from various diaspora communities, the Black community, the Filipino community, the Asian communities, the Italian community have all been consulted in developing this plan. It is an iteration of very many contributions and ideas from people, and you'll hear a lot more from other members of this CRG that's going to depute before you. But I really, I'm grateful for the city staff and for the developers for putting the CRG together.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Myers. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning, Paul.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, our next deputant, Ryan Noble, followed by Mark Tenaglia. Morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us at committee this morning. You have 3 minutes, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford and members of committee. I think it's a real pleasure to be with you today. My name is Ryan Noble. I'm the Executive Director of the North York Harvest Food Bank. We are the primary distributor of emergency food across much of the northern half of the City of Toronto. I'm here today to express our organization's strong support of the Downsview Community Development and Action Plans, which are included as part of the Downsview Secondary Plan. We've served the Downsview community for almost 40 years, and we've participated in various forums and consultations to inform these plans. And we are particularly encouraged to see that access to healthy and affordable food, including the support of food banks, access to affordable and appropriate long-term spaces for nonprofit organizations, access to employment opportunities, and establishing an inclusive economy have all been prioritized. We also desire to be part of the implementation of these plans, and to that end, we have started discussions with Northcrest Developments for the past several months to relocate our distribution center and establish a community hub as part of the redevelopment of the Hangar District. Along with key nonprofit partners, we envision that this hub will provide the capacity to distribute food to up to 1 million people across the GTA and beyond, as well as generating up to 500 well-paying jobs every year in the construction, trades, warehousing, and logistics sector. As you are undoubtedly aware, the City of Toronto is currently facing a crisis of affordability, food insecurity, and poverty. In the last year, North York Harvest Food Bank provided food assistance to over 300,000 people through a network of 38 agencies and food programs. Over 76,000 of these visits were in and around the Downsview community. This is a level of food insecurity that should shock us all and is simply unsustainable. And to that end, we know that we need to do things differently as an organization and as a city. And we have long championed a holistic approach to supporting individuals who are struggling with poverty, alongside community-level strategies that foster our local economy and generate wealth in communities that have been historically marginalized. These interventions are proven poverty reduction strategies, but they are at significant risk. What an underappreciated challenge that nonprofits face is the lack of affordable space to do our programming. Simply put, the cost of real estate in this city are driving more and more people to food banks while forcing food banks to curtail their services or close outright. As a distribution hub, North York Harvest feels this pressure acutely, as the lease on our main warehouse will expire in 2026. If we are unable to find a suitable replacement, we will simply be unable to continue our operations. It is with these concerns in mind that we have engaged Northcrest Developments to establish this new community hub as part of the redevelopment. Our discussions have shown great promise, and most importantly, will address the needs of our community.
Just ask you for your final thought, Ron.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to build upon proven programs in an innovative, purpose-built community asset. So we encourage this committee and all of City Council to endorse the plan so we can continue our discussions and bring this vision to fruition.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Any questions for our deputant? Councillor Nunziata.
Ryan, I'm very pleased that you've been having discussions with Northcrest. So you are now, you're located on Industry Street, which is my ward, and in partnership with Learning Enrichment Foundation.
That's right.
And so you need to leave that site in a couple of years, so you're looking for locations. So you've been having dialogue that hopefully you can transfer everything at Industry Street to this site?
We would like to use the model that we've built and the programs that we've prototyped at Industry Street, and we see this opportunity to really scale that up, to serve the Downsview community, but all of the catchment area, including York Southweston, that North York Harvest currently provides service to.
So, but in the interim, because you have to be out in 2 years on Industry Street, so what is your plan?
We are exploring a number of options. At this point, we have not secured a suitable replacement for the space that we have at Industry Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Tenaglia. Mark Tenaglia. Is Mark online? Okay, maybe we'll come back to Mark. Next is Mohammed Khalil Aldroubi. Is Mohammed here? online, maybe? Okay. Iqbal Dar. Iqbal here? Hi, good morning, Iqbal. Thanks very much for joining us this morning. You have 3 minutes. We'll turn it over
Good
to you.
morning, my honorable listener. My name is Iqbal, and I am tenant of 71 Thorncliffe Park Drive. My neighbors and I have been in a rent strike for 1 year in protest of above guideline rent increase that we cannot afford. Our buildings 71, 75, and 79 Thorncliffe Park Drive are owned by PSP Investments.
Sorry, Iqbal, I'm going to just pause your time for a second. Can you please speak to the item in front of us, which is the Downsview Secondary Plan, Zoning Bylaw, Urban Design Guidelines, and Master Environmental Servicing Plan? Speak to that specifically. I'll put your time back on. Thank you.
From where, sir? Sorry.
Just, you need to speak to the item that's in front of us.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, just so focus on the update Downsview Secondary Plan, please. Thank you.
A few years ago, PSP Investment acquired our buildings. Since then, they have demonstrated a lack of interest towards tenants. We frequently face water and power shutdown. Conditions inside our apartments are deteriorating, and when we request repair, they don't comply with our request.
Sorry, Iqbal, are you here to speak on this item?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you direct your comments specifically to this item, which is the Downsview Secondary Plan? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We have been calling PSP Investment to withdraw the above guideline rent increases that force people out of their homes. Workers whose pensions are managed by PSP support our demand, but PSP Investments have completely ignored us. They have refused to speak with us. They act like we don't exist. And instead of withdrawing the rent hike.
Iqbal, sorry, this is not related. This is not about update Downsview Secondary Plan. We do have housing staff here, if you would like to speak to housing staff offline. But I need you to, I really need you to focus on the topic in front of us, if you can, please. There's a couple folks, staff we're not getting the linkage.
All right.
Okay.
The Downsview Secondary Plan area comprises land owned by PSP Investments. North Crest Development, which is leading to the development of these lands, is subsidiary of PSP Investment. North Crest is PSP Investment. PSP have been involved in the updating Downsview process from the beginning. PSP has helped pay for city staff to prepare the documents presented in this committee today. Adopting these plans and pushing ahead with the PSP's development in Downsview while they continue to seek rent hike and evictions in Thorncliffe Park send a clear message to the City of Toronto, to landlords and tenants in Thorncliffe Park. The message is loud and clear. If companies cause significant hardship, push families who are already facing financial difficulty out of their homes and disregards the need and well-being of the residents, that is fine with us as long as those companies have a lot of funds to invest in new projects. The city reports indicates housing is affordability and housing targets and priorities. PSP Investment want to present itself as a part of the solution. As part of the solution, it can benefit from this development. PSP wants
Iqbal,
to
I'll
push,
ask you for your final thought here.
Yeah, PSP want to push us all. We got to do it to request the PSP to please eliminate the over the above rent hike.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you
your
very
comments.
much.
Let's see if there's any questions. Not seeing any. Thanks for your time. Thanks for the deputation.
So much.
Our next speaker is Philip Zygmunt. Is Philip here? Hi, Philip. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, do you need IT help to connect it?
Yeah. Do I just put it in and should be good to go?
I think so. IT will come. Yeah, there you go. Once you're ready, we'll have 3 minutes over to you to address the committee.
It's not, just having issues getting this.
They're coming over.
Appreciate it.
Okay, 3 minutes over to you.
Thank you. I'm here to speak about the Downsview secondary plan and the reports and recommendations that are related. Reports about a plan and the development it will accommodate cannot really be evaluated in a vacuum. Context is important. As we all know, and as we hear every day, and as we are hearing today, some relevant context is that things are not great when it comes to housing in this city. For one, rent is too high and has been for some time. We are told that we have to do everything we can to tackle this crisis, that this development is part of doing that. And there is no end to the complex plans, roadmaps, and reports that promise to help this crisis. Luckily, sometimes things related to housing are not complex. Sometimes it's very simple. Here is one case where it's very simple. At 71, 75, and 79 Thorncliffe Park Drive, tenants are facing rent hikes they cannot afford. Their landlord is trying to transfer the costs of certain renovations onto them.
Philip, I appreciate what you're doing just on the secondary plan. I understand, but
So I
talk about the
noticed you didn't
secondary
cut
plan.
people off talking about a food bank. This is related. I'm getting to the point.
It's on the
but-
site.
But it's clear, you know.
Okay,
who you're
let's
choosing
talk
to interrupt.
specifically
Yeah.
about the secondary plan at Downsview. Thank you.
Yep, getting there. Tenants have been very clear that they cannot afford the proposed rent increases, and that these rent increases will only increase financial hardship and price them out of their homes and community. Who owns these buildings? PSP Investments. PSP Investments manages $240 billion in assets and last year made $10 billion. The situation in Thorncliffe Park is simple. Now, PSP Investments has tried to hide behind its partner Starlight rather than take responsibility. They have claimed they do not own the buildings. That is simply not true. Here is a nice book that Starlight put together for PSP Investments, listing all the Starlight properties PSP owned at the time. Here is an excerpt from a list of all the properties owned by PSP in 2020, which includes the Downsview site, released in response to an access to information request where you could find the 3 Thorncliffe Park buildings. And here is the ownership structure of the company listed on the rent increase applications and all the eviction applications that tenants in Thorncliffe Park have received, where you will find a director from PSP Investments. What does the situation in Thorncliffe Park have to do with the Downsview secondary plan? For those who don't know, Northcrest Developments is a wholly owned subsidiary of PSP Investments. PSP Investments bought the Downsview Airport lands in 2018, and as they themselves say, they are the major landowner within the plan area. PSP Investments has worked alongside the city throughout the Update Downsview process. They paid for city staff to work on these materials to speed up the process, and this process is happening in coordination with PSP's own development applications. Adopting these plans and recommendations today and allowing PSP Investments to push ahead with this development while PSP Investments tries to raise rents significantly and price tenants out of their homes in Thorncliffe Park is not acceptable. This is also simple. As a city, we make choices.
Philip, I'm going to have to ask you to finish up now.
Choosing to reward PSP Investments while they continue to seek above guideline rent increases in Thorncliffe Park. Being complicit in PSP's actions in Thorncliffe Park is a poor choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Philip? No? Philip, thank you so much for being here today. Next, I have Mauricio Nieto. Good morning, Mauricio.
Good morning.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about the proposed mobility network on the Downsview landscape development and its impact on the Ancaster community. The Ancaster community is located at the southwest end of the site, right adjacent to the proposed Downsview lands development, and is a community of about 2,000 residents in comparison to about 110,000 planned new residents for the Downsview development. As residents of the Ancaster community, we feel that our needs and concerns have not been adequately addressed in the Downsview secondary plan. And we have collected a petition with over 600 signatures of residents of our community. Our petition has the following items. Number one, retain the designated access roads that have for many years been used by the Bombardier site as limited access routes to the Ancaster development proposed for the new community. We believe that preventative measures must be implemented to limit traffic on those designated roads. Number two, maintain the existing dead ends and street terminations at the periphery of the site of the Ancaster community. Both the above measures represent the status quo that has been very successful for many years, preventing through traffic across the heart of the Ancaster community located here, which includes very sensitive areas, including schools, a community center, and a daycare facility. Number three, we would like to eliminate the proposed Dufferin Street extension or modify its alignment to connect away from the Ancaster community, such as Dufferin and Wilson intersection. Interestingly, the current 2011 secondary plan does have a clause intended to protect the Ancaster community. It says here that surrounding local streets will not be used to support the transportation needs of the development, and it talks about redirection of traffic away from the existing neighborhoods, specifically our community. What we're asking is the reinstatement of a clause similar to the one we just read, and the elimination or modification of the Dufferin Street extension. As concluding remarks, and I just wanted to say that clause that we spoke, it has been removed from the plan that we have right now.
Thank you very much for that.
Sorry, if I can conclude remarks?
Sir, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. You're over your time. Thank you very much for your deputation today. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mauricio, for taking the time to come to City Hall today. Are you aware that while we're adopting the, I assume the committee will adopt the secondary plan, there's much more work to do on some of the micro decisions that affect local neighborhoods. And there's many things not inside the secondary plan, tools we have at the city through transportation and the Highway Traffic Act to mitigate traffic density and volumes.
Yes, we're aware of that. However, we feel that our issue is a global issue that affects the entire site, and hence that it needs needs to be addressed in the secondary plan with some wording like the previous wording that was there, or is there now, but is being removed. We feel that that's very important.
Okay. Well, we have your petition, and we're taking it under advisement. And of course, we have what's before us and your ideas. So we will continue to work on that. And I thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next. Oh. Sorry, Councillor Thompson, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
No problem, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and good morning through you to the Speaker. You have expressed to the committee the concerns about access and routing through the Ancaster neighborhood. I'm just wondering, do you have any other perspective or views on the actual plan itself? Are you in support if in fact those issues that you have raised, and obviously the questions through Councillor Passner has asked in terms of suggesting that the opportunity is there, what's your thought on the plan other than the concerns that you raised on behalf of the Ancaster community?
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to say that. That was part of my intended conclusion. The residents of the Ancaster community are aware of the current housing crisis in Toronto and the benefits that the Downsview development can provide on that respect. From the perspective of the new development, we see the traffic concerns of the Ancaster community as a relatively minor issue. From the perspective of, that's from the perspective of the developer, but from our perspective, traffic is a big issue that affects the health and safety of our residents. We believe that it's possible to achieve the objectives of the development. We're not opposed to them, while respecting the traffic needs and concerns of the Ancaster community. And we would like the Downsview land redevelopment to be a success that everyone involved can be proud in the years to come.
Thank you very much for your comments on that, sir. This is very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much for your presentation today, sir. Next, I have Luciana Logan. Oh, sorry, no, Maria Rizzo. Oh my goodness. Maybe I shouldn't have come in at all. Stephen Jones. Are you online, Stephen?
Yes.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Because of the high volume of deputants today, we're limiting speaking time to 3 minutes. So you have 3 minutes and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. You see my video?
Not yet. Hang on a minute. No? Stephen, I'm afraid we don't have that. Could you just start and just describe what it is you want to say to us? Stephen, I'm afraid we're having issues with your audio.
Maybe he wants to use the call-in number and just let us know by email what the phone he's using. If he uses the call-in number that we provided him and let us know what phone.
Stephen, can I make a suggestion? If you're having trouble with your computer, maybe you could call in to the meeting with your phone, and we'll come back to you when you've reconnected to the meeting. Okay? Sorry about that. Now it is Maria Rizzo's turn. Maria? Is Maria online? No? Luciana Logan? Luciana, are you with us online?
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
It's Luciana Logan. May I speak, sir?
Yes, please do. You have 3 minutes. You can address the committee starting now.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 60-year resident of the Ancaster community. I live off of Garrett Boulevard, and I'm very happy with this community, and I've always been a great supporter of our community. However, the very last Hanger District update is totally unacceptable to myself and many people who live off or near Garrett Boulevard. We feel that the opening up of this street alone, which seems to be the case, it looks like Garrett will be the only extended street, is a very unfair situation. There is the safety issue, where the emergency vehicles must have many connections to circulate among the established and new community. Then there is the equity and fairness. One street alone should not be burdened with all the increase in traffic pollution noise that will occur when that street is elongated. It should be distributed amongst all the streets that are now dead-end streets, which are Ancaster, Moniza, Home, Powell. It's not fair that only Garrett will be opened up. To maintain good connections and goodwill within the whole community, the traffic load must be distributed evenly. It is something that's of utmost importance. I, along with many residents living off Garrett, who many of them are elderly, and I myself am a senior, believe that there are only two acceptable options. Either close all of the streets I mentioned, that would be Garrett, Ancaster, Moniza, Home, and Powell, make them all dead-end streets, or open them all up so that all the streets can distribute that burden of the extra traffic, which is certain to occur. There is one more issue to be dealt with, and that is the construction process. We are all very concerned off Garrett that it will not be Garrett alone that will be used to bring in trucks, building materials, and workers to and from the new site. This must also be distributed. It cannot be just Garrett that's used during this process. So the two main issues is we do not accept the fact that only Garrett will be opened up. That is not fair to elongate only that street. And the second major issue involves the actual construction and how the materials will be brought in, the people, the trucks, etc., because of course it will produce dust pollution and more traffic and possibly even hazardous materials that will be brought to and fro from the construction site. But the main important thing is the fairness of not opening up only Garrett. That's a very, very unfair thing.
Thank you very much, Luciana. You've reached your 3 minutes. Are there any questions for Luciana?
Thank you.
No, I don't see any. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. It's a very important matter, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too, sir.
Next, I have David Anselmi. Good morning, David.
I think I did a good job.
Good morning, Councillor Perks and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes on this incredibly important file for all of us. My name is David Anselmi. I'm the Regional Director of Real Estate for the Canada Lands Company. We're one of two principal collaborators in support of the city's Downsview Secondary Plan update. This has been an incredibly unique and really rewarding process that we've all been on. And in fact, we believe we've resulted in an excellent plan that will form a framework for generational change in the Downsview area. The journey has been almost 5 years in the making when we teamed up with Northcrest Developments to master plan our lands comprehensively. And it all started with the robust public consultation that Christy spoke of earlier this morning. I'm here this morning on behalf of Canada Lands Company to ask for your support for the Downsview Secondary Plan and the accompanying technical reports. Canada Lands Company is an arm's-length federal crown corporation with responsibility for the planning and development of its Downsview lands at 500 acres. Along with our subsidiary Downsview Park, we've had a long-term commitment in the Downsview community dating back 20 years when Downsview Park was initially created as a federally managed urban park. Since then, we've planned and developed some of our surrounding neighborhoods, complete with affordable housing, commercial and institutional activity, parks and open spaces, and connections to Downsview Park itself, along with offering an annual slate of programs and events. As key proponents of the Downsview Secondary Plan, we're posed to make more contributions to the city through the development of a series of complete communities. As part of this commitment, CLC will deliver 4.5 million square feet of non-residential space and some 22,000 homes on its Downsview lands, including 4,000 homes in its Arbo neighborhood with Phase 1 already district planned and zoning approved. Canada Lands is committed to delivering 20% affordable housing and is working with our partners to bring housing forward as quickly as possible. You may know that our Arbo neighborhood was specifically called out in the recent federal budget as an opportunity to accelerate affordable and supportive housing. Canada Lands is also committed to the repurposing of its existing assets. You can see this in the award-winning Downsview campus for Centennial College, where we're building on the site's aviation history and where students are gaining advanced aerospace training. Canadaland's company is working with Centennial College and others to expand this great institutional use within the park commons of our lands. I'd like to emphasize the open dialogue that we've had with city staff already and reiterate our desire to continue working with staff to explore the potential to see expanded permission for institutional use and much needed student housing on the site. Along with the transformation of the massive depot building in our Downsview West District, this will be a great, truly mixed-use, transit-oriented neighborhood adjacent to Downsview Park. The neighborhood itself will hold somewhere in the order of 8,500 new homes, again, with 20% affordable housing committed. Notwithstanding Canadaland's support for the secondary plan,
David, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up now.
Sure. A small point of on the heritage policy that we've submitted a letter to committee, and we'll pursue that with staff at the appropriate time. And I would just really close by wanting to thank Councillor Pasternak for his ongoing leadership on the file and in the ward in general, and also the staff who we worked closely with. Their dedication to this has really turned a fantastic opportunity forward, and we look forward to unlocking all the potential with the approval of this plan.
Thank you, David. Sorry, we've got to be fair to everybody and try to keep to 3 minutes. Councillor Pasternak has a question of you, and so does Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, David, for coming to City Hall. Just very quickly on the Arbo William Baker proposal, we've talked about a seniors village as part of that proposal, either in phase one.
Phase one.
And Canadaland is still committed to seniors housing and the wraparound services.
Indeed, we are in phase one.
Community Center, Canadaland has said for many years that they are going to provide the footprint or the land for the community center. Has that been conveyed to the city or surveyed?
Has not been conveyed, and our commitment is to convey it, of course. That won't happen until there's a plan in place and we've advanced the work with the city, but our commitment is rock solid.
Are you waiting for design work or?
We're waiting for a commitment from a number of areas, federal funding, provincial funding, and an agreement between ourselves, Northcrest, and the city to move forward.
So should we be directing city staff to start start that paperwork, or you're not giving advice today? Okay. Last thing, farmers market. I see on the plan there's a road running through it. What is the future of the farmers market?
Well, the farmer market has been a long-standing tenant of ours in the north end of the depot building, and we'll continue to work with that tenant and a number of other tenants in the building as we look to repurpose that building as part of the overall redevelopment. Major infrastructure, of course, is having an impact on the building, and we'll deal with that in due course. But the tenants are in conversation with us on an ongoing basis.
Do you think the farmers market will survive, or?
I think a market of some sort will survive, whether it's that tenant or another. It's really up to them, frankly. But I think a market is an ideal tenant for the north end of that building, and that's what we'll be looking for.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you. Good morning, David. It's great to see you virtually.
Likewise.
You've had extensive experience working with the Downsview lands. You've expressed that. Could you maybe just talk to us a little bit about perhaps the feasibility of the implementation of recommendations as it relates to development charges and credits for infrastructure and sort of managing the floor space, the FSI? It's probably a big issue, but maybe if you can précis it in maybe a few words, that'd be great.
Sure. Well, we're all working through the new CBC regime, first of all. We are committed to the Downsview Community Benefits Plan, which also sets out some parameters around social infrastructure on our site. And of course, we're obviously will be part of the development charge regime as well as we move forward, as we have already been on our urban neighborhood and a number of commitments that have been made for the community center and other community benefits.
Right, and so you have a number of different partners and folks that are working. Can you maybe talk to us a little bit about the overall success and the effectiveness of the, I guess, the secondary plan and the urban guideline and sort of the environmental servicing plan? Now, I ask you those questions because I know you're quite well, equipped and also quite familiar with a lot of the work that has gone in advance of obviously the plan that's here today. I go back to former Councilor Maria Jamari and myself as the co-chair of the aerospace committee there some time ago, which you were actively involved with.
Sure. Well, I'll start with the framework that the MESP has provided for the overall lands.
Yeah.
Both Northcrest and CLC, of course, have worked in lockstep with the city to develop that plan, which really sets out the bones of an emerging new, significantly large new community. The removal of the runway that Christy mentioned and getting over the hurdle of the Metrolinx corridor by way of new north, south and east-west roads is, of course, the major framework piece that we'll be building our 10 districts off of, 7 on the Northcrest side, 3 on the CLC side, that will work off of the armature of that new framework street pattern. With respect to things like the Aerospace Hub, I did mention in my notes the ongoing efforts that we have with Centennial College and some of their partners to elaborate on that opportunity, something that we're very excited about, as well as an ongoing contribution to sports and recreation that we've been providing for the past 20 years.
Super. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming down and answering our questions and sharing your thoughts. Next, I have Zakira Abdullah. Zakira? Zakira, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Housing and Planning Committee. My name is Zachariah, and I'm deputing on behalf of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation in support of the agenda item. In our work at Soccer, we are committed to working with community partners in building social infrastructure and advocating for more social infrastructure spaces for Black communities and all the residents in our city, with a particular focus on establishing a culture and recreational space in the west end of Toronto. By focusing on creating more social infrastructure spaces, we ensure that all residents don't feel excluded from the growth and unlimited potential of our incredible city. The Downsview Area Secondary Plan, in particular, I think stands to significantly amplify our impact, particularly benefiting the communities that live in the city's northwest. Northcrest, leading the transformation of the Downsview Airport lands, has exhibited a strong commitment to collaborative stewardship of these lands. Long before the development had begun, their dedication has been clear in the planning process and engagement with stakeholders, particularly equity-deserving groups. And so Northcrest has shown the determination to realize, and we believe, the full potential of these lands. They've also assisted in our efforts to advocate for a recreational center in this region of the city, and with a series of crisis when it comes to housing, which is disproportionately affecting communities like ours. The Downsview Secondary Plan has the opportunity to chart a course of shared prosperity in the northwest of Toronto, prosperity which must be shared by communities across the city. And so in endorsing the Downsview Secondary Plan, this gives communities the opportunity to continue to negotiate and work closely with Northcrest to implement a shared prosperity plan. We urge the Planning and Housing Committee to approve the secondary plan, so we as a city can start building the housing we so badly need. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, Zachariah, thank you so much for coming or for calling in and making a presentation to us today. Have a great day. Next, I have John Simone. John? John, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, John. Welcome. So you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the time to express my concerns. My comments are in regards to the latest update of the Downsview Airport Lands Redevelopment newsletter that was dated April 2024. Frankly, I'm confused with respect to the proposed changes that have been suggested from the community, and as a result, I've reached out to some of the immediate neighbors for feedback. Less connections or only one connection to the new community from Garrett Boulevard will never work. Never. In fairness to everyone, either all the streets are open to allow a fair balance of traffic or they're all closed off, so there's no connections to the new community. My primary concern is increased traffic to only one street and the safety concerns it brings up. I also have a concern in regards to Manaisa, the street Manaisa. This is the longest street in the neighborhood, with a school that was just recently expanded to accommodate more kids. Why is the street closed? Having a connection to the new community allows easy accessibility for parents to have their kids attend the school. So in summary here, all I'm saying is having only Garrett open would cause excess traffic and is just unsafe for members of the community, including children that live off Garrett that need to cross the street. Thank you for your attention in this manner.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, John, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Have a great day.
You too, thank you.
Next, I have Halima Hussein. Halima?
Speaking.
Good morning. Welcome. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
I am ready. Good morning, Housing and Planning Committee. My name is Halima Hussein, and I am debuting on behalf of the Somali Tenant Association in support of the agenda item BH 12.1. The Somali Tenant Association advocates on the behalf of the Somali tenants across the housing spectrum across our beautiful city of Toronto. And we were founded in 2009 with more than 10,000 members strong. Communities across the Northwest Toronto need housing built, and we need it built yesterday. When we first started organizing and doing the work for Somali tenant, our worry was that our children's children will not have housing. The Downsview Secondary Development Plan is a positive step to address crisis when it comes to housing for the Black communities in Northwest Toronto. Do you know that more than 50% of tenants living in Northwest Toronto social housing communities are Black? And we endorse the secondary plan. And please, let's get housing built for our children. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Halima? No? Halima, thank you for sharing that with us. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Next, I have Daniel Park. Good morning, Daniel.
Thank you, councillors, for giving me the chance to speak here today. My name is Daniel Park, a grade 12 high school student attending William and Mackenzie Collegiate Institute. And as a community advocate, youth leader, service personnel, and volunteer, I strongly believe in the significant potential of Downsview secondary plan, not only for myself, but for the youth throughout our city. Having been born in Korea and raised in Toronto, I take great pride in calling North York my home, and I have been actively involved in local community initiatives for as long as I can remember. I was first introduced to Northcrest when I stumbled upon a public meeting at my local library. From that moment on, I've been involved in the project, enjoying the chance to work alongside people who share a passion for making a positive impact. All too often in projects like these, young voices like myself are often overlooked or undermined. But my experience with Northcrest has been characterized by opportunities and has been refreshingly been the exact opposite. My involvement with the development plan, serving as a brand ambassador at community events and participating in perspectives are held of equal weight. And participating in the community resource group, a forum where, while I'm the youngest, my input and perspectives are held of equal weight. These experiences, just a few among many, have not only personally empowered me, but also emphasized the significance of youth engagement in shaping our collective future. Now, I take that responsibility seriously, and I'm grateful to have been entrusted with it. For me, the approval of this plan means so much more than just another checkbox ticked. promising to house more than 80,000 people. It will make a major impact on the city's housing crisis. This is particularly important for young people like myself, who are feeling increasingly defeated and resigned with the prospect of Toronto as a long-term home. Having witnessed my family navigate the challenges of securing affordable housing in recent years, I deeply grasp the immediacy of this issue. My parents once viewed Toronto as an affordable city of opportunity and promise. However, I find myself questioning whether that holds true for my generation. I want to reiterate that this isn't just a development project. For many of our local residents, including myself, it represents the needed shift towards a more inclusive and equitable city. As a young person, I value innovative and sustainable ideas, and this project is the quintessential example. Next year, I'll be heading off to university, but North York will always be my home. My family and I owe a lot to Toronto, and this plan is a genuine opportunity to ensure our city remains a place for all. I hope you'll consider it seriously, recognizing the potential it holds for youth and future generations of our city. I'd also like to thank city staff for the hard work they have put in this project, and Councillor Pasternak for his contributions and insights in developing the plan. Thank you for your time and consideration. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your deputation, Daniel. Lots of Pasternak love this morning. Any questions for our speaker? Not seeing any. Thanks for your deputation. Thanks for coming down. We are going to go to Stephen Jones on the phone. Stephen, I think they're pulling you off mute.
Thank you. Hello?
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear in the room. 3 minutes over to you.
I am a resident of the Ancaster community, which is located south of the proposed Downsview site. I do not support the secondary plan's inclusion of two major north-south roadways, which will only further promote the use of vehicles on or through the Downsview site. This does not make sense, especially given the threat of climate change and our need to limit vehicles. Extending Dufferin Street from Catherine Road to Shepherd Avenue West will result in a large volume of vehicles, including large trucks, traveling to and from the Chestwood Drive industrial area to Highway 401 or further south. All this right beside our quiet little Ancaster neighborhood. I and others question why two proposed north-south major roads are being located within a narrow width of land extending from only Dufferin Street to the Ellen Road. It just does not make common sense. Instead of having two north-south major roads, there should only be one, i.e. the proposed Billy Bishop Way, which would run from Wilson Avenue to Shepherd and is near and somewhat parallel to the Ellen Road. The Billy Bishop Way, together with the proposed east-west major roadways and network of local streets, should provide more than enough vehicle access for future residents of the Downsview lands. This past weekend, I attended one of the many Toronto James walks that are held in many cities every year. The leader of the walk discussed the topic of the Spadina Expressway canceled in 1971 and noted how Jane Jacobs, John Sewell, Colin Vaughan, and residents stood up to the car-focused municipal planners and city officials of the time and won. Jane Jacobs said, cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everybody. Unfortunately, this is not true for the public consultation process for the Downsview lands, and particularly the transportation lands. It has been flawed with respect to taking steps to ensure that all members of the Ancaster community are properly engaged, including elderly residents that may not be computer literate or whose first language may not be English. Many community members have not been properly informed or involved with the development of the transportation plans. When we canvassed door to door, we found that everybody had no clue about what the transportation plans were for the new development and were upset about the potential negative impacts. I asked that the committee direct city staff to revise the transportation plans, including removing or considering alternatives to the Dufferin Street extension, as well as ensuring that no existing dead-end streets are open in the Ancaster community. As Bill Davis said, when the Spadina Expressway was canceled, if we are building a transportation system to serve the automobile, the Spadina Expressway would be a good place to start.
Thanks very much. Final thoughts, Stephen?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Let's see if you have any questions from the committee. Any questions for Stephen? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, jumping back on the list to Hao Seng Chong. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing?
Good.
How do I plug this in?
We'll have IT swing over here just to give you a sec.
Will this
Assistance with
count
that.
against my 3 minutes?
No, I'm not. I won't start your time till you're ready.
Thank you. Do I just do this? Is that all I do? Just plug it in?
Kinda
yeah, look at that. Great, okay.
driving the
My name's
show
Hao
here.
Sen. I'm the climate campaigner at the Toronto Environmental Alliance. Just as a background, we have this Transform TO plan. Most people know about it. 56% of our emissions are from buildings and 35% of our emissions are from transportation. And 51% of our emissions are actually from fossil gas. So we actually need to cut those down. Toronto Environmental Alliance with local community groups have been doing workshops around the city. This is us in Malvern working with 42 Voices. This is us in St. Jamestown working with Crew. And this is us in Downsview working with TCBN. So that's at Downsview Library, and this is actually on the site as well. Just wanted to report a little bit on what the Downsview community has asked for from the environmental lens. The community has asked for local green jobs, access to jobs locally, a youth climate corps, but also are they concerned about the effects of heat and polluted air on outdoor jobs as well. Green spaces, gardens to grow food, trees, ponds, gazebos, fountains, recreation, bike pathways, and looking at High Park as a standard for parkland in that area. Transportation, a lot of stuff on dedicated bus lanes, better bus frequency, bike share stations, and also Shepherd subway extension westward and the EV charges for each parking spot. And then also in building infrastructure, because this is there's very little existing things like sewage or gas pipes and gas lines and things like that. We can do things we're doing things from scratch. There's some fantastic opportunities for building from the ground up. So highest tier Toronto Green Standard, exceeding the building emissions performance in carbon-free districts. I want to talk a little bit about two of those areas. One, which is connection to transit. Transform TO calls for 75% of commuting trips to be walking, biking, or transit. So I understand that Councillor Candoval has a motion to be passed on this. So I want to encourage that. A couple of ways to do that would be rapid TO bus lanes, and that's one of the things that the community has called for. The other thing that we've identified is we do have some great plans here for the runway and the green spine in the area, but they are not directly connected yet to either of the transit stations at either end. So you can take the green spine or do the runway, and then this is what you meet up with right now. This is not pedestrian friendly. It's not pedestrian friendly if you have to drive to it in order for this to be pedestrian friendly. So encouraging people in the city to look at how to connect these greenways directly to transit so they don't have to cross 6-8 lanes of traffic in order to get there. So station to station pedestrianization, which rhymes. The other thing is looking at ground up infrastructure. Toronto Western Hospital has a sewage heat exchange. 90% of both their heating and their cooling is going to be coming from grabbing stuff from the sewage system.
Final thought, Howson?
Great, and U of T has this as well. We can do highest tier TGS, and because we're starting from scratch, it will be a lot cheaper to implement that now rather than later when everything is built.
Thanks for your deputation.
So there we go.
Let's see if maybe someone has some questions for you.
That would be great. That was originally
Councillor
a
Sachs.
5 minute. I went through as quickly as possible. That actually
Always,
is
I'm sure interested in what you have to say. Any questions, Councillor Sachs?
Yeah, go ahead.
Howson, please tell us what else you wanted to say.
That was actually basically it, but I do encourage folks to look at this as a fantastic opportunity. We can make this a carbon-free community from the ground up. It is much, much easier to do so with new buildings than it is for existing buildings because it's just way more costly to retrofit. And so because we're doing everything from the ground up, we don't need to wait until the sewage systems are already in there in order to do heat exchange for the sewage systems. We can actually do that now as we're building the sewage systems into the systems, right? So there's all these district benefits that we can actually do for for, as we plan for this community, as well, of course, ensuring that all the community has access to the green jobs, has access to green spaces, green local farming spaces, as well as active transportation that doesn't require them to pay $1,300 a year, which is the average cost to maintain and operate a car in Canada right now. So, sorry, $1,300 a month, it's not per year. So it's, yeah, people shouldn't have to rely on a car in order to get around. So those are my thoughts. I would love to, I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Well, I mean, it's a great segue, because talking about cars, we know that suburban development in Toronto and across North America has been built around the car for 50 years, locking people into high cost, long commute, bad air quality, all the problems. So how important is it in designing the roads of this new community to take away space from cars and give it to other forms of transportation?
Yeah, so right now, I actually grew up in Etobicoke. I grew up in a community exactly like that and found it very difficult to get around, very difficult to rely on bus systems and stuff like that. So that's why we need a whole slew of transportation options. But yeah, right now, 25% of the city's ground space, total ground space, is paved streets and sidewalks, and almost all of that is for cars. Actually, more than 2/3 of that, in some cases 3/4, is for cars. So we have over accentuated the driving, and we're forcing people to only get around by having to afford a car, and that's not an equitable way of doing things. And so we actually do need to build a system of transportation that allows people to do active transportation, that allows people to choose which subway station they want to go to on foot or by bike if they wanted to. They don't necessarily have to take the bus in order to do that. Those are all options, and I think that's something that we really need to integrate. It's getting out of this car-first way of thinking can be very difficult, but cities around the world are realizing the health and the economic benefits of doing that. You know, Montreal, New York, Paris, they're all realizing that streets are way more vibrant and communities are far more vibrant when you don't give 2/3 to 3/4 of it for the storage of cars or for individuals driving mostly by themselves in a vehicle.
Thanks, Howson. That's time there. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks very much for your deputation.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay. Up next, we have Chris Campbell, followed by Mark Richardson, and then Aaron Ginsberg. Is Chris here? Hi, Chris.
There you go.
Thanks for joining us this morning. Great to have you here. 3 minutes to address the committee. Over to you.
Thank you, thank you. So I'm Chris Campbell. I'm a representative of the Carpenters Union. I'm also the chair of the Toronto Community Benefits Board of Directors. So I was encouraged to come down and do a deputation here about the upcoming Downsview secondary plan. But first, let me tell you something about the TCBN you may have already know. The TCBN, a 120 citywide community labor coalition located in the Downsview area, surrounding area in North York, yes, has led an intensive engagement process through consultations with about or over 1,500 local community member stakeholders and member organizations over the past 2 years. Engagement activity include community outreach, petition, participating in and hosting events in the community, and neighborhood tour in collaboration with North Crest Development, which I saw earlier today. Would like to recognize the ongoing support and active leadership from local councillor James Pasnacki, who has attended numerous TCBN events and community engagement activity, expressing strong support for our vision in Downsview as a thriving, inclusive, diverse, affordable, and environmentally sustainable neighborhood for decades to come. As a Black-led organization, we would also like to recognize the deep community engagement with local residents and stakeholders, Indigenous and Black communities, led by interdivisional City of Toronto staff, teams from community development, social development, finance and administrative, economic development, and city planning during the secondary plan process and by Canada Lands and Northcrest through the ID8 Downsview engagement process. We're getting there. Socially, or specifically, would like to highlight the commitment and leadership of Northcrest Development to be the first private sector development to participate in the City of Toronto's voluntary approach to establishing community benefits plan, the community benefits framework, a commitment which has announced by Northcrest Development at the GTHA Summit held in Toronto City Hall on October the 28th, 2023. The summit hosted by the Toronto Community Benefits, that also the Peel Community Benefits, Hamilton Community Benefits, and various other organizations and representatives. Keep watching the time. TCBN has long advocated for equitable approach and planning tool to support inclusive economic and sustainable development.
Thank you so much. I'm going to have to stop you there. In fairness, I'm limiting everyone to 3 minutes, okay? Thank you. Are there any questions for Chris? Sorry about that. We've got an awful lot of interest here today. Oh, Councillor Pasternak, do you have a question?
Let's give him a little more time. What do you see that are the next steps in this process?
The next step is I would like to see or to hear or to know that my local city councilors around the table, city staff, continue to speak supportively of the Toronto community benefits and to step up the process of supporting the framework to make sure or to ensure that our local youths from our local priority neighborhood get a chance to start an apprenticeship in on this project here so that they can be a part of these good paying jobs in the city of Toronto.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming down. Appreciate your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We really do appreciate it. Next, I have listed Mark Richardson. There you are. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, councillors. My name is Mark Richardson. I'm a volunteer with HousingNowTO.com. We track affordable housing developments in the City of Toronto and have been doing that for the last 5 years. Today, we're going to particularly focus at Downsview on what we're referring to as government-supported affordable rental housing. This chart is a good example. It shows you the range of incomes in the City of Toronto, $84,000 a year being the median income, and the level of government assistance that is needed in order to create housing in Toronto, particularly even purpose-built rental housing. Now, we're focused on trying to meet people who are at or below median income, which means they can afford no more than $2,100 a month in rent. If you're looking at rent geared to income, which I know some other people have asked for today, those rents are under $500 a month. Those are going to be very hard numbers to meet without a lot of long-term direct subsidy. Within the context of Downsview, we really want to focus on how does it all fit together. There are a number of government landowners in the area. So there's been the Tippett Road regeneration area. There's been the Wilson site, which was a Housing Now site, which is having a few struggles at the moment. There's also the large Allen East district. And then as we move further along, we start to hit the federal lands around the Downsview Park GO station. And we're really focused not on the entirety of Downsview, we're focused on the transit nodes along the east and the north of Downsview. These are your major opportunity zones for creating affordable housing. A, because the transit is already there. There's a multi-billion-dollar subway already there. B, because some level of government mostly owns those lands. This is lands separate from the pension fund. So we talked a little bit about the Wilson and the Tippett Road area. Wilson, Councillor Pasternak knows we've been working on that with Create TO in his office for a long time. We're still struggling at Wilson with CMHC making a financial commitment to those lands. It's been a long time, and we're going to need the federal government to come to the table with billions of dollars to make Downsview a reality, both in loans and in grants for the infrastructure that needs to be put into place. This gigantic parcel that the City of Toronto owns that is in the Housing Now program, supposed to be generating 1/3 of its units as affordable rental for 99 years, right next to a subway station. This parcel, if you look at the map here, the red section at the Downsview Park GO station is the land which is an interchange site between the GO train and the subway. That's all federally owned. It's all Canada lands. We would like a strong commitment from them, probably above the 20% that they're currently offering. We're down to the last few seconds here, so there's lots of stuff in the federal budget we probably need to leverage. We've done lots of tours of the Downsview sites. Councillor Bradford came on one when he was chair. We're happy to offer these tours to anyone. And as always, we're here to answer any questions you might have about creating affordable housing at speed and at scale.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mark? Mark, as always, it's been a pleasure. Next, I have Aaron Ginsberg. Aaron? Aaron's online. Can you hear me, Aaron?
I can. Sorry about that.
Welcome. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarity. I'm not here on behalf of my condo corporation. I'm here as a volunteer from our neighbors, Toronto. There was some confusion with the clerk this morning, and I apologize. Since I'm short on time, I will direct you all to the letter that More Neighbors has submitted on this item and review it for full comments. We are broadly very supportive of this project. It is a crucial project. I know, Councillor Perks, you like to talk about the development in the city comparison to other cities in Ontario. This is somewhere between the city of Pickering and the city of Ajax being plopped into North York. This is a massive project. It is a massive opportunity to build housing, and More Neighbors Toronto is always very excited about building housing in Toronto. We have really two concerns, and they're both related to executing the excellent vision the staff have in front of you. There's a vision for a dense, active transportation-oriented community that would alleviate a lot of the concerns that you heard earlier about traffic in the neighborhood to the south, because people wouldn't be driving cars. But in order to execute on that, I echo the comments from Hassan Chang from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. We need a transit plan here, and we need to execute this relatively quickly. Mark talked about the money that's involved in that, and that's certainly a reality. But I think that because of those realities, we need political leadership to move quickly on this. If you want to have a walkable, bikeable neighborhood, you need to have all of the amenities, both public amenities and private businesses, to make that possible. And the network effects here need to exist. So the 30-year build-out that's proposed in the secondary plan is far too slow. You're going to end up with isolated communities where people are going to have to drive because the things that they need will not be in a bikeable or walkable area. We're also disappointed to see that there is no transit plan associated with the report in front of you. There's a biking plan, there's a transportation plan generally, there is not a transit plan. There's a recommendation to do one in the future. In our letter, we've recommended that you move that today. And he asked the TTC with the cooperation of the TTC chair as a member of this committee to advance that planning work now. It would be a shame to get through all these district plans, get way down the road, and then realize that you don't have the bus lanes you need, and then you're spending a lot of money and time trying to reverse plans to put in this sort of Rabbitio style bus infrastructure that Hassan was talking about to make this a truly active transportation dense neighborhood that you're looking for. So again, we're broadly supportive of the Downsview secondary plan. We hope to see it move forward today, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Exactly on 3 minutes. Are there any questions for the deputant? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much, Aaron, for sharing those thoughts with us today. The final deputant we have is Anthony Kyriakopoulos. Anthony? Hi, welcome. I hope I got close with your last name.
I'm sorry?
I hope I got close with your last name.
Kyriakopoulos.
Kyriakopoulos. There we go.
Okay.
Well, Anthony, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dear members of the Planning and Housing Committee, I extend this letter of support in favor of the City of Toronto endeavors to reimagine and cultivate growth within the Downsview community. I wish to thank the City of Toronto staff for the commendable efforts in formulating the revision of the secondary plan. I believe that the proposed approach will significantly benefit the residents of the Wilson Village neighborhood, facilitating new housing, spurring economic opportunities, and fostering the conditions that are helpful to a more promising future for the City of Toronto. Drawing upon my 4 decades of experience as a local business proprietor and my 10 years tenure as a member of the Wilson Village Business Improvement Area, I feel it is my obligation on behalf of the Wilson Village BIA to give my strong endorsement to the plan. The transformation of Downsview Airport in a lively planned community has been a long-standing aspiration among local businesses. We have acknowledged the area's capacity for growth and connectivity. The proposed redevelopment seeks to dismantle barriers created by the airport's untapped potential, paving the way for more accessible and vibrant urban setting. With an emphasis on sustainability and connectivity, the plan involves establishing new residential, commercial, recreational areas, alongside the rejuvenation of existing lands. Key features of the plan include the integration of 100 acres of parks, trails, and green spaces, which will facilitate a water management system to mitigate flooding risks. The project also envisions the implementation of a fully electrified infrastructure to support future sustainability goals. Additionally, the proposed road network improvements, including 2 new north-south connections, as well as 2 east-west roads and 3 existing subway stops, are poised to alleviate traffic congestion and enhance accessibility throughout the area. Overall, the updated secondary plan encompasses 800 acres of land with significant ownership by Northcrest Developments. Northcrest, for the last 3 years, has been a consistent, reliable partner, updating the Wilson Village BIA on new developments and changes, while also considering our suggestions on how the plan can be improved. The Wilson Village BIA takes particular interest in the opportunity for new growth of local businesses in our community and the success and vibrancies of these businesses. Northcrest Development's commitment to seeing through the 20-30-year plan from inception to completion is bolstered by the status as a wholly owned subsidiary of a major Canadian pension fund and one of Canada's largest pension investments managers.
Anthony?
Yes.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop there, okay? You're past your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Are there any questions for Anthony? No? Thank you so much for coming and making your deputation here today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Have a great rest of your day. Okay, that completes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tony, very much for coming. So I know the report before us uses the word final, but to the 15 districts that will be developed, I guess this is anything but final. This is really where the work begins, isn't it?
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak, through the chair. It is a framing plan. It's a structuring plan that we're bringing forward today. The scale of this area is huge. It's 540 hectares. Therefore, we've divided it into 15 districts that will require a whole bunch of planning on a district level, and we anticipate that that will happen over 30 years. So at this point, we have major streets, major parks. We don't have a local road network or local parks or even building locations at this point. So that is all to come through the district planning that will also include a whole range of public engagement activities.
Right, so we can assure the local communities there's much work to do and that their input in the coming years is valued.
That's correct. There'll be a whole range of engagement to engage the local communities. We also have to engage phases 3 and 4 of the EA process that will deal with the infrastructure and get to more detailed design on the infrastructure elements.
Oh, you don't have to start the timer. Don't worry. Community center. Now, I did ask Canada Lands. They have for many years promised the footprint of the community center. transferring land or to the city. Is there a process underway where we can secure that land so we can start with design work? Because we have to know the footprint of the land in order to move to the next step.
Through the chair, Councillor Pasternak for Parks, Forestry and Recreation. As you're aware, we are working closely with CLC and Northcrest and have actually signed a formal memorandum of understanding with them, identifying specifically that parcel. As you also know, there is funding in the back end of our 10-year capital plan, but the MOU directs all parties in that MOU to pursue acceleration as we can and work with other orders of government to bring together development on that specific land.
All right, so it's been in the earlier iterations of this plan from 1999 on. I know things move a little slowly, but 25 years is a little slow. When do you think we can see design work? The funds are there.
Correct, through the chair. So some funding has been secured, for example, through the William Baker approvals specific to development of that project. We have done some conceptual design with our partners to advance applications to, for example, to the federal government for funding. We do recommend that full-fledged design and community consultation proceed in a timely fashion, lined up with funding for construction, that we're not too far ahead of ourselves on one phase vis-a-vis construction itself.
So I assume there's a risk if you do design work and there's a long gap between design work and construction, some of the building code issues could change, materials could change, costs could change.
Through the chair, that's very much correct. Trends in how our centers are used, requirements in terms of environmental sustainability, all those matters do change.
So let's move to schools. Very ambitious plan here. I think it's 14 K-8s and 1 secondary.
That's correct.
If my memory is correct. So the Ministry of Education has a pretty massive capital plan. Are these embedded anywhere in there, and how do we get them in there?
So at the moment, the secondary plan outlines the need for approximately 14 elementary schools. The exact location of those schools within the overall secondary plan will happen through district planning. The school boards have been involved in the process to date. They've sat on our working group. The estimates have come from the school boards themselves, so we anticipate that they will continue to be involved as we work through the district planning.
So on to the library. Once again, they have a capital plan, and they should. But there's enormous competition for libraries, and we are probably on a long list. TPL, are they engaged in this? Are they supportive? Is it slotted in there somewhere to build?
Through the chair, TPL has also been part of our working group structure and has been involved in the project. We anticipate renovation of the library at Keele and Wilson, as well as a new district library built within the secondary plan area. We don't anticipate that library until phase 2 of the development, which is out 10 years from now. So currently it is not within their capital budget.
Okay. Last question, I guess it's regarding William Baker. Seniors Village has been sort of mentioned repeatedly as part of that plan. And we're almost done with this first phase of William Baker, the southern part. When that goes out to market, is that a condition for bids to be able to build a so-called Seniors Village as a cornerstone of that plan?
Through the chair, that would have to be confirmed with Canada Lands Company, but it's our understanding that that is part of the plan moving forward for William Baker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you to staff for the enormous amount of work that's gone in here. But I do have a couple of concerns when building on the concern we heard from the deputants. The long-term plan has got lots of people living near the subway stations. The short-term plan has people and jobs as far as you can get away from the subway stations on the site. And as Aaron pointed out, we don't have a transit plan. If you build it and design it so people can drive there and people get used to driving there, it's going to be very difficult to get to the objectives you're talking about here, with 3/4 of local trips done without a personal vehicle. So what is the transit plan, and when are we going to see it for the first phase?
Through the chair, we have transportation planning here.
Hi, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'm with Transportation Planning, working on the local district plans. So as part of our vision for local district, we're going to secure local streets, and we're working closely with TDC to advance some of the local bus service as part of First District. Also, a big focus of our long-term vision is to activate cyclists, pedestrians, and transit use. So part of this district plan will be securing some of those infrastructure to improve the connection to the subway station. And we're working with the landowners as well to find an interim solution for those measures.
But if you build it and then say a bus lane's coming in a year or 2 or 3 years, it's too late. People will get into their habits and be driving. When will we see a plan to make sure that good transit is there when the first job or residence is open?
Yep, so TDC is working with us collectively to ensure the design and the function of the streets allows for local bus service to be part of the district plan. So all those infrastructure are in place as part of the current district plan approval.
Well, I can tell you that nothing's come to the TTC board about this. I'm asking, when are we going to see a transit plan to make sure that the buses are there for the very first people?
Yes, and we can work with TDC to ensure that service is provided to support that development.
All right, can you have more information for us before council?
We could consult with TDC on that, yes.
Okay. And finally, for transportation, you've worked with me on a motion which Councillor Candeval has graciously agreed to make on my behalf to clarify that road space, road widths will be designed for a community where 3/4 of local trips are intended to be made without a personal vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Transportation City Planning have worked closely with the landowners to have a vision for a modal shift to 75% of trips made by active mobility and transit. And so the design of the street network is intended to support that.
Right, and you support the motion, you helped me prepare the motion that Mr. Candeval is going to make, Councillor Candeval.
That's correct. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Next, I have Councillor Malva.
So just picking up from where Councillor Pasternak was asking with regard to the William Baker lands and the strategy to realize the seniors village, I heard earlier from Canada Lands that it is going to be part of phase 1. Could you just remind us what the time frame of phase 1 is intended to be?
Through the chair, phase 1 has their zoning in place. Subdivision is immediately forthcoming. There are some servicing issues that need to be worked out. So I would say it's a little while off, but not a long while off.
Sorry, would you repeat that again?
For phase 1 of William Baker.
The time frame again?
I would say 18 months from now.
18 months from now? But that's an aspirational goal, I take it?
Yes, there are a number of approvals that still need to take place, including site plan approval for the different buildings. There's also some infrastructure that has to be put in place prior to development moving forward.
Okay. And given that they're not our lands, but we do want to see a seniors village as part of this plan, is there somebody on our staff who is actively driving this initiative, like telling Canada Lands, like, this is what we want, keep pushing things forward, when there's an obstacle, creatively working through it? Is there somebody here who's helping drive it to ensure that it happens?
Through the chair, in the secondary plan, when we talk about the William Baker District, we talk about creating a community for all ages, including for seniors, and we specifically put in that wording to encourage and to ensure that Canada Lands does put in their RFP when they're looking for partners that having a community for seniors is important. In the end, it is up to them to ensure that that is in their RFP.
You know, like a seniors village is far more specific and unique as opposed to a generally friendly area for seniors. It's designed in a way that has regard for example, people who might have dementia, and it allows people to age in place in their neighborhood rather than go to a long-term care home, for example, whenever possible. So is there anyone here who's actively advocating and working through a plan to ensure that that is the model that is realized as part of what is ultimately created there?
I would say that city planning staff is actively working with the applicant, working with CLC to make sure that happens. The secondary plan does contain policies about talking about making the public realm completely accessible, about making buildings completely accessible. The community development plan that's been brought forward to Economic and Development Committee last week also has directions and actions to that regard. So we are working as much as we can to ensure that we get that type of community in William Baker. We understand that's a priority.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who have questions of staff? No? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a question on the questions that Councillor Pasternak asked about the schools. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So have we been in the process, or are we in the process of working with the Ministry of Education to get the funds available when we need to build these new schools? Because it's going to take a while to get the funds. So where are we at that point of asking for the funding?
Through the chair, it's up to the staff that we work with at all of the different school boards to work it up through their ministry to get the funding. This is a long-term plan. The population is going to come in slowly. We don't expect people on the site in the next 1 or 2 years, but certainly we've been working very closely with the school boards to understand their needs, and we assume that they have brought that up through their own process up to the ministry officials to secure when the right time for funding is and to make those requests at that time.
So have these requests been approved through the school board?
The request for funding specifically? Yeah. I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information. We work with our counterparts in the boards, and we assume that they go up through their own systems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? No? So I'll go to speakers. I'll start with Councillor Pasternak.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all the deputants who came. I'd like to thank, of course, City of Toronto planners, Sarah Phipps, Jessica Kershinsky, Carrie Vumakas, Jeff Cantos, Alicia Reynolds, and others who wrote this transformative report. I'd also like to thank the good people at Northcrest, including Chris Eby and Aitak and Mohammadi, and of course our partners at Canada Lands, such as David Anselmi and James Cox. And this plan certainly will shake the city in the coming decades. So during the chaotic municipal election of 2018, in which council was shrunk by 40%, a real estate deal took place that received little attention. Bombardier Aerospace sold their lands of about 370 acres to PSP Investments, which created Northcrest Development to manage and develop the property. Combined with 150 vacant acres of land owned by the Federal Crown Corporation Canada Lands, these two properties would inch forward to offer one of the biggest development opportunities of any major city in North America. And opportunities like this come about once every 100 years. To the residents and business owners of Ancaster and Downsview, I thank you for participating in this discussion and this process. We've had numerous town halls and working groups engaged in over the years, and of course there is a lot of work to do. The plan protects the Downsview Park in its same size that were promised in the 1990s. The plan respects the surrounding established neighborhood. This plan puts policy and a roadmap to building a long-planned community center at Keele and Shepherd. This plan creates a network of parks, a family of schools, a library, while expanding the tree canopy, preserving woodlots and ravines, protecting urban agriculture, and creating prosperity by hiring local and creating apprenticeships. And then there is the housing. Approximately 115,000 new residents, 63,000 units, and jobs for 52,000 workers. As staff say, quote, "It will be one of the biggest city building efforts in the history of Toronto. There will be affordable rental ownership, rent geared to income, supportive housing, and in the pretty well complete William Baker neighborhood, we've already secured 20% affordable housing, and in the Allen district, about 20 to 30% affordable housing for 99 years. This will build on York Center's rich history of affordable housing, such as 300 units in Tippett, 400 units through Housing Now, and of course, dozens of other units through past Section 37 agreements. For those who question whether sufficient and fair consultation was done, I can tell you that this process was very well funded and supported by Canada Lands and Northcrest, where tens of thousands of invitations to town halls, working groups, and other materials were sent out. We met with individuals, we met with groups, we had town halls, virtual and not. To many, there is a belief that this is the final word at Downsview. I would just sum up by saying this is not. This is the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end. And I want to assure you that in the years ahead, we will listen, we will learn, we will work with all the local neighborhoods on roads, heights, parks, density, and make sure that their views are incorporated into the district plans that we have to work on. So no motions for today. I will move a series of motions at committee. I understand committee members have a few motions and they have my support. Thank you very much to staff and everyone who participated. Thank you to committee members.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you very much. So again, my thanks and appreciation to staff and all the hard work that's gone on here. I do have a motion that I've negotiated with staff that Councillor Candeval has submitted. You've got it? Okay. Well, perhaps you can make it on my behalf. The gist is that in designing the roads here, there's lots of wording in the general provisions of the plan, but when it actually came to the road widths, that hadn't been carried through. So, so my motion is to direct staff when designing the roads to design them so that they are suitable for this different kind of community that we're trying to create. There are very few opportunities in the city of Toronto to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. We have the two major areas, Downsview and the East Waterfront, and those are the only places where we can build significant new communities. And if we build them on the same car-based, obsolete design and approach that so much of our suburban area was built, we're going to be locking ourselves into a world which is incompatible with the kind of future that we want. So it's extremely important that we do give guidance and direction. I have had conversations with the applicant and with city staff and with, of course, Councillor Pasternak. And I understand that everyone has agreed that giving staff clear direction that this is a community that's meant to be designed for Transform TO. This is meant to be a community where people don't have to spend so much of their disposable income on owning a personal car with all of the adverse consequences that come with that. This is meant to be a community where people can live really good lives without ever having to own a car. And that is better for equity, it's better for air quality, it's better for health, it's better for the cost to the city. And it gives life to some of these promises that we've made and we've heard so much about today. So thank you to my colleagues. I'd ask you to support the motion. And I really look forward to seeing this community take place, take shape. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so what is the motion?
Councillor Sachs is not a member of committee.
No, I understand, but who's got the motion? Oh, okay.
When Councillor Candeval moves it.
Well, is going to move it on her behalf?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I know. Oh, speak of him. There he is, Councillor Candeval, walking in right now. I'm just going to very quickly, just so we get it on the record, I'm going to move a motion that staff has asked. I've shown it to Councillor Pasternak. It's just a couple of pages of technical wording changes that don't have a substantive impact on the item. And yeah, see, Sarah's nodding, so it must be true. That's all I needed to say. Next, I had Councillor Matlow, then Councillor Candeval, then Councillor Bradford.
The changes that we're going to see to Downsview Park over the next several years are going to be transformational. This is one of the most exciting spaces that we have in our entire city that is going to be reimagined into something extraordinary. And this will be about new affordable housing. This will be about wonderful trails and green space and places for recreation. This is a place that will contribute to the quality of life of the new residents who will move into the new homes, along with the Downsview neighborhood surrounding it that's there today. And I want to acknowledge, first of all, former Councillor Ajamari for her hard work over many years as a steward. Even though we didn't own all these lands, she certainly had her eye on it. But I also want to acknowledge Councillor Pasternak, who in 2018 became the councillor for this area, and he embraced this. And I've spoken with many, many members of the community that Councillor Pasternak serves. And I know that Councillor Pasternak has been paying not only attention to the changes that have been discussed for several years now, but has been intervening to ensure that it goes in the right direction and that the residents of his community and both their concerns but also their dreams and aspirations are reflected in what we're moving forward. And I really respect the work that Councillor Pasternak has been doing with his community. I asked in particular about the Seniors Village because I know that's something, and I know Councillor Pasternak certainly agrees and will continue to champion, is important to his community when it comes to the ability to age in place in an affordable way and planned in a way that really does respect how we age and the needs that we will have as we age, many of us. And we have this incredible opportunity to both focus on affordability, but also to ensure that while people age in the Downsview neighborhood, that it will actually be realistic for them to remain in the Downsview neighborhood to their very last day. So this is something incredibly exciting, and that's why I asked earlier about do we have staff who are driving this? Because we don't control the lands, but we do have the ability to work with the developer and Canada Lands to ensure that these dreams are realized in a realistic way within a reasonable time frame, so that this generation of leaders in the community might even have the opportunity to live there eventually. So I just wanted to conclude by saying that I'm excited about the promise and the possibility of Downsview Park. I know that years ago it was referred to the potential of being like Toronto's Central Park, but certainly today there's promise. It's unfulfilled, but I'm glad to see that there's a plan moving forward to actually achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval. I don't know what it is about you, Councillor Matlow. I always forget to start your clock.
Just listen to them all day. Wax poetic.
Yeah, it's just such beautiful language to listen to, I suppose. Okay. But I never forget. And Speaker Nunziata wins committee today. Okay, Councillor Candeval.
Right. Not much poetry to wax here. So yes, I want to acknowledge Councillor Sachs in consultation with Councillor Pasternak. I'd like to move that City Council request that the General Manager Transportation Services through phases 3 and 4 of the environmental assessment process to ensure that street designs for the roadways identified on map 7-8 that are intended for motor vehicle traffic are appropriately designed for a community where 75% of local trips are made by walking, cycling, or transit. 2, City Council direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning when reviewing and evaluating district plans and development applications to ensure street designs are appropriate for a community to achieve 75% of local trips made by walking, cycling, and transit uses.
That's it?
Yeah.
Any questions for the mover? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor Bradford, you had some comments.
You put me on the clock, but I'll be brief. Just wanted to say we don't get a lot of these types of projects coming forward because there's not a lot of 350 acre sites in Toronto. So the opportunity for transformation and building a community that will certainly be you know, a magnet for people across the entire city, on a subway line, affordable housing, new amenity spaces, supporting businesses and industry. It really is something special. So Sarah Phipps and the team have done really remarkable work. And I think probably it's exciting for you, and you're not in a position where you can comment on it right now because I've got the mic. But you know, in your planning career, to have the opportunity to hold the pen on something like this and work with so many community members, it's also worth pointing out, we don't get a lot of deputants coming out, you know, echoing a chorus of support for projects here. And, you know, there were some concerns voiced today, which I think are valid, but we heard so many different folks from across society weighing in on the importance and the significance of this site. And that's pretty special too. So Sarah, your entire team, you know, this is a home run. And then lastly, Councillor Pasternak, this has been a long journey for you, and you've been shoulder to shoulder with the community, resolving those issues that come up on projects of this scale and magnitude. And, you know, I know that can be difficult as well, so I want to tip the cap to you for your hard work on this. I think this is going to be something that's we can all be proud of going forward. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Nunziata. Wait a minute, I got to start your clock.
Oh, I don't need a timer. I don't need a timer. No, I just want to take this opportunity as well to thank Councillor Pasternak for working on this project and city staff and all the deputants. I know that this has been going on for years. I can't even remember when we started this, but it's quite a few years ago. And I think that moving forward, it's important, and I know that the staff and the councillor has committed that they work with the community and residents and get some key agencies in the area, like the Toronto Network. He made a deputation earlier, yes, and he was very supportive, and to work with them as well. And as far as Councillor Matlow, the seniors, I think we're all going to be seniors before this gets built.
Okay. I may not be a senior, but I am eligible for the shopper's discount. Are there any other members of the committee who want to speak? No. Okay. So we have the motion from Councillor Candeval. Or sorry, we have the motion I put, which was the staff technical amendments. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Candeval's motion. All those in favor, opposed, carried. On the item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, members, I'm going to clear out a couple of quick items before we go on to our next one so that we can release the appropriate staff. First is PH 12.5, Transit-Oriented Community Status Update. I have a motion that Councillor Fletcher and staff have worked on together. This is to report directly on additional financial analysis, resources, and staffing required to advance city objectives related to the delivery of affordable housing on transit-oriented community sites. All those in favor?
We didn't even hear what you said.
It's on the screen. Staff are fine. This is for Councillor Fletcher, where most of the TOCs are. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Next, I want to go to, item is amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Next, I want to go to, is it 7 or 8? Item 8. This is the letter from Councillor Crisanti that was introduced this morning. I'm just going to move the recommendations. Councillor Nunziata will move the recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. If I could ask, I know there's a lot to talk about with Downsview. Councillor Pasternak, Can I ask you to take the conversations outside? James, can you take the conversations outside? Thank you. Well, that was all very exciting, wasn't it? Okay, we'll just let things settle down a little bit. Look at that. Like half the people, half the staff left.
It's a big project.
It's a big project. Yeah. It's probably the biggest project in North America right now. It might just be. All sitting on Sarah's shoulders, and she's doing so well with it. Okay. Let me just find my place. I believe that takes us to item number 2, which is recommended official plan amendments respecting Schedule 3 complete application requirements, Chapter 3 cultural heritage evaluation report, and municipal code amendments respecting delegated authority for minor zoning bylaws. I believe we have some deputants here. One deputant. Look at this, I have too many pieces of paper. There we are. Okay, Bill Roberts.
Good morning.
Wasn't I talking to you just last night?
Yes. Well, I'm going to do this quick. One, we support the proposed schedule amendments, but what Cora and the member groups are struggling with is what's going on thanks to Doug Ford's position that we're now in an animal farm era. Quote, all citizens are equal, but some citizens have the right of appeal, and those citizens tend to be those with money, developers, speculators, and various groups like that who have a right of appeal. And it's the right of appeal that gives you the demand to be heard in a realistic way. Otherwise, you're begging like Oliver Twist for your second bowl of soup with the resulting effects. So one of the things we're trying to figure out with the Committee of Adjustment, no longer with an appeal to T-Lab, for example, issues like heritage buildings, structural integrity, soil stability, drainage, and trees, which often are dealt with at the T-Lab by the use of experts or other means, are no longer there. And so we're suggesting, but we know we may not be able to do it, is to look at some form of site plan process or improving the application process to the Committee of Adjustment to ensure such information is readily available to the public when the application is filed, not 2 days before the last date for filing submissions, which is too late for anybody to hire any experts or look over anything or file any counter reports. So we're really asking that council put their mind to the issue of whether we want to retain the dark days of the 60s when council and the development department only listened to the developers. We're asking that you actually take some time to consider the need of ensuring transparency in planning before it's totally eviscerated by Doug and company, who are operating like a family compact. Friends and those with money are important. The rest of the people, well, they can just sit in mud. No paved roads or nothing. So that's it, being brief. And I doubt there'll be any questions, but you've got the comments and the recommendations.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions? Bill, as always, thank you for your wisdom. That was the only deputant I had listed on the item. Are there any questions of staff? Questions? Councillor Bradford.
Maybe Michelle, or I'm not sure, but when was the last time the city undertook a comprehensive update to Schedule 3 in the OP?
Thanks, Councillor, for your question. It doesn't happen very frequently, and so I believe the last time a comprehensive update was done was likely through a previous MCR. Okay.
In response to some of the conversations that we've had at the Housing Action Roundtable, the motion I moved back in November, there's a recommendation in front of us to differentiate between routine and complex condo applications. Is that going to help speed up our housing review process, application review process?
Thanks, Councillor. So yes, in combination with a number of other process improvements that we're making to the condo application review process, differentiating what constitutes a routine condo application versus a complex one, we think will make it clearer to applicants what is required as part of each of those applications, and then, enabling us to stream the review of those applications more effectively.
So there's been some conversation, discussion about all of the different things that are being added to Schedule 3 and in the OP. Effectively, a report needs to be checked off in this table here in front of us if the city ever wants to ask for it on any application, but that doesn't mean it will be required on every application. Can you just confirm that? Do I have that correct?
You do, yes.
Okay, so as a next step, would it be helpful for the city to set very clear criteria specifically to indicate what will trigger the particular application requirements on a housing project?
Through the chair, Councillor, we do actually stipulate what those criteria are through what are called our terms of reference. Those are documents that are posted to the city's website that provide detailed guidelines on how applicants can meet our application requirements. I think one of the things we've determined through a lot of good consultation with industry is sometimes those terms of reference are in need of updates. They need to be written in a clearer manner. The criteria and thresholds under which they will be required should be clarified. And so right now we are undertaking, as part of this work, a broad update of all of those terms of reference that we post to our website. I believe right now we have 58 of them posted.
Okay. Heritage planning, maybe Gary or Tamara. The new requirements outlined in the report, the cultural heritage evaluation report specifically, what are the circumstances under which this report would now be required, and how does that compare to the existing requirement for a heritage impact assessment?
Through the chair, the heritage impact assessment as it currently stands is required for properties that are on the heritage register. The share requirement, as it's proposed, is for properties that are not on the heritage register, but it's a defined list of properties that have been identified by council through a planning study, or that have been previously adopted by council as having cultural heritage value. So it's a very discrete, very specific list of properties that the share will be required for.
And are we making these changes, this proposal, into response to some of the provincial changes, specifically with the 2-year heritage listing piece and coming off the list for 5 years afterwards?
Yes, so the many of the recent policy changes for planning and heritage have put a heavy emphasis on an early identification of any possible issues relating to a planning application, let alone heritage. And I would note that some of the proposed policy changes to a PPS for 2024 include a requirement to municipalities to, and I would quote, conserve cultural archaeological resources, promote proactive strategies for conserving built heritage resources. So this is the city's effort to be as proactive and early as possible in the identification of heritage resources.
Okay, last question then, and following up on my questions to Michelle, would you be open to working with her team and put some specificity around when each one of these reports would be required in order to provide, I think, clarity both for applicants and our own city staff?
Absolutely, happy to work with you, yeah.
Okay, great, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for staff? I don't see any. Anyone to speak? Councillor Bradford?
Thank you. I have a motion that we could put up on the screen that I worked with staff that really just asks that they continue to update the application in the terms of reference, as Michelle alluded to, on a regular basis and provide standard planning application checklists for people. Yeah, everyone's good. Most importantly, I think, we're requesting that staff will work with the various divisions, including heritage planning, to outline exactly when each of these various reports or studies are going to be required on a particular project. I don't need to belabor it, but the changes today in the official plan, it's required for us to put those things in there if we ever want to ask for it. And there's a lot of times we do want to ask for it, but not every time. And so just having crystal clarity about when these new studies and requirements are applicable, I think is good sense for everybody. That's it.
Questions of the mover? No? Anyone else want to speak on this? No? Okay, so we'll take the amendment. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Next, we have expanding housing options in neighborhoods, major streets study final report. We have a number of deputants on this item. First, I have Evan Wheeler. Evan Wheeler. Okay, Evan's not with us. Chris Day. Chris Day. Nicola Day. Nicola Day. William Roberts. William was online a moment ago. Bill, are you there? Bill, can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Wasn't unmuted, so when you were asking me, I just got unmuted. Basically, because there's only 3 minutes, I'm going to do this quickly. There is a disconnect between the map shown in the zoning bylaw as appropriate for this proposal and the official plan. The official plan identifies all major streets. And we're simply suggesting adding the word certain portions of to reflect the fact that not every major street is appropriate for this level of intensification. The zoning maps can be altered from time to time. The risk is, and I've seen it over my 45, 50 years of experience, people will go to the OLT or they'll go to the Committee of Adjustment, say, we're on a major street, we may not have identified in the zoning, but the policy should apply, and so you may get something happening there where the staff didn't want it. And I think, therefore, you need to deal with that aspect. Our other concern is 19-meter buildings bear no correlation to an 11-meter building, and applying the side yard setbacks for an 11-meter building is inappropriate. You need greater setbacks, and that should be reviewed. Lastly, when we get to the zoning bylaws, the same sort of point all over again, that we're trying to make, that with the 19 meters, some careful consideration should be given to what the separation should be. And also, in a sense, that one of the concerns raised by groups at the Cora meeting was that what happens if it's next to a neighbor's tree? What happens if it's next to a heritage building, or there's drainage or soil stability issues? And it's as of right, the official plan policies, whatever they may be, will not be applicable. And certain things, unless they've been identified, will simply be allowed to be built as of right. And given the fact that you do not have sufficient side yard setbacks, that's a serious issue. Therefore, we're suggesting you may want to apply site plan in the areas where you have these 6-story buildings, simply to ensure some of these things are looked at, rather than simply allowing the person to build as of right and you lose heritage buildings or trees. You have the recommendations on page 4, and I'm about to run out of time, so I'm simply asking you look at the recommendations there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Bill? Bill, I'm just going to ask, could you clarify a little bit that point you were making, the first point you were making, the one about the mapping? I didn't really follow it.
Okay, the official plan policy refers to all major streets on map 3. That implies all major streets on map 3 are appropriate for this level of intensification. Yet when you look at the maps attached to the zoning bylaw, they're not all shown. And so you're opening a door for a developer or somebody else to go to the Committee of Adjustment or go for a rezoning and argue before the OLT, I'm on a major street, I want it. And so by adding the words that I've suggested, it's to ensure that there has to be a test whether that particular road is appropriate or not. And that's why you then look at the zoning bylaw. So that's basically the object of what that wording is.
Thanks, Bill. I'll pursue that with staff to make sure I understand it better. The next deputant I have listed is Benjamin Perry. Benjamin? Benjamin, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, I was having trouble with the mute button.
Doesn't everyone have trouble with the mute button at some point? Okay.
It seems a regular occurrence these days.
Okay. Benjamin, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm really glad to have a chance to speak to the committee today. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I moved to Toronto 7 years ago. I'm originally from London, and I absolutely love the city. I'm thrilled with the major streets policy that's being recommended and the changes to the zoning bylaw that are part of it. I had one comment, though, that I wanted to make, and I'll try to keep it brief. In the recommended updates, there is a policy recommendation that the permitted maximum number of dwelling units for an apartment building located on a lot abutting a major street is the greater of 30 dwelling units or the numerical value following the letter U on the zoning bylaw map. I just wanted to say that I think that restricting the number of units in this way is risking reducing the effectiveness of this policy to actually bringing the amount of housing that it possibly could. First, through actually explicitly limiting the number of units. So when these buildings are created, the number of units will be limited simply by nature of the law. But then on top of that, it'll limit the number of these buildings that are created because it'll mean that it's harder for the numbers to pencil for developers when it comes to putting these buildings up if they aren't able to create the number of appropriate units. In London, it's London, UK, rather than Ontario, where I'm from. The population density is almost 3 times as high as in Toronto. And I can say that when I was there, it led to these dynamic, rich, wonderful communities. And it was one of the things that I really loved about that city. And I think that I'd love to see those kinds of communities and those kind of dynamics appearing here. And, London that's the kind of height that you see in a lot of London. It's like 4, 5, sometimes 6 stories with very, very high density within those buildings. And there's many units which are very, very small. And it creates these wonderful communities. And so I would urge that you consider increasing the number of units allowed, potentially not even capping it at all, but if it is capped, capping it around 60 units. Thank you very much for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Question of the speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford has a question of you.
Thanks for the deputation. In your assessment, would you suggest then that by limiting or capping the numbers at 30 units, it would impact the project viability of these types of modest apartment streets that ultimately, as a policy objective, we're indicating we want to see on our major streets?
Yes, precisely.
And what's the problem with the restriction of a 30-unit cap? Is it about flexibility to respond to the individual site and the circumstances on an individual application, or what's the challenge with 30 units on these buildings of this size and scale?
No, I think that is exactly it. It's that every lot is unique, and every attempt to build a building at this scale is going to be unique. And there are going to be many situations where if you are not able to increase the density beyond 30, it won't make sense to build this kind of modest apartment building. And so if you just want to really make the most use of the policy, that's going to be an important factor.
So then are we at risk with the recommendations as drafted today? Are we at risk of approving something today that actually won't accomplish what we want to do? It won't translate into more projects that are viable on major streets if we proceed with the 30-unit cap?
That is my fear, certainly.
Thanks very much for your deputation.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Benjamin, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Have a great afternoon. Next, I have Akash Sharma. Akash Sharma. No? Michelle Power. Michelle, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hi, welcome.
Yes, good morning. Can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Good morning. I've been a resident of Toronto since 1985. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Toronto is special in that it is known as a city of neighborhoods. It is what sets our great city apart in terms of livability. I wish to object to allowing up to 6-story buildings on major streets and neighborhoods unless conditions ensuring continued livability in the neighborhoods are imposed. One of the conditions, which I would like to talk about today, relates to parking. The city should require sufficient underground parking for all residents and guests. If the plan is to not have underground parking in these proposed 6-story buildings for all residents and their guests because there's public transit close by, there would need to be a clear plan to deal with all owners of cars who will be living in those new buildings. Some may be thinking that few residents and guests will have cars and will always use nearby public transit. That view, in my opinion, is unrealistic. It's not acceptable to simply hope that very few people will own cars. Hope is not a strategy. There needs to be a serious plan in place before any apartments are allowed on major streets to deal with parking cars. If this is not done, owners will try to park their cars on nearby neighborhood streets. This will have a serious congestion effect. As a result, the city needs to be prepared to enact bylaws that clearly state that those cars will not be allowed to park on neighborhood streets either at all or during certain hours, subject to vigorous enforcement via permitting. In closing on the parking issue, I want to point to an example of wishful thinking by a developer in North Toronto, which was recently accepted by the Committee of Adjustment. I was present via WebEx at a hearing of the Committee of Adjustment where a garage suite was permitted. When the neighbors raised the issue that there would be no parking provided for the residents of the garage suite, the developer indicated that they would simply compete with local residents for street parking and that one more resident would not make much of a difference. And I'm paraphrasing here. If that situation increases exponentially due to an explosion of new apartment housing for which parking is not planned, there will be a massive impact on parking problems in the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you for considering my input to enable further densification while also not ruining the livability of our great city of neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Michelle, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Brian Metcalf. That's not Brian Metcalf, that's Stephen Holiday. Brian Metcalf. No?
Chair Perks, may I ask a question?
We're still on deputants, Councillor.
Chair Perks, may I ask a question of the speaker that just completed? And I'm sorry, I have a slight...
I'll see if Michelle is still with us. Hang on a second. Is Michelle still connected to the meeting? No, Michelle has left, Councillor. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thanks, Chair Perks.
Wait, hang on. I've got new information. Michelle, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, Michelle. Councillor Holiday has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Perks. If I may go ahead, and I apologize, there's a little bit of a time delay on my technology here, so it took me a few seconds. To the speaker, I just wondered if you could elaborate a little bit on some of the difficulties or the opinions of residents that experience the overflow parking. I know that the city is different, and I know this is an issue in the part of the city that I live in, but not everyone appreciates these type of pressures. And could you tell the committee a little bit more about why this matters?
I'm not sure I have expertise. I live in a neighborhood that's very livable, and I guess it just stands to reason that if you're adding cars that don't have places to be parked, they'll be parking in the neighborhoods on streets. So, and if we're talking exponential increase, just by logic, it's congesting and clogging on neighborhood streets. I mean, right now in North Toronto, I guess in the winter, overnight, you're not allowed to park on streets. And I know for a fact that occasionally that happens and people get ticketed. I think that I have nothing more to suggest other than that. I mean, I'm just sort of saying, do the math. If tangential, if possibly every single house on the major streets is possibly going to be a 6-story building with no parking contemplated or little parking, where the heck are they going to park? On the side streets, and they're going to be, you know, clogging up the side streets. Is that the vision of the city that we want? I'd suggest that's not livable at all.
So thank you for that. Some members of council may say, well, so what, right? You know, a few cars on the street, small price to pay, but you know, in neighborhoods where there is no parking on the street, you know, do you think people would react in a negative way or feel that that is a very significant change to the look and feel of the neighborhood that they've grown to enjoy?
Well, I think precisely. I think logic dictates that more congestion leads to less livability. I don't know that anybody would suggest otherwise. I don't see how it's more livable. So if we're planning not to have parking, then let's plan to enforce that somehow, because hoping is not going to make it so.
So part of the proposal is that in instances where there's a through lot, that the favor would be given to the access to the development to the side street, whether it's, you know, through the side, the flank of the site, or if it's a through back lot, you know, the access would go onto the small street, and that could generate trips and traffic. Do you think people would be supportive of that or be opposed to that in balance with respect to what the policy is trying to achieve?
Well, I guess I've actually submitted a written input. I had 6 points that I submitted, so I've only chosen to focus on one. One of them was actually that I was suggesting that, and I've seen in the plan, that's exactly what you're suggesting is suggested. I was going to suggest instead that the egress and ingress into parking or into the building be on major streets. And I guess then the logic that was given for not doing so is that it interferes with the flow of traffic on the major streets. And to what I say, well, then let's rethink all of this. Is a solution to create further traffic, divert it onto residential streets with the associated safety issues, with the associated reduction in quality of life. Absolutely, I know for a fact that that would not be supported by neighborhoods where it's livable. And let's not forget again, Toronto has always been known as a city of neighborhoods. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you for answering my questions, and thank you, Chair Perks, for your grace in allowing me to ask the questions.
It's not often someone accuses me of having grace. Okay. The next deputy, Michelle, thank you for that. The next deputant I have listed is Samuel Broadfoot. Samuel? Hi, come on in. Oh, I called him earlier and he wasn't here. Yeah. You've got 3 minutes. You can start when you're ready.
First, I want to thank all the staff and the committee members for their hard work and patience throughout the meeting and into lunch. I realize that this is a bit of a sprint through all your motions that you have to pass. In August, when I first came into Toronto looking for housing, I was shocked to see small corners of condos going for $2,000 a month. Sublets with barely enough space to sleep in and hold a bedside table. Now, as I look forward to graduating and becoming a pharmacist, Even the median yearly salary for pharmacists would barely be enough to afford the mortgage on a 2-bedroom home or condo, not to say the least at starting a family. I am forced to consider moving out of Toronto to own my own home and to start building a family. And to talking with my classmates, they are thinking along the same lines. And they are concluding that many of them may not have the opportunity to come back once they set roots in other communities. If new professionals, that being nurses, lawyers, pharmacists, doctors, other trained people who are putting the time and money into their education, are struggling to afford to live in Toronto, what choice does that leave for service workers? What does that say to our doctor shortage? I heard the concern from Michelle raised about increased traffic and parking on side and sub-streets. And I think that sometimes this might confuse that what we're looking at currently is major streets where there's already a high intensity of transit within the area, so people have the opportunity to bike, subway, tram, or bus, as opposed to needing to use their car to get absolutely everywhere. That isn't to say that small families wouldn't obviously have a car to get to some far appointments, but we would expect that some people from further communities might actually abandon their cars to move closer into the city so they have less commute, something that we can hopefully all get behind, as it would reduce the time needed for them to get into work. The idea of a stable neighborhood is only really tenable when people can enter those neighborhoods, build families, and become part of the neighborhood fabric. By keeping density low on corridors in lower across Toronto, it excludes me and others like me from making a family and living here. Please, to this committee, help me and others like me by passing this motion to council with few amendments that would decrease the ability of housing to be built within the city of Toronto and decrease the ability of developers to meet the market needs that we see today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Sam? No, thank you so much for coming down and sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
The next deputy I have listed is Gil Penalosa. Gil, are you online? No? Okay. Eric Lombardi. Raquel Garnett. Oh, Eric is online? Eric, can you hear me? Eric?
Hey.
Hi, Eric. Welcome. You've got 3 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
All right. Well, my name is Eric Lombardi, and I'm the president of More Neighbours Toronto, which is an advocacy organization dedicated to ending the housing crisis here in Toronto. I do want to thank staff and those who worked on putting forward this major streets proposal as part of the EHON initiative. And in many ways, it does move the needle in making projects more viable. I do want to emphasize just the crisis that we're in. In year 2000, a condo that was 950 square feet cost $144,000. In real terms today, that would be $245,000. If you want to create that condo today, it would cost nearly $900,000, and that doesn't even include all the taxes and fees that get added on top, bringing purchase prices for a similar unit over the $1 million range. Something has gone seriously wrong, and in that, both the tax side and the land use and planning side have been major culprits. This is just one of many opportunities for the city to start addressing the rules, planning, and failures of policy that have led our generation to be pushed out of this city and out of the neighborhoods that folks like Michelle Powers see as so special. Our generation will never be allowed to live full lives without family support or very high income jobs to enjoy the amenities of this city. And so that's why I would also like to ask Planning and Housing Committee to go further than the rules that are being proposed. Oftentimes when we see policies like major streets come forward, we also notice that we say one thing with our intentions and then we say another by adding rules and limitations that ultimately thwart the development of housing. In this, we move to a form-based housing plan, similar to building on the multiplex issues, and then yet we'll put a 30-unit cap when we're already limited by height, setback, and other types of rules. This cap should either be removed or aligned to 60 units that in the building code creates additional challenges or features that developers have to account for. So I would really encourage a PHC to remove this limit. I also think that PHC should address setback rules and building floor plan plate rules that limit these apartments to just 50% of the overall property value or property size. These are sort of arbitrary conditions, and I think we should be looking at increasing this to be viable as well. I'd also encourage the PHC to reduce development charges and taxes on this type of built form, particularly for rentals and non-market affordable ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Eric? Councillor Bradford.
Chair?
Councillor Holiday, you have questions?
I do, Chair.
You go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Eric, for speaking to the committee and myself as a visitor. The words housing crisis are used often in the media and so on, and I wondered if you could describe to the committee what you see as defining a housing crisis and what you see as a goal or an end state that would take us out of a crisis.
Yeah, so a housing crisis occurs when the price and cost of owning home ownership and of rental depart dramatically from the growth in incomes both for households and individuals. And if we look at Canada, we've actually seen a tripling of growth in the housing category vis-a-vis the growth in incomes over the last 2 decades. And as a result, the cost for space has tripled. And that what has happened is those who do not have housing or are aspiring to have more housing simply do not have the options. And that results in a decline in living standards that so many in my generation are facing right now.
So housing's always been expensive, and I remember when I entered the market, it wasn't that long ago, but it was a little while ago. It wasn't easy. What's your view of when things will be out of crisis mode and into a state that's more acceptable?
Things will not improve based on the policy conditions that exist in our city and our province right now. So I actually don't think we're turning the corner on this issue. And you can see that in the fact that we see starts declining because of the additional capital costs and interest rates associated with building with higher interest rates at the Bank of Canada, but also associated with the fact that the projects themselves take a lot longer as a result of how we've put density into very concentrated areas, and we haven't allowed faster forms of housing to be built than the ones that we see prevailing today, combined with restrictive land uses that raise land values and a dramatically increasing tax load on all new housing. These have all formulated a policy nightmare that has driven up the cost of housing.
Yeah, no, I got it. I mean, there's lots of pieces that contribute to the cost of housing, lots. One could even argue congestion, right? But do you see a certain point when the word crisis comes off and it goes back to just, I don't know, the state of difficult? Because I don't think anyone called it a crisis when I was entering the housing market a couple of decades ago, but now we're into this state that says crisis. And there's people that are pushing for very significant policy changes. So is there a state that you're advocating to get to?
Yes, I personally, and this is a personal one, I believe that the price of housing, both on ownership side and the rental side, need to fall vis-a-vis median incomes by about 30 to 40%.
Okay, I mean, thank you. That's very helpful. So that is a point, an economic point. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And it was lovely to see the two of you talk about housing together. Councillor Bradford has a question for you, Eric.
Quick question on the economic piece. Could you help the committee understand the limitations of a 30-unit cap on these types of projects with respect to project viability and why flexibility is important?
Yeah, so, I think what's important to acknowledge, right, is we don't know the size of every single property that we are going to build units on. And since we're already restrained by built form rules, both on height, setbacks, and the floor plate, you're really arbitrarily limiting what can be built in this form. So if someone wanted to go up to a 50-unit building just because they have a bit more land area, it wouldn't really diminish the character of the neighborhood or add additional height or density to the property. So in a lot of ways, this is an arbitrary limit, and we should simply move to form-based rules around this. Now, the 60-unit triggers a lot of additional requirements as a part of the building code, and so unless the province, changes those, a lot more would need to be done to make those type of projects viable. And hence, if you're not willing to get rid of the cap, I would suggest moving it up to 60 units, because the actual physical impact on streets will not feel particularly different whether or not it's a 30-unit cap or a 60-unit cap.
Understood. And if this committee moved forward with the 30-unit cap today, do you think we'd be at risk of approving a policy and a framework that would not actually yield the results that, council has indicated it would like to see, which is, of course, these small-scale apartments on major streets? Is that a risk?
Of course it is, because you're going to diminish the number of viable properties in which you could use, or you would need to trigger processes that require lot splitting, etc. All of these add to uncertainty. All uncertainty increases risk, and risk has a translatable cost to projects and therefore to the viability of making this work.
Understood. Thanks for the deputation.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions for the deputant? Seeing none. The next deputant I have listed is Raquel Garnett. Raquel? Okay. John Snell. John? Lino Mora. Lino Mora. Lino, can you hear me?
Hi there.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this meeting. I want to focus specifically on my neighborhood, which is Lawrence Avenue East between Yonge and Bayview. And I have two specific issues. Number one, obviously traffic, it's already been discussed, but just specifically, Lawrence Avenue East in that corridor is not exactly a through street. Yes, it is a multi-lane avenue, but it essentially ends at Bayview. Traffic then has to go either north or south along Bayview Avenue. Bayview has its own set of issues during peak traffic times that I don't have time to discuss today. On the other end, we have the Mount Pleasant and Lawrence intersection, which is a bit of an awkward intersection and is prone to backups because of the awkward nature and timing of the lights. Third, we have Toronto French School. It's at the corner of Lawrence Avenue East and Bayview. These three specific attributes of our neighborhood causes primarily traffic spilling into the minor secondary streets, which then often becomes a safety concern for both children and adults, especially when walking to and from the schools in the neighborhood. The city has already undertaken many traffic calming initiatives to no avail. Bottom line, adding multiple 6-story residences will continue to make a bad situation worse. What I would like to ask the committee, have there been any traffic studies completed for our specific neighborhood? Second point, enjoyment of property. Many properties butt onto homes that are on Lawrence Avenue and subject to this proposal. In my case and in my neighbors' cases, we could face a situation where we will be looking at a 6-story building basically in our backyard. We will have zero privacy. We will be living in a fishbowl. We will lose the enjoyment of our backyards. Further, the properties behind us are not very deep. I'm guessing they are around 125 feet deep. So depending on the setback rules you implement, the 6-story wall could be as little as 10 feet away from my backyard. Essentially, I will be facing a 6-story brick wall. I would like to ask the committee, has there been any discussion about setback allowances, and have there been any shade studies? People on the north side of Lawrence will essentially be in shade throughout the day. All of this suggests that not all neighborhoods are the same. I don't believe you can have a uniform policy across the city. This policy needs to weigh all the individual characteristics and attributes of the specific neighborhood. Development along major streets can and should be different in various parts of the city.
John,
Also, this
or Lino,
proposal-
I'm sorry,
Yes.
you're over your time. I'm going to have to ask you to stop there.
Right away. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Lino? Seeing none, Lino, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Next, I have Bilal Akhtar.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Cool. Let me move closer so I don't need to lean this far forward. Thanks for listening to me. My name is Bilal. I'm a resident of downtown Toronto, an immigrant, a first-gen immigrant, and a director of More Neighbours Toronto like Eric. This item is the bread and butter of what we advocate for, more apartments everywhere across the city, not just concentrated in downtown Toronto, Yonge and Eglinton, Islington Station, certain specific high growth areas and nowhere else. Major streets also tend to line up with frequently served transit corridors, so there's a lot of synergy there. And I would also like to point out that small scale apartment buildings already exist in a lot of the city. The previous deputant talked about Lawrence Avenue East. If you go, and he talked about a certain part of Lawrence Avenue East that mostly really only has mansions, but if you go further east on Lawrence, past the bridle path, you do see some low-rise, mid-rise apartment buildings on Lawrence through Scarborough in Councillor Thompson's ward. Amazing shawarma there, by the way, if you ever want to check it out. Colleen from More Neighbours has written a letter for outlining most of her main asks, and I encourage you to review it and to push for amendments on the specific things outlined there. But I think the crux of the thing, we really support this proposal. It's amazing, glad to see it. Thanks for all your work on it. But we should be seeing this as an exercise to remove rules and to make things proceed as much as of right as possible. We're in this culture where every single development requires either a lot of variances or requires a full-on rezoning. I'll quote one of Toronto's biggest ambassadors as well as a hometown success story, Drake, who said in the track Diplomatic Community, very presidential, I broke all the codes for zoning in my residential. Yeah, those bars are so good, Kendrick could never say that. I'm sorry. My main point is rezoning is such an integral part of our process of developing something that we can't take a step back and try to think of a process where most developments are viable, economically viable as of right. The economic feasibility study done as part of this item also points out that most developments would not be feasible with just these changes. So we need to go forward. And the one thing I'm going to highlight is we really need to remove that 30-unit cap. Most developments are not going to be viable within this cap already, and they're going to need a lot of variances to get over that. We already regulate the size of the box, which is the height, its setbacks, and so on. Why do we care so much about whether it has 60 units or 30 units? We should let that be flexible based on the project at hand instead of getting in the way of that. I would also support amendments like Colleen outlined to extend the development charge exception for multiplexes to the first couple units of an apartment building. But yeah, that's mostly what I got and what I will highlight. Thanks for listening to me. And again, thank you all for your work on this.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you.
No, sorry.
Councillor Bradford.
Just very quickly, in your view, what are some of the challenges? Why haven't we seen more of this type of housing on major streets in the city?
One of the major reasons why we haven't seen this is because the barriers we put in place in the way of getting more housing built are relatively heavy, that only large developers who have a lot of push and who generally push for bigger projects are able to build high rises and mid rises and so on. But a lot of things in the middle just become unviable because the economies of scale are not there.
So in a sense, our process, regulation, zoning bylaw as it exists today actually encourages you, if you're going through a zoning bylaw amendment, might as well go whole hog, and we see a lot of really tall towers You see a lot of ground-oriented, single-detached stuff that's been there forever, but you don't see a lot of this sort of missing middle stuff because it's too onerous, difficult, expensive, and lengthy because of the approval process.
That's exactly right, yes.
So this policy attempts to address that, and we're moving forward, but I heard from you, Deputation, that there are still some pieces in there that are still going to force people to go through some of this onerous, time-consuming, and expensive process, which might undermine project viability. Is the 30-unit cap a problem to making a lot of these projects work going forward?
That's right. In the city's own economic viability study, the 30-unit cap came up as one of the main hurdles that would need a variance for, and not just one, but multiple variances for most projects too.
So is it surprising, is it a little strange then that given the economic analysis, which is posted on the EHON website, and I would encourage everyone to read, is it surprising then that we would have a recommendation for a 30-unit cap despite the evidence that we have that would say this will actually kill a lot of projects?
It would be surprising, but also unfortunately not very surprising, because we do tend to hold ourselves back on ambition as a city sometimes when we do these broad scale reforms.
I think they call that radical incrementalism. Thanks for your deputation.
Yes, thanks.
Any other questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. Members, I don't think we have time for another deputant, so I'm going to call the recess until 1:30. Okay, time for the continuing adventures of planning and housing. Last episode, we finished with Bilal Akhtar, and it is now time for Dan Gutman to make a deputation on this item. Page 12.3, expanding housing options in neighborhood major streets. Just as a reminder, because of the volume of deputants, we've restricted deputation times to 3 minutes. Dan, are you with us? No?
If you
Okay. Let's pause 12.3. Councillor Bradford had. Oh, okay. All right. So we'll transfer the hold of 12.4 from the Vice Chair to Councillor Candeval. Okay, Dan Gutman is not here. Phil Pothen? Phil? Is Phil online? Hey, Phil, can you hear me? Phil, we talked about this. I know you were eager to make a deputation. No? Maybe we can send him an email and ask him to check in. Daniel Austin? Daniel Austin? Daniel, can you hear me?
You guys hear me?
Hi, Daniel. Welcome. Your hair looks great.
Thank you.
You've got 3 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Sure. So, hey, everyone. My name is Daniel Austin, and I'm speaking here today to voice my strong support for the proposed amendment to expand housing options in neighborhoods on major streets. I also strongly support the proposed changes posed by More Neighbours Toronto to remove the unit caps, reduce setbacks, and reduce landscaping requirements from the amendment. So I will tell you all a little bit about myself. So I'm a relatively new grad from Wilfrid Laurier University. I moved to Toronto last August after I graduated. I currently live in Davenport, and I got a pretty good job downtown. So I pay about $1,500 a month for 1 bedroom in a 2-bedroom, 700 square foot apartment. I kind of wish I had more space, and I kind of wish I paid a little bit less, but I'm still grateful, and I feel lucky that I've had the opportunity to live and work in Toronto. So for my generation, for young people today, Toronto is home to just about all of the jobs and opportunity in Southern Ontario. But most of my friends, the other people that I know, have not been so lucky. My friends who didn't immediately get high-income jobs or who aren't willing to live with just 350 square feet to their name cannot live in this city. It is not possible. So instead, my friends moved back home after university. They commute to jobs in the city, often for upwards of 3 hours a day. Those who live too far to commute often end up or underemployed. Some of my friends have bad relationships with their parents and deal with immense stress living at home every day. My friends worked hard and graduated with good degrees, and many of them have gotten jobs in their field, but they still can't afford to start their lives. I don't think that this is right. I think that Toronto should be accessible to everyone, not just those of us who are very well paid or who moved to the city 20 years ago. I think that young people, today's young people, many of my friends, deserve the same opportunities that all of us in this meeting have had, which is the opportunity to live and make a life in Toronto. City Council, the housing crisis is causing immense harm to an entire generation, and the evidence is very clear. The reason housing is so inaccessible and unaffordable in this city is that current city regulations make it illegal to build where it is needed most. I ask very deeply that you accept this proposed amendment and that you take proactive action to limit unnecessary restrictions like the unit cap, setback requirements, and landscaping requirements, which are counter to the central goal of the amendment and Toronto's own economic viability analysis. I think that this would ensure that housing is both legal and feasible to build. And I think this would be an important step forwards to legalizing housing in the city and making it accessible to live for everyone, for anyone. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for making your deputation today. Members, I understand that Gil Penalosa, who was called earlier and wasn't available, is now online, so I'm going to call him now. Gil Penalosa. Are you with us? Gil? Oh, there you are.
Hello? Yes.
Good afternoon, Gil. Welcome. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you are doing to do housing. I think that with regards to housing, we need to build. We need to build fast. And I think that there is some policies that would make a huge difference. For example, I think that you should allow, as of right, all of the small arterials where we have buses or streetcars, 6th floor, as of right, all of them. And on the bigger arterials where there is subway or LRT, 12 floors, as of right. And have minor, very minor regulations. So like, for example, no parking in front, the main street level has to be retail, whatever, 4 or 5 things. And if developers meet those, in 90 days, they should get the permit. Not in 3 years, in 3 months, they should get it. So I think the city should move out of the way, let people build. I mean, if the small arterials, if you allow as of right 6 floors, you can open up space for 600,000 units. If you do this, could be huge. Also, when you are thinking of units, I mean, put a limit on the height, but don't put a limit on the units. Why 30? Why not 40, 50? Whatever they want, they should be able to do. So I think that's something that should be really, really important. Also, I think it's very important to put a limit on the units as of right everywhere so that the price of the land comes down. I think there is a hyperinflation of the cost of land because some people have a piece of land on an area that is zoned for 10 floors. And then they talk to the councilor and to the staff and they do 20. And then that is what really gets upset the NIMBYs and maybe YIMBYs. And so we need clear rules. If I own a piece of land that is only for 6 floors, I put a price based on 6 floors. But if I think that talking to my council or the staff, I can go from 6 to 20, then I put a price based on 20 and not based on 6. So not having clarity, clear policies, citywide, all the arterials is creating a hyperinflation. In addition to that, it's not only about policy. We gotta get things done. It's about the doers. We have a problem, for example, the laneway housing. The laneway housing, we should be doing 10,000. We have not done even 100. Why? Because the lack of doers. So we gotta get people in the city, in the staff, getting things done, and unfortunately, they are not doing. So I hope that you really get a lot of housing built but I think the easiest way is clear policies and moving out of the way.
Thank you very much, Gil. Gil, I appreciate your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Penalosa, for speaking to the committee. You said something that was intriguing in your deputation. You mentioned that on some streets, I think you called them large arterials, where there is a subway or an LRT. You mentioned that perhaps, as of right, it could be 12 stories. I wondered if you would agree of a small tweak in that, which would be a height that's related to the right of way. So it might be a little more or a little less, but there's some logic in that because it has to do with shadows cast.
Exactly, Councillor Holiday. I agree completely with you. I think we shouldn't even have to say 6 floors for the smaller ones and 12 for the other ones. If we just said the right of way, if the right of way is 30 meters, you can go 30 meters. If it's 45, you can go 45. If it's 60, you go 60. Also, most of them could be done in wood because in wood is already regulated up to 12 floors. But that would be the easiest and simpler way to do it.
So by that extension, though, you mentioned something else that also intrigued me, which was the hyperinflation of land. And I think you put to the committee that where people were going taller than the right-of-way width, perhaps that's driving the price up. And I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Yes, basically the issue. The other day I was at a meeting, virtual meeting in downtown where Councillor well, I forgot the name of the council downtown. I think the one who replaced Christine Wong Tam. And the limit was 20 floors. And the developer came to the meeting without even a plan for 20. He came with a meeting for 40 floors. And all of a sudden, Councilor Boyce and city staff, they said, oh, yeah, that looks good. I said, what do you mean? You didn't even ask how to justify doubling. And then the Councilor Boyce said, oh, but we're creatures of the province and the province wants height. I said, well, if you think it should be 40, then change the policy, but for the whole area. But if the policy is 20, and just by asking, it can double to 40, then it does not allow. So what I mean is, if you said that, let's say on Roncesvalles is 6 floors max, and if someone just by talking to the council or the staff could go to 20, then they set the price not based on 6, that is the zoning allowed, but they set the price based on 20 because it's what their expectations. So I think that if people know that if you set 6 on those and 12 on the others, or the right of way, like you say, and it's non-negotiable, then I think most of the NIMBYs, they prefer just 2 floors, but they say, okay, if it's the right of way and it's gonna be 6, I prefer 2, but okay, I'll deal with 6. But what I don't want is the surprise to have 20. So I think 80% of the NIMBYs would agree to what you are proposing by the right of way. And I also think 80% of the YIMBYs would agree. I think what is creating a huge conflict between everybody and the hyperinflation is that the zoning means nothing because it can be changed on a case by case. I don't think it should be done. And that's also why it takes so long.
Do you think the developers would be satisfied? Do you think they would just, because I think you've really struck a note, right? It's when things go beyond, right? And then people get really upset.
I think the developers would love it, especially medium size. Yeah, some of the biggest developers might complain. Okay, so what? Let medium-sized developers that are more creative, more enthusiastic, love the city even more to do it. I've seen, for example, my office is in the junction. Around the junction, right now, I've seen 5 different projects of 6 floors, and they're making a lot of money. One of my daughters purchased in one of those like 2 years ago, and that developer now has 2 more projects. It's not because they're losing money, and they're doing projects of 6 floors in the junction, on Dundas and on Bloor. They're not losing money. So I do think that it's a complete lie when the developers say that if it's not 20, 30, 40, 50, that they don't make money. No, there are lots of developers making a lot of money. And I do think that lots of medium size, what they need is clear rules, clear policy. And I do think that if it was clear that it was the right of way, and when it's a small road, then the right of way only like 30 by 30, only 30 meters deep. But when it's the big ones, the 12-story, they could go 100 meters, the whole block, so that they can build more. And around the subway station, it could be 20 floors. But what I'm very concerned is that while we are building, we need to solve the housing crisis, but also we need to create the Toronto for the next 200 years, 300 years. So we need a nice city.
I know you could go all day, but we've got other people who want to make deputations and ask questions. Councillor Bradford is excited to ask some questions now.
Thanks for the deputation, Mr. Penalosa. You mentioned 5 projects in the junction right now at 6 stories?
Yes.
Say that?
I'm very successful, almost sold out.
Okay, do you by any chance, how many units are in those 6-story projects? I don't know if you know that. I don't even know what the projects are, but you just mentioned 5 projects.
Oh, more than 30, because my daughter lives in one of those that just opened 3 months ago, and they have more than 30.
So it was very interesting actually listening to that conversation with Councillor Holiday. I take from it that certainty and clarity, you think certainty and clarity would be helpful?
Completely. I think that I talked to many people for example, I talked to many people in Hyde Park that is with Councillor Perks. And of course, they would like Roncesvalles with only 2 floors. But with only 2 floors, all of the main streets are gonna go broke. Because if you only have retail on the first floor and 1 condo on the second, there's not enough critical mass.
So let me ask you this.
6 stories, there will be the critical mass to have better public transit and to have much better local retail.
Agreed. Okay, let me ask you this. If that's the case, and I think I take your point that when we end up going to committee of adjustment, or you end up going, actually, if a developer just says, well, you know, this doesn't work for me, I'm just gonna go zoning bylaw amendment, committee of adjustment, I'm gonna ask for a lot more. If we fall, and I think that's what happens, and you were referencing a downtown ward where the height increased significantly. Does it make sense then to put permissions in place that work and are financially viable to streamline the process so that you're not kicking people into the committee of adjustment or zoning bylaw amendments? You give them that certainty, that clarity, and the city gets out of the way and says, let's go, let's build.
Exactly. By the way, that's what Melbourne is doing.
So then would you agree that a 30-unit cap on a 6-story building, would you agree that a 30-unit cap on a 6-story building might be overly restrictive, push people into a committee of adjustment cycle, and then at that point, the outcome is really out of our hands?
Completely agree. I think that we should eliminate the negotiations.
Great.
Also, because you never know what happens.
We're in agreement.
Eliminate the 30 units, let the market decide how many units, let the developers, I mean, put some basic restrictions, but 30 is, there is no need to put that 30.
Thank you for your deputation, Gil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, Gil, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Perks.
So we're going to try Phil Pothen again. Phil?
Hi there.
Hey, Phil.
Okay, just want to make sure you can hear. My name is Phil Pothen, and if you have seen a lawn sign that says "Stop the 413" or "Hands off the Greenbelt" or "Save Ontario's Farms, Forests and Wetlands," those are all my team's campaigns. I am counsel and both the Ontario Environment Program Manager and the Land Use and Land Development Program Manager for the environmental national charity and policy shop called Environmental Defense. That means it's my job, among others, to cut through the competing and equally self-interested claims of developers and house owner ratepayer groups, and instead use the evidence to assess what kinds of development and what kinds of laws, including land use planning laws, are actually helpful and even necessary to end our car dependency and greenhouse gas emissions and preserve what's left of our farmland and habitat, and which ones are bad for the environment. Based on that analysis, we are very strongly in support of not just legalizing, but actually making it viable to build 6-story mid-rise apartment buildings, which can be built using wood frame construction on each and every part of each and every major street within the neighborhood designation. We support the proposed changes to the official plan and zoning bylaws that staff are recommending to remove the obstructions to that kind of development. And we think that everyone who genuinely cares about the environment should do the same. And we urge this committee and council firmly and confidently to reject the requests of groups like the Lawrence Park Ratepayers Association, CORA, the Cliff Crest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association, and the South Eglinton Davisville Residents Association, especially those which would see quieter, low car traffic streets, or any streets at all, removed from the list of major streets or downgraded in their permissions. We would oppose any reduction in the amount of, any changes that would reduce the amount of floor space that can be put on these lots or that would require parking. And I invite Councilor Bradford or anyone else to ask me why the environmental concerns that are raised are not valid. But I want to impress upon every member of this committee and every member of the public that every would-be household that we exclude from our city is another swath of actual habitat for species at risk, actual productive farmland that we're going to have to lose, and another family whose greenhouse gas emissions are likely to be doubled or tripled or more. This means that whenever some other deputant has been telling you that X or Y policy would be a burden or that we need to change the rules to increase output, they're also saying that failing to make those changes would cause serious environmental harm. It's vital, in particular, that housing be added within the neighborhood designation, because that is the most impactful in terms of preventing sprawl. We need to add 450,000 or so 1,000-square-foot apartments over the next 30 years within residential neighborhoods. This won't get us the whole way, but if we're not willing to do this, then we're not going to get anywhere close to where we need to go. There are changes that I would recommend, and I would invite folks to ask me about that as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Phil? Seeing none, Phil, we appreciate your invitation to ask you questions, but it doesn't seem there's an appetite right now. I think most members of the committee are well aware of the environmental issues associated. So thank you for sharing those thoughts today. The next deputant I have is Daniel Austin. Oh, Daniel went already? Yeah. Look at that. Nagar Hashimi. And, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Nagar Hashemi, and I'm joined by my colleague Mohsin Sadiq, who is the next on the list. We are here on behalf of our team at Smart Density. We are here as architects and urban planners to express our strong support for the proposed major street policy as part of the EHAN initiative. We think that this policy marks a significant step forward in tackling Toronto's housing shortage and promoting equitable access to housing and community resources, such as transit, retail, amenities, and social services. We have heard concerns from some local residents suggesting that having six-story apartments on neighborhoods designated major streets would have a negative impact on quality of life. It is time we dispel this social stigma. A look at vibrant neighborhoods around the world with the highest quality of life, alongside numerous urban design and planning studies, suggests that well-designed, denser developments can enhance livability and contribute positively to neighborhood vibrancy and the overall quality of life for all residents. We believe that living in desirable neighborhoods should not be exclusive to a privileged few. With the major streets policy, the city would be able to offer more housing options to people from all walks of life, with various income levels and household sizes.
Thank you. Yes, we believe that for too long we have applied contradictory standards to the development.
Can you move more close to your microphone?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I was saying, so we are applying contradictory standards to the development of different areas in the city without providing valid reasons. And for example, mixed-use designated streets like Bloor and Dundas can accommodate mid-rise buildings up to 11 stories based on the rule of the right-of-way, but other ones who are other streets that are neighborhood designated, taken for example Dufferin, Lansdowne, or Christie, are still limited to low-rise. And with this housing crisis that is looming and this major street policy and the efforts that were put by the city staff and the EHON team would take us a substantial step forward in ending this double standard and all these problems that come in with the artificial land scarcity that was created by those policies. This would allow unlocking the development potential for our city and present a significant opportunity to develop to deliver more housing options. We followed the EHON project, and the EHON team has conducted thorough research and analysis for this study and has considered all aspects like policy framework, urban design, and financial feasibility, and site-specific condition for a lot of the sites that can be impacted. And this comprehensive approach is going to ensure that the proposed policy amendments are practical and will result in great housing supply. So yes, we are here to urge you to support this new policy and to help us create inclusive, sustainable neighborhoods that cater to the needs of all our residents. And thank you for your attention. And
thanks. I gave some extra time because there were two deputants. Councillor Bradford has some questions.
You do, or I do? I do.
You do.
Okay, thanks. Very quick. You're architects. How often do you think with the the proposal in front of us, you would still require applicants to go into the Committee of Adjustment for variances if they were trying to build these things?
We've had, it's funny, we've had to go to Committee of Adjustment or to go to like site plan for very, very small buildings where we're trying to get only 10 units.
And 10 units is the trigger.
Exactly, and we will still have to go through SBA a lot of time just for very small items, so 13 units. And coming back to what was discussed earlier today is that 30 units is not necessarily a great idea to limit, to put a cap on the number of units, knowing that there are other like market reason, there are OBC mechanisms that are going to block the non-feasibility of this project.
So there's a risk today then if we approve the recommendations in front of us, we're still just having a policy that, you know, is incrementally better than what we had, but is still going to force applicants into variances and
it is a big step forward, but yes, it would be also still very limiting. I'm sorry, I don't know if you wanted to add something.
Professional opinion, thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I did have since you all are architects, I did have some questions. For example, there is the requirement to eliminate circular driveways for apartments. As you know, sort of part of what we're asking to, part of what we're doing. And I'm also one of my other roles is chair of Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee as well as TTC chair. And those circular driveways are absolutely necessary for Wheel-Trans to pick up people. It's just not feasible for a Wheel-Trans bus to stop on a busy street like Shepherd or Brimley or McNichol. Those are the areas in my ward. And I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on that particular requirement.
There is, speaking of I'm coming back to the mechanisms that come after that are triggered post 30 unit cap. There's also loading space and all kinds of servicing areas that are so within that limit, there is obviously a limit into what we can provide in terms of accessibility in smaller projects, and obviously anything smaller than 30 units is limited. But we still have OBC still obliges you to have accessibility requirements and 15% accessible units. So these things can be fixed through OBC and through a later stage through permit stages.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I wouldn't expect you to know the answer, just if you had thought of it. The other question I had, so in Scarborough, unfortunately, public transit is just not an option for many people based on where they work, based on their travel patterns, based on their family situation. And it's envisioned that a lot of these developments would go ahead without any public parking. Do you have any thoughts as to whether or not that just makes the community livable for a lot of people, that they just need a car to get around? Like, it's just a fact of life for many people in Scarborough. As much as we would like it not to be, we're just not there yet where we're providing them with the equitable transit they would need to live a full life in the city without owning a car.
Of course. Nothing is perfect, obviously, but the reverse question to that, are we waiting for parking to provide housing? Is it really like the major, are we gonna have like wider road, like do we want wider roads as the main, is it really like the biggest constraint that we have right now? But obviously at the same time, I think there is a lot of work that is being done right now, not only on improving the TTC and improving public transit, but there is improvement in bike lanes, and in shared types of and all types of car shares, etc. So this is something we highly promote, and we try to do that through all kinds of endeavors that Smart Density does. And yeah, so this would be like one of the points. And
Okay, thank you very much.
A few. Sorry, one more thing. There is a minimum in terms of visitors parking. So there is always parking that is provided, and yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Meising, I have to stop you there. I just wanted to follow up on one of the questions, the accessibility piece.
Yes.
It's my understanding that you're partially correct, that yes, the Ontario Building Code requires the building and its entrances to be accessible. But if we want a driveway of any kind, that's a zoning matter, and we need to write that into the zoning bylaw. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. No, I did not. I said there are service accesses that are triggered after the 30 units, so that's something that we can work with. But no, zoning wise we cannot. But there are, so I was saying yes, access to the building and
loading space
and barrier-free units within the buildings are triggered after 4 stories, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to confirm that understanding that
yes.
those kinds of requirements need to be in the zoning bylaw. The proposal we have in front of us says, you know, below 30 units, you're relieved from those zoning requirements. Above 30 units, yes, you do have to look at whether there's access for wheel-trans or loading space or any of those other kinds of things. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's all the questions. Questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, just one second. Talon Terzian Gilmore? They've withdrawn. Kevin Gilmore? Kevin, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome, Kevin. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My remarks are going to focus on the proposed rezoning as it relates to Mount Pleasant Road, as I live in the area and may become a neighbor to the proposed new structures. I think the pursuit of the city's goals are worthwhile, though not at any cost to the community or in every instance as perhaps proposed. The area of interest on Mount Pleasant Road represents a fraction of the areas under consideration across the city. Many more units on many larger thoroughfares on much larger properties could be utilized before Mount Pleasant comes under consideration. The change from bringing 6-story buildings or townhomes to Mount Pleasant Road will have a greater impact on the nature of the neighborhood overall than they will on major streets such as York Mills Road, Bayview Avenue, Leslie Street, Don Mills Road, or Victoria Park. Mount Pleasant is not as wide as the many alternatives available. Also, Mount Pleasant doesn't divide the parts of the neighborhood like more major thoroughfares do, and I would argue that larger buildings will loosen its cohesiveness as a neighborhood. The space available to build on the area proposed for Mount Pleasant is significantly smaller than that available in other areas, and so the setbacks available elsewhere that reduce the impact on neighboring properties are not available. I think some great examples of success would be like 2460 Bayview Avenue townhomes, 2462 to 2466. They have the space to do a 10-meter setback from the neighboring property, and that has a big impact. Near me, it's maybe 15, 16 meters in total for the property. So in summary, the impact of 6-story buildings or townhomes on Mount Pleasant Road will have a greater impact on the character of the neighborhood than they would on other major thoroughfares. They'll reduce the cohesiveness of the neighborhood, and they're more appropriate elsewhere. Traffic on Mount Pleasant is already congested during rush hours. I think the comments by Michelle and Lino should be taken seriously for traffic, parking, and safety. I note that while a feasibility study has been done, I'd like to be directed to the study of the costs to existing homeowners in this plan. Given the smaller areas available to build on Mount Pleasant, building multi-unit dwellings oriented perpendicularly to neighbors' backyards is problematic for privacy. My request is that the committee remove the rezoning of Mount Pleasant from consideration at this time and revisit it after achieving density goals in less impactful ways in other areas. In regard to updating the city, I believe that I share the views of many citizens of our great city who are outside of the professional paid consulting class, that we welcome an evolution, not a revolution.
Cedric,
thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Are there any questions for Cedric? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Damien Moule. Damien? Hi, welcome.
Hi, everyone. 3 minutes. Damien Moule. I'm a volunteer with More Neighbours. And rather than repeat what some of my other colleagues and the other people who've been supportive of the motion have said, I think I wanted to bore you instead with 3 requests for revisions and get into some of the details on that. First, I think it's been mentioned a couple times, but the unit cap, the rationale given for the 30-unit cap was loading. It triggers loading requirements, loading and garbage requirements. I think that's now outdated. I believe it's now 60. So I don't think that rationale still applies. Second, on setbacks, the side setbacks are a little extreme, especially for apartments in residential detached neighborhoods. There is a separate requirement that we've added for increased side setbacks in residential detached neighborhoods that don't apply to the other zones like RS, RM, or just R. I don't really see a justification for that. If you looked at the city's financial study for these neighborhoods, when you look at Etobicoke, North York, or Scarborough, they used lot sizes between 12 and 15 as their examples, and our side lot requirements are 5.5 meters for any apartments with windows. So what we're saying is we need basically a full lot width to accommodate an apartment with a window on the side, basically meaning that we're not going to get 1 or 2 lots with apartments on them. I know one of the key goals of this study was to allow for missing middle housing, but we're not going to be able to do that if the side setback requirements are basically requiring a full lot width before anything can be added. Third thing, between the proposals report and the final report, staff recommended adding a lot coverage requirement. I don't know why that was added. It's now been recommended 50% maximum lot coverage. Nothing in the surveys indicated that people were uncomfortable with the lot coverage that was being proposed. The example used in the study was 70%, and everyone who was surveyed, not everyone, not literally everyone, the majority who were surveyed said that they were comfortable with that kind of lot requirement. So I don't see why we would be adding a separate lot requirement from that. In summary, some people have expressed concern about the character of neighborhoods that have mixed heights of buildings, and I just want to say, I live in a townhouse in the middle of a neighborhood. On Queen Street near my house, there are buildings that are 100 years old that are 6 stories. It's fine. My neighborhood has great character. Everyone waves to my daughter. We go playing. Buildings with different heights aren't what make a neighborhood have character. The people are what make a neighborhood have character. Please welcome them into your neighborhoods.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your deputation. Okay, members, it seems like I've committed the mistake for the hour. I inadvertently conflated 2 deputants and thought that Cedric Lamb was speaking to us, and he was not. So I'm going to call Cedric now. Cedric, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, I'm so sorry about that. I'm managing a lot of different pieces of paper here. Cedric,
it's been a long day.
You've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm on the board of the Lawrence Park Ratepayers Association, so I'll be talking about the area of Lawrence between Yonge and Bayview, as well as Mount Pleasant south of Lawrence and Bayview south of Lawrence. And I think my comments also apply to many other parts of the city. So my first point is that these neighborhoods are just not designed for 6-story buildings. They were designed for single-story homes. So building 6-story apartment buildings along these streets would just be too close to the single-family homes in our neighborhood. In the best case scenario, it's backyard to backyard, but we have so many crescents and corners that in many cases, you'd only be 20 or 30 feet from the neighboring single family homes. There's a proposed development at 49 to 59 Lawrence Street East is on a 100 foot deep lot. And beside it, it's a side yard, so it's only about 4 feet, so it'll be very close to the neighboring homes. Moreover, in our immediate neighborhood, if you stand at Yonge Street, Yonge and Lawrence, and look north, that Yonge Street is already zoned as mixed use, and it's virtually undeveloped. It's all two-story. My guess is they were built in the 50s or 60s. They've been there a long time. We think that that area of Yonge Street should be developed first, which would dramatically increase density without affecting the neighborhoods along Lawrence, Mount Pleasant, and Bayview. I also wanted to mention that Premier Ford has spoken up many times against building taller buildings next to single family homes. I'm just going to quote something we heard on March 21st. He stated, "I heard that announcement from Bonnie Crombie. I can assure you 1000% that you can if you go into the middle of communities and start putting up 4-story, 6-story, 8-story buildings, there's going to be a lot of shouting and screaming. That's a massive mistake. We're not going to go into communities and build 4-story or 6-story buildings beside residences like this. It's off the table for us. We're going to build homes, single dwelling homes, townhomes. That's what we're going to focus on." So I've got a few seconds left, so I just wanted to say that some residents in our neighborhood we're not totally against any densification. There are residents that have told us they'd be fine with townhomes without the additional height along these streets. And we're also very much in agreement that there should be simplification and modernization. Lawrence Park is a small neighborhood, but half of it's in the old city of Toronto and half's in the old city of North York. So we've got conflicting rules within our own area. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Cedric? Seeing none. Cedric, thank you so much for your contribution this afternoon. Next, I have Daryl Frankport. Daryl? Daryl, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Hello. Daryl, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it. My name is Daryl Frankfort. My company is Dealcore Properties. I'm a real estate developer in Toronto. I really appreciate the efforts that the council's making to get more housing on the market. I do have quite a few concerns with the policy in front of us right now. I wanted to preface my statements with an understanding that just because we put it on a map and we make this policy, it doesn't mean that all of these properties are available to add or unlock housing options like these. So we need likely multiple sellers, a willing buyer, willing financiers, and they don't only have to agree on pricing. There's many terms that have to be agreed upon in order for one of these to actually come to fruition. And on top of it, they're not all the same proportion and size. So when all of this comes together, it should be a miracle that's celebrated, but we generally kind of put constraints on things. And so while we're definitely heading in the right direction, I want to reiterate what a few other people have said. The 30 unit cap is definitely a constraint that makes most of these opportunities not work out financially. Also, just the idea of lot coverage, FSI, when you do go over that 30 units kicks in, and all of a sudden there's a lot of things that kick in that are necessary that force you to go to a committee of adjustments on a lot of the properties. And I've analyzed a lot anticipating this policy coming down the pipe, and most, if not all of them, don't work without some kind of change or request for change. The other one is a 25-meter depth, maximum depth on a building. All of these things constrain a lot of the bigger lots or properties. And again, if you do pull off a miracle and get everything together to a point where everybody's willing to move forward, it's really hard with all of these constraints. And the 30-unit constraint really just forces super large units that even the end user consumer can't afford. So hopefully we can rethink some of these things, but I do appreciate the efforts, and we're definitely heading in the right direction.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Are there any questions for Daryl? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I thought some of the points you brought up were, well taken. I'm just curious, did you participate in any of the consultations that happened to sort of develop these guidelines, these rules?
Unfortunately, I wasn't given that opportunity. I was able to see the policy as it kind of unfolded, and I did see the financial study, and as soon as I saw it, I knew it wasn't going to work the way it's intended to work.
And why is that?
Well, the way it works here is that generally the sellers of land are not trying to contribute to affordable housing. And so they set a price based on what they would like to get for the property. And now you have realtors who understand that some of these properties might be worth more now because you could build a 6-story building on them, or townhouses, or something other than before. And these things, especially like other people said, the unknowns where you don't know what you're going to end up with, start driving the prices up if you have an edge or you know something that other people don't know. So what happens is, in order to pay the price for the land that's actually for sale, you need to work it backwards, because there's only so much the end user can pay. There's the price of the land and then the rest of it in between. So the price of the land is pretty important in order to get anything off the ground. And so if everybody's trying to maximize their profits, including the government, it just forces things to a point where they don't make sense anymore. And then if you add into it the environment we're in financially right now as a country, any brave soul willing to move forward, it's really hard to get finance. And then when there's all this uncertainty, because, 30, I don't know anybody that's working on one of these right now where 30 units works. They're all planning on asking for more. And all the ones I'm looking at, the only way 30 units make sense is if you're in a very high-end neighborhood where people want big units and can afford to pay for them.
What recommendations, what specific recommendations would you recommend at this stage if we wanted to build housing that was actually affordable for people in this city?
Clarity on the policy. As much as I hate to say it, if I know my setbacks and my height restrictions are, and that they're not going to change, now the land price kind of sets itself and everything falls into place. So it's really just clarity and knowing that this is what it's going to be. And if everybody understands that you can't go to some committee and ask for more, like the land price doesn't take off, and more of these maybe become available because now everybody knows what the price should be.
That's how markets work. So if there was,
That's how markets work.
So if there was this clarity in terms of if everybody knew this is all you could build, it sort of takes away that speculative aspect of I could just go to the COA and maybe get more, thereby raising the price because people are paying for that speculation when they purchase these properties initially. Is that correct?
There's only so many opportunities. So if you know a way that maybe you can pay more for the land and you get support from the city on it, then you pay more for the land. And then at the end of the day, that pushes up all kinds of costs because most of it tied to a percentage of something that just grows and grows and grows. But markets also don't generally cap you at 30 units. Like if you have a giant property that could fit 110 units and still stay within all of the setbacks, then where's the rationale for not allowing that? And who cares if my property is 200 feet deep or 100 feet deep? If the requirement is 7.5 meters from the rear property line, what's the difference? What, right?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant?
Chair?
Seeing none?
Chair?
Councillor Holiday, sorry, you go ahead.
No trouble at all, Chair. I know the video systems can be challenging. To Mr. Frankfurt, thank you for speaking to the committee. I wanted to tap a little bit on some of your expertise. You had mentioned that you were concerned that buildings with a 30-unit cap would force the developers to make very large units. How big do you think those units would become?
Again, it depends on the size of the property and I guess the developer's decision of how big to make these units. But the reality is that when you pay for land, generally there's very few opportunities where you can't do the highest and best use. So if you're trying to maximize the amount of saleable space on a property, it's hard to achieve the amount of saleable space for the amount you have to pay with all of these regulations. So 30 forces you where, you know, maybe everything I'm looking at right now is between 1,600 and 2,200 square feet, depending on the property that I'm looking at. And so as wonderful as that would be for people to have, with the prices that the market is currently at, most people can't afford these.
So a lot of the lands that are under examination in this proposal are assemblies of detached or semi-detached homes along major streets as they're described in the map. Are there parcels of land that are enormous that are laying around, or, you know, as a developer, and I'm sorry, I don't know if you are, but I'm going to take that guess that you're within the industry. You know, is there contemplation out there to assemble numbers of parcels of property, and just, you know, how big do you think these buildings will become to become viable?
Well, I mean, 100-foot lot is a large lot on a major street, right? So in order to even get to that, most streets, you need an assembly.
Right.
Which just makes it even trickier because most major streets you're dealing with, you know, much smaller, 25, 30 is a big lot on a major street. Sometimes you'll find areas that have bigger ones, but again, the regulations force you, those are even worse because you can fit a bigger building on those and you still are stuck with a 2,500 average square foot unit because of the 30 unit cap.
So at 2,500 square feet, times 30 units, are we talking 60, 70, 90,000 square foot buildings?
Sure, why not? I mean, it fits within the guidelines. I mean, it could. You'd have to probably go for a variance or two. Some properties, you could get that without a variance. But they're big and they're expensive, right? Like, you don't have these giant properties in inexpensive parts of the city, and they're certainly not inexpensive parcels of land.
So just in theory, if you wanted to hit the sweet spot in terms of the right size piece of property and the right size building to maximize your ability to get in and get out and turn the profit that you require to turn as a business, how big of a piece of land do you need, and how big do you think the building would be?
That's a great question. Realistically, the sweet spot for an efficient building is about 65 feet in width. So if the requirement is 20 feet on either side, sorry, I don't speak in meters, I'm older, 20 feet on either side so you can have windows on the side, 100 by, 160, 200 feet. These are wonderful buildings to 65,000 square foot, 6 stories, stays within reasonable setbacks all the way around. These are doable, but these are in very expensive areas. So, I mean, you're not solving a housing crisis with these, but this is what actually works with the policy the way that it is. Big, expensive units in luxury areas.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you so much. Daryl, we appreciate your contribution this afternoon. The next deputant I have listed is Nate Chu. Nate, are you with us? Nate Chu, no? Kathy McDonald, I thought I saw Kathy. Yeah, there you are. Hi, Kathy. Now, Kathy, we're at a 3-minute limit today, okay, because of the number of deputants?
Yes, I've been working on trying to limit my comments. Thank you. Yeah. So, so I'm here today as the co-chair of FONTRA. FONTRA supports the general intent of this Major Streets proposal to increase density in our neighborhoods and in a way that that makes sense and works for all. It's a critical part of the EON program. So my comments are about ways in which the package can be strengthened. I can't get into all the details of construction that I would like to. So first, there needs to be a new series of maps showing different areas of the city to show where major street intensification can take place. You can't really figure it out from looking at the major streets map and the official plan map of neighborhoods. We also need to look at more the major streets map to see where streets really don't qualify and where streets are missing. So my example is a 1-block stretch of Avenue Road south of Oxton Avenue that goes to Kilberry, and it's really a very local street with lots of trees and has no role as being a major street. And I've brought this up with Councillor Matlow and city staff, but there may be other examples. I mean, it would certainly not be appropriate for development there. We need to clarify which existing policies and guidelines should be retained that could be affected by this initiative. An example is the comprehensive Bayview Avenue Townhouse guidelines that have really worked very well. We need to clarify where 6-story buildings can be developed. I mean, this 6-story buildings is certainly a topic of concern of some residents, but they can work well, and we need to make sure they can get built. We need to provide examples.
Kathy,
yes?
I'm afraid you've exhausted your time.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Kathy? Councillor Matlow?
Thank you, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you something regarding the basis of your comments. You'd agree with me, would you not, that even a few years ago, it would be difficult to believe that leaders of an umbrella organizations of residents associations would be here supporting an initiative like this. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yes.
And so, could you explain your rationale for why you believe it's important to provide more options for people to live in in our communities?
Well, our population is growing. We need to have places for people to live. I live in a community that has townhouses, has low-rise apartment buildings. It's all kind of mixed up together, and it works really well. I think development on the major roads, provided they're really major roads, is a really important initiative to provide more housing that's needed. We don't want to be building in the grain belt, and we need to, of course, provide good transit access for people to get to these communities. We need to strengthen our communities.
Thank you for your thoughtful leadership, Kathy.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Kathy? No, Kathy, I appreciate so much you coming down today. The next two deputants, I understand, are withdrawn. So we go to Stan Cassius. Stan? No? Christopher Lawson? Christopher? John Hartley? John, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Hi, John. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you like.
Thank you, sir. This city is financially bankrupt. We're literally billions behind in essential maintenance of public housing, transit, sewers, schools. This proposal will only make that situation worse. Toronto has become world famous for high housing prices, congestion, and a lack of affordability, to the point that affordability and gridlock have become primary problems, which we are all devoting enormous amounts of time, effort, energy, and lip service. This proposal will only hugely aggravate those issues without a doubt. You've heard an awful lot from folks who are really develop apologists. Their policies have proven time and time again that they will simply aggravate the current situation. You've also heard from a whole bunch of folks who've been badly affected by these policies. The policies the city has actually followed over a very long period of time. And you haven't heard a lot from the folks who are being inundated with the results. This increase in as-of-right zoning is just the start. We all know this. 6 stories will become the developer's starting point. Neighborhoods will be inundated with applications for larger buildings, exacerbating the very problem you're attempting to ameliorate. Staff will be subjected to a tsunami of applications. They won't be able to deal with them in a timely manner. You're going to have an awful lot of appeals to OLT that will simply go through. So I'm here to urge you, just don't do it. Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for John? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Mr. Hartley, there's been some suggestion, indirectly at least through this process, that perhaps the city should look at giving either development charge breaks or tax breaks or different types of incentives to developers or builders to create this type of housing. What do you think of that?
We're already broke. We can't maintain the infrastructure that we have, and we need more. And we know that upgrading infrastructure in a built-up urban environment is incredibly complex and even more expensive. The province has already taken steps to limit the development charges. What we need to do is limit in some way, shape, or form the value of the land. Every time you upzone it, it just gets more expensive. You drive out affordability. That's by definition. There's no city in the world that's been made more affordable by upzoning it. None.
Who pays for all of that infrastructure and all of that upgrades, all of the upgrades that are needed to the various systems that support this development?
It's just like FIFA. You know, we're going to get 100 million from the feds. We'll get 97 million from the province. Guess who's stuck with the other 180 million? It's the taxpayers of the city of Toronto. And unfortunately, council has, over the last large number of years, simply deferred to the point now where our rapid transit, our wonderful subway system, we can't even run them at full speed anymore because we haven't maintained them. We have sewers that are prone to flooding everywhere in the city. I used to live in Birchcliff, tiny little Birchcliff, where in 2003, the city prepared a report describing the problem. 2010, they did an EA. 2020, they did another EA because the first one had run out. The conclusion of that EA, this is in tiny little Birchcliff, was that they needed $330 million of essential sewer upgrades, and there was no reasonable prospect of that work getting done. And of course, none has been done. And that is tiny little Birchcliff. And all of that is going to fall on the back of the taxpayers. And we already have an affordability problem. How are we going to deal with that?
Mr. Hartley, what do the taxpayers or the existing residents owe to developers or owe to prospective future residents?
That's a really good question, but we live in a country that's one of the largest in the world. There's no reason to build everything downtown Toronto. We have a huge country. We're consigning folks to tiny little glass boxes high in the sky, very expensive tiny glass boxes. This is not what people aspire to. This is not why people come to Canada.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for John? Seeing none, next I have Vova Griga. Vova? Hello, welcome. You've got 3 minutes. You can address the committee as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Volodymyr Griga. I'm here in my personal capacity to support the recommended major streets zoning bylaw amendments, though I do think that it should be further amended and improved. Let me provide you with some background on myself and the reason behind me supporting this legislation. My family immigrated to Toronto from Ukraine about 12 years ago. Since then, I've had the opportunity to study, live, and work in this amazing city. Recently, after finishing my studies in Ottawa, I was excited to return back to this city. Upon coming back to Toronto, I realized two things quickly. Toronto is an employment hub, and there are lots of jobs here. That's why people want to live here. And another thing is that Toronto's real estate prices are unaffordable. While finding a job was straightforward, finding an adequate place to live for me and my partner was much harder. Toronto is a city full of high-rise towers and detached homes. Everything else is missing. What I mean by that is low to mid-rise apartment buildings are almost non-existent. You're either stuck with a high-rise, an apartment from the 1980s, or a basement unit. All of the options mentioned are still unaffordable for one reason. We are not building enough housing. This recommended zoning bylaw amendment is good because it can allow the city to build more housing and expand the options of what kind of housing is available. In order to make this zoning bylaw amendment great, however, we need to support a few further changes. Specifically, a 30-unit cap should either be eliminated altogether or at minimum increased to 60 units to align with the non-negotiable Type G loading requirements. Side setbacks should be reduced. Specifically, I ask that the minimum setback for blank walls or walls with secondary windows be reduced to 0.9 meters. The minimum setback for walls with primary windows should be reduced to 2.4 meters. Redundant rules should be waived in order to increase the viability of building these kinds of projects. After all, we need to build more housing, and every extra unit matters. Making this legal isn't enough. We need to make this viable. Let's make the city more competitive and attractive for young professionals by building more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant?
Can you just, sorry, very quickly, you gave some specifics on setback reductions. Could you walk me through the rationale on how you landed at those numbers?
Sure. In my opinion, we need to make this development as viable as possible to construct on a mass scale. And just working with Chris on these types of projects for my work, when running these numbers and trying to do these massings for underwriting these projects, it opens up way more sites for potential development. Yeah.
Thanks very much. That's all my questions.
Any other questions? No? Vova, thank you so much for coming down today and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
And the last person I have listed is Sean Galbraith. I haven't seen Sean in the room. Is he online? Sean, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, Councillor. Can you hear me?
You might want to speak up a little bit.
Is that better?
That's so much better, Sean. Welcome. You've got 3 minutes.
Great. I'll try and be brief. I'm a professional planner who's worked for more than a dozen of my 26-year career as a planner on small-scale developments in Toronto. I've been engaged with the EHON initiative from the start, and I'm very glad to see this next phase of it arrive at PHC. I support the comments submitted by More Neighbours TO, Environmental Defence, and Habitat for Humanity. I've submitted to the committee a list of suggested changes that I think that could make this initiative even better. We are a city of neighborhoods, fantastic neighborhoods, neighborhoods that are increasingly pricing people out of them. We are not a city of neighborhoods that are locked in amber like Mosquito in Jurassic Park. Neighborhoods must evolve as the needs of the community and the city change. Many of these major streets run through neighborhoods that have lost population over the last decades. This impacts many things that we say we want as a city: local, small-scale commercial viability, aging in neighborhoods that we love, efficient use of community resources, and the use of transit. Now, I strongly support removing the proposed 30-unit cap in accordance with other speakers. And I note that the staff report doesn't actually provide much in the way of a justification for introducing it. There are already triggers for additional requirements once a project exceeds them, developers can decide if they want to incur those trade-offs. We did this with parking no longer being mandatory. At 11 units, site plan applies. At 30 units, as it's currently drafted, amenity space applies. After 30 units, which really is only 5 units per floor in a 6-unit building, a very highly restrictive FSI provision applies. We should get rid of that entirely. Placing a unit cap on top of this is unnecessary, and it signals to the city that we simply don't want more housing, regardless of the size of the property. Councillor Holiday suggested earlier that building heights be tied to right-of-way, and I note that the narrowest of the major streets in Toronto has a right-of-way that is wider than the height that we are currently permitted under this proposed change. So if Councillor Holiday is suggesting that on wider right-of-way streets like Kipling with 36 meters or Islington with 27 to 36 meters, that building heights be proportionate to the width, I totally agree with that, and I would support that change. Right now, we are capping it below the shortest right-of-way width. Regarding Councillor Meyer's concern about parking, nothing in this prevents parking from being required. The city has already decided that we are now in an era of planning for people and not cars. With more density in more places, it creates more critical mass needed to support additional transit improvements. This initiative supports that. A large part of my practice is getting minor variances approved. This initiative definitely will not put me out of business. There will be lots of minor variance applications going to committee, and I'd be surprised if many buildings could actually be built without
Sean,
them.
as much as I'd love to hear some stories about your business model, you've reached your 3 minutes. Are there any questions for Sean?
My business model is not under threat by this initiative.
Very good. I'm sure that was a central public policy concern for many members of the committee. Councillor Bradford has a question for you.
Sure.
Thanks very much for the deputation. Is it fair to say that the proposal in front of us today, if it was adopted as drafted, it would still, in many cases, require significant additional work, time, expense, time at the Committee of Adjustment and variances to come up with a building that would actually get built?
Oh yeah, I would be surprised if they're going to have many buildings actually done as of right under this initiative, as it's currently drafted.
And so while it sounds like you support the idea of moving this forward and the work that's been done to date, what are some of the changes that need to take place in order to make these a little bit more viable as of right?
So in my letter to the committee, I outlined a number of things. I don't know how much detail you want to get into, but one of the things is, again, removing the 30-unit cap, removing the building length requirement. We already have a rear yard setback requirement. I don't know why we need both of those things. Just allow the building to expand to the footprint that we are otherwise saying is appropriate. FSI shouldn't apply on a building on a main street at all, regardless of the number of units. We should get away from using FSI to regulate building
Yeah, I'm supposed
density
to
at
have
all.
someone here to change our tires between 1 and 4. Just want to make sure they're coming.
Sorry, Sean. I don't know what that was.
One moment, I'll pause the time. Hang on a sec.
No problem.
Are we okay?
Oh.
No, we had a previous deputy and suddenly their mic went live. And I don't need to know their private business. We're all good.
I hope their tires get changed.
Sean, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Could you, Sean, sorry about that. Could you walk us through why a 30-unit cap is detrimental to these projects in terms of viability and actually moving from paper approvals, but to actually things that might get built?
So I look at this as it simply being completely unnecessary. On smaller properties, we're not going to probably hit that cap. And on larger properties, not only does a 30-unit cap, we also, in addition to the 30-unit cap, once you go to 31 units, even in the same size building that otherwise meets the provisions of the zoning bylaw, a very restrictive floor space index then kicks in, making it completely impossible to build without major variances, let alone minor variances.
So that's an important point, and I just want to hit on that one more time. So say somebody wanted to build a building and it was size, you got the box because the box is set here, form-based. You're adding 5 extra units. You're going to 35 units. And what type of things does that trigger when you go to 35 units for 5 extra units?
Just go to 31 units, and the underlying floor space index provision of the neighborhoods policy would apply. So in going from no FSI at 30 units to, say, 0.6 or 0.35 or whatever the underlying neighborhoods scale, the FSI that we would apply to a house would now apply to that apartment building as soon as you exceed 31 units.
So that would be a real disincentive to add those additional units of desperately needed housing.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Sean?
Chair?
Councillor Holiday has questions for you, Sean. I know you've both been waiting years for this moment. Here we go.
Always happy to chat with Councillor Holiday.
Hello, Sean. You mentioned in your deputation that perhaps I had a suggestion about going right-of-way width, and I hope you didn't take it that was my suggestion, but I wondered if you caught the nuance of Mr. Penalosa's conversation around streets that have subways under them and placing a limitation of 12 stories. And I wondered if you would acknowledge that, those are actually avenues. And in fact, people are building bigger than that.
Absolutely, as they should. Those are what we would term major transit station areas. Those are provincially directed to have more density in them, and the city has adopted official plan policies around that are currently been at the province waiting for approval. Around transit station, we definitely should be building taller than 6 stories. Absolutely.
So you may agree with the point I was trying to make to him that in the people that he referenced that were very stressed about the development in that area, that in fact limiting the height in those areas might make people happier. But and you don't have to answer that. I actually wanted to ask you about parking. So there's a suggestion from your deputation that the buildings have to get bigger, and then there's some economic factors. You need to have more units and so on. With that, how do the externalities of developments of these masses then get dealt with within the neighborhood? Visitor parking, overnight parking of vehicles, all those sorts of things that come along with apartment buildings.
So first, I'm simply saying that we shouldn't introduce an artificial cap in the number of units. Similar to how we deal with parking now, in that we leave it up to sort of the market to decide. We should, I think in this case, leave it up to the market to decide how many units are appropriate for the size box that we say is appropriate. And the zoning bylaw provides that. It provides a height, it provides setbacks, and provides rear yard setbacks. The bylaw says we think a box of X, Y, Z size is appropriate for this piece of land. The number of units inside that shouldn't matter. We should go to a form-based code. And just as we have moved to a market-based system of parking provision, I think that can still apply. By allowing the more units, it allows for more land assembly, and that creates more surface space, more ground floor space, a bigger lot size to actually provide a parking garage if there's market demand for it. If it's a small tiny a smaller lot, then there just simply isn't enough space to put an underground parking garage on it. But by allowing a bigger lot area, which we are saying in the policy that we are encouraging land assembly, which is a change, a great welcome change. By allowing that land assembly, it would allow for the potential for an underground parking garage, and we should allow the number of units that would correspond to that larger building.
So there was a suggestion by an earlier deputant, and it may have been off the cuff, but he suggested that maybe 60,000 square feet made more sense, maybe even more in terms of a sweet spot. I mean, how big do you envision these Main Street apartments getting to satisfy all of the economics and all of the considerations? And do you think that becomes now quite a very significant change, well beyond any of the renderings or the public consultation that was out there, talking to people about what could happen in these neighborhoods?
I think we are perhaps overstating how much of a change in terms of like the number of buildings that this is going to actually represent. This is a generational change, not a things are going to pop up tomorrow. And so I think neighborhoods have the capacity over time to absorb the potential impact and to adjust to the impact. We've older parts of Toronto have been living with buildings of this scale next to, lower rise houses for 100 years. And it's been fine.
Okay.
I trust that our neighborhoods can evolve and adapt in this, I think, fairly slow-paced manner. And I don't see there being a significant impact.
Thank you, Sean. Are there any other questions for Sean? No? Sean, thank you for being here and for helping to wrap up the deputations today.
My pleasure.
Okay, everybody. We're on to the next phase. Councillors, that completes the deputations for today. So now we'll go to question, or for this item, don't get too excited. And I was wondering if there are any questions of staff. Councillor Bradford.
See if I can get it done quickly.
Councillor, sorry, I just didn't realize.
Outside
Councillor
council.
Holiday, you can actually ask the first questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take your direction in order. To staff. So map 3 was the selected map to illustrate main streets. Or major streets, I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you see as a major street? The target of this policy.
Through the chair, map 3 of the official plan was adopted when the official plan was adopted in 2003, I believe, and it represents streets that either perform a transportation function of allowing traffic to move across the city or large parts of the city, or streets that are planned to perform that function, and therefore over time will need to achieve certain rights of way width in order to accommodate that function. They tend to be busy thoroughfares that cross large, long segments of the city. And it originated as a transportation function, and then there are some planning elements in our zoning bylaw, for example, that on a fairly limited basis that also tie to those major streets.
So why target this policy on those streets? I mean, you could argue the same things that people have talked about housing today on any street. So why did you go there? What made major streets the acceptable target for intensification?
Through the chair, the scale of major streets as they exist tends to support physically the potential for intensification that doesn't exist today. And so within the context of the expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods work program, which seeks opportunities for gentle intensification at a low scale within our neighborhoods, the major streets presented an opportunity for that intensification. And I will say an opportunity that is greater than the multiplex permissions that Council has recently adopted within the last couple of years.
So hang on a second here. This is important. So in my neck of the woods out in Etobicoke, much of the residential areas that are of concern to residents associations on the main streets have the same zoning and frankly the same lot patterns, the same housing stock, the same house that was built at the same time as the internal streets. So what makes the major street different? You said it physically supports the objectives of EHON. I mean, tell me more.
The size and scale of those streets, the configuration of the lots along those streets, the orientation of the lots along those streets, and the presence of the infrastructure that exists on those streets are all examples of things that make those major streets somewhat different from the local streets in the interior of the neighborhoods.
So if I can prove to you that the lot patterns and much of the attributes of the street, other than the traffic volume and perhaps the pavement width, is the same as what it is in the neighborhood, would you consider that as a policy rationale to exclude them?
I think there's already policy in the official plan that indicates that major streets are somewhat different. So that would be a departure from the structure that City Council has already described these streets as in their official plan. And I think we would lose the opportunity for the intensification that these streets provide.
Okay. Your policy suggestions talk about through lots and corner lots and so on. And the suggestion, I'm just sort of summarizing it, is that, you know, when a development occurs in one of those locations, that the orientation, or at least the driveways and the access and so on, get turned inwards towards the community. And, you know, I think we heard that in some of the deputations and at least some of the written correspondence about concerns. Why would you do that? Like you just said to me that the major streets are physically configured to handle this, and yet they seem to rotate or face these where it's possible inwards.
Yeah, there are cases where development has faced an internal street and uses the major street as basically its rear yard. And you are correct, the permissions that we're recommending here would enable apartment buildings and townhouses to be built facing those major streets, and I guess creating a more conventional relationship between development and the major street than currently exists.
Okay, there's no parking requirements for any of these. I understand that, and that has to do with some previous decisions, I think, is what was cited in the report. But does public transit play a role in supporting these type of developments?
Through the chair, I would say public transit plays a role in supporting development across the city. And often, major streets are transit routes, whether that be higher order transit or bus routes.
I'm afraid that's time.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, I had Councillor Bradford. Did you have some questions for staff?
I have a few.
I imagined you might. Keen to hear them.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. To planning, with the proposed approach and based on many of the deputations we heard today, it sounds like there's going to be very little flexibility above the prescribed unit cap at 30. And so is it correct to say that once a 31st unit is added to a project, you'd need a long list of variances for amenity space, soft landscaping, FSI requirements, all that would be triggered. Is that correct?
I would give some nuance to that. Variances will be required once a 31st unit is added to an individual building. The bylaw would allow multiple buildings with up to 30 units on a single assembled lot.
But all those things I just mentioned, because of how it's written, the soft landscaping, the amenity space, the FSI, that's all tied to 30. So if you go 31, you trigger variances for all those things.
Within a single building, those variances would be
right.
You could build 31 units or more across more than one building and still not trigger those variances.
Right, but for the person who's trying to build the apartment building on the major street, that is still the case. You go to 31, long list of variances.
Through the chair, there would be variances.
Right, okay. So I'll save the editorial piece about how that seems to make it difficult to add the additional housing. But I want to go maximum 30. When I read the report, it seemed to me that the primary rationale for limiting apartment buildings to a maximum of 30 is that this is when the type G loading requirements might be applied. Is that correct?
I would say there was a more complex rationale for that recommendation. And it starts with the notion that this report is about enabling gentle intensification in neighborhoods, ensuring that we are proposing apartment buildings that are still going to fit within the neighborhood scale that's consistent with the EHON work program. And so the unit limit provides one tool amongst others to ensure that we've moderated the scale of these apartment buildings appropriately. The reason that we selected 30 specifically does relate to the loading space requirement, because those loading spaces then tend to complicate the design and take up a lot of hard surface on the lot. But that's the reason why one specific number was chosen, but not the reason why we felt that a unit count was appropriate.
Are those not issues that get resolved through site plan?
The site plan will resolve things related to loading space, such as how that space is accessed, the turning radius required to get into it, whether the trucks can enter and move in a forward motion, technical questions such as that. But the requirement for the loading space itself is something that's regulated by zoning. So if zoning doesn't require the loading space, staff would have a very hard time securing the facilities that the city's solid waste division would need to collect solid waste from those properties.
Is it correct to say that any apartment building over 10 units would be required to go through site plan, and that solid waste as a commenting partner would be circulated and provide comments on loading related matters at that stage of the approval process?
It's safe to say that at that stage of the matter, they would be able to comment on the technical functioning of the loading space if that loading space is required in the zoning bylaw and proposed by the applicant.
So for my work on the missing middle pilot at 72 Amroth, which is also a 6-story building, I understand that there is in fact an existing process whereby builders are provided with exemptions from the city's type G loading requirements from solid waste for buildings, potentially up to 6 units. Is that correct?
That process would be through a planning application, such as a rezoning application or a minor variance application.
Right.
And then city council or committee of adjustment, whichever the case is, would make the decision.
But solid waste has that process in place, and in fact, I believe it was in fact updated last year.
they have that process in place to comment and review those applications. They can't make the decision on that, on relieving the application of that zoning, of the loading space requirement. That decision has to be made by council or the Committee of Adjustment.
My final question will be, in your financial feasibility assessment, which you have to dig off of the EHON report, but is germane to the work in front of us today, that was back in December. Did it find that a 30-unit rental apartment building in places like Scarborough would be financially viable?
It found that a 30-unit apartment building would be financially viable. It did raise challenges with delivering that as a rental building, as opposed to a condominium building.
Okay. We'll read that language carefully and we'll have it circulated for council. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I appreciate all the work done on this important item. The question raised by some in our space is on affordable housing. This, as I understand, will result in what will typically be for-profit private development. Did staff consider any mechanisms or incentives to allow or create interest for folks who may bring an affordability component?
Through the chair, the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods work program, including major streets, as well as laneway suites and garden suites and multiplex, has always been about expanding planning permissions and opportunities. It hasn't ever represented itself as being able to deliver and guarantee affordability of those units. So this is a long-term strategy to expand opportunities for residential development. It's not, there's no certainty about delivering affordability. In fact, our financial feasibility analysis is quite clear that delivering affordable units through these permissions will be quite challenged and would probably need other financial support or subsidy or discounted land value.
The other major concern raised by communities is the lack of family-friendly units. Unfortunately, we're seeing, families of 4 in 1 bedrooms. Is there any mechanism through this amendments changes to address a minimum component, a family of 2 and 3 bedrooms?
Through the chair, the proposed zoning bylaw does not require a certain unit mix or certain sizes of units. We do have zoning bylaws that do that. They're usually done through site-specific rezoning processes.
Gotcha. Could that be included in this? Would staff support that?
I think, I would say it's technically possible to include that type of rule in the zoning bylaw. I would be hesitant about supporting that because I have doubts whether that would result in workable development, and I'll say that has not been considered in the financial feasibility analysis that we undertook.
But it's something that could be pursued.
Yeah, yes, that could be pursued if there was direction from council to do that.
Thank you. And the last piece is, the approach of a one-size-fits-all in any application has concerns. And in areas of our city, including my own and across certain inner suburbs, we have a dearth of transit, access to good amenities, services, shopping, commercial retail. In fact, we're seeing a considerable loss of commercial retail. Did staff attempt a geographic lens of the impacts of this recommendations?
Through the chair, the study included a number of, I'll call them case studies or examples, studying specific streets in different parts of the city in order to get a sense and confidence that the standards would apply well across the broad geography of the city. The study did not do a detailed analysis of every neighborhood in the city or across multiple wards. That was beyond the scope of work that we undertook.
I appreciate that candid reflection because that's at the heart of the concern. I think broadly, this is good policy and good planning, but there needs to recognize where you live varies the quality of life varies significantly from neighborhood to neighborhood in terms of access to good transit like streetcars and subways, and commercial retail amenities. And that I think is missing in this. Is staff open to reflect on certain concerns of councillors in the lead up to council to address areas that may not work?
Through the chair, I think for us to do that effectively, we need some specific instruction on which streets or areas you believe require a deeper, more localized analysis.
Can I consult with you and your team in the lead up?
You're happy to consult with us, and we'll do the best we can to be responsive to that.
Last question.
I'll leave it at that.
Oh, okay. All right. I see Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Mantis have joined us. Did either of you have questions of staff?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't.
Neither do I, Mr. Chair, at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Okay, I've got a couple. Oh, I'll let you go, Councillor Nunziata.
Great. So the parking issue isn't part of the report, but in neighborhoods where that would be a problem, so how would that be addressed? On main streets, possibly they have parking lots, but in neighborhoods, how would that be addressed?
Through the chair, I think it's what I would say is these are neighborhoods, but based on the major streets, the context is a bit different. They often form sort of the edges of neighborhoods. And the development that is proposing here will form a building type that's kind of on the, that creates a transition between different forms. All models, when we did the modeling, included parking. So we were quite confident that when a builder decides that they should provide parking, or that they want to provide parking, or that there's a good business case for them to provide parking and that there will be demand, that they will be able to accommodate that parking within the development plans.
Okay, so this proposal is as of right, correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
So does the local councillor get notification that there are applications in their ward?
The councillor would not be aware or would not be notified of a building permit application.
So we wouldn't have any.
A site plan application, so an application of more than 10 units, then the councillor would be made aware of that.
Okay, so what's before us is 6 stories with 30 units, right?
That's correct.
So there are discussions on some of the deputants and some of the councillors that want to increase that to 60. If it goes to 60, I'm not saying it would, but it wouldn't be 6 stories, correct?
Through the chair.
I mean, it would be higher, wouldn't it? If you're doubling the units, would it not be higher in stories than what's being proposed?
I think I can't specifically answer how many units will fit into the building envelope on any given site, but I did not hear any deputants suggesting that the height of a building, of the permission should be increased, or the footprint of the building should be increased in an unlimited way that would allow 60 units. So I think whatever unit count council decided to impose would need to fit within the building envelope that we've put forward.
Okay, so it would not affect the height then? If somebody proposes to double the units, you're saying it would have to be would remain the 6 stories? It
would remain at 6 stories, or they would need to seek a minor variance or rezoning in order to achieve permission for that additional height.
Or smaller units?
Or reduce the number of units or the size of the units.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Just seeking clarification. So, reading the report, it says the recommended zoning bylaw includes a new regulation for apartment buildings with 30 units or fewer to no longer require this circular driveway in all residential zones. That's what we're approving today, correct? These buildings of 30 units or less will not be required to have circular driveways.
That is correct.
Has anybody from the disability or accessibility community or Wheel-Trans been consulted on this in terms of like what this would mean for Wheel-Trans access to these buildings?
Through the chair, we have not consulted with that community specifically on this issue. Instead, what we've put forward is regulations for a hammerhead driveway so that vehicles can continue to enter and leave in a forward motion. Those driveways could continue to approach the entrance of a building the way that a circular driveway would, but they're less land consumptive than a circular driveway.
Have you do we know if those driveways work for Wheel-Trans vehicles?
Through the chair, I'll say I would need to consult my colleagues in transportation services and confirm my view on that.
Okay, thank you. Just so I'm sort of picking up where Councillor Holiday left off, I'm not sure just how some of these streets ended in the study. So for example, Huntingwood, it doesn't seem to me to be an obvious candidate other than it's a certain size. But if you look at the actual neighborhood, it's a very suburban neighborhood that wouldn't be able to support this type of development, I would think. So I'm just curious as to why that street was included.
Through the chair, the source of the major streets that were selected to be part of this study is map 3 of the official plan. So Huntingwood is identified as a major street on map 3 of the official plan.
So did we look at, okay, so they're identified as a major street on the official plan, but did we actually like examine whether this would support the type of development that we're proposing on these streets?
Yeah, our modeling and our study did assess the scale of these buildings, the impact that they would have, to give us confidence that this form of development would fit on these major streets. We did not do a vetting of each major street that had already been identified in the official plan and consider removing those. That wasn't part of the work that we did.
So is it, I guess, therefore possible that some of these streets, they might be classified as major streets within the official plan, but they may, if they were properly vetted, they may not be suitable for this type of development at this time?
I think under the criteria that we have put forward, all the major streets that we've identified are sensible and supportable to benefit from the zoning bylaw that we've put forward. If they were to be reconsidered, it's not obvious to me what criteria we would use to do that.
Thank you. Finally, regarding the 30 unit, that cap, was that something that was requested from staff or did that come from a directive of the city? I'm just curious as to how that got there.
That is a staff recommendation. There wasn't a specific direction from Planning and Housing Committee or City Council on that unit cap. That was something that was the result of our own analysis and work that we did, and it was part of our consultation with the public through the fall and winter.
Thank you. And did staff do any analysis as to how that cap would affect the ability to deliver affordable housing units?
Through the chair, that analysis is contained in the financial feasibility analysis that was completed by Parcel Economics.
So in that feasibility study, did you do the analysis of what would happen if you went over that cap to, for example, 45 or 60 units to see if that just made these projects more viable?
Through the chair, no, we didn't specifically explore other unit caps. Parcel Economics did give some advice that quite a significant increase in height or density would be necessary to make those projects viable. And I'll say to an extent that that level of height and density would exceed a scale that we would expect to see in a low-rise neighborhood.
But that depends on the street. That's why I'm saying, like, this is.
Final question.
This is context specific. So for example, that level of development might not make sense on a Huntingwood, but it may make sense on, for example, Shepherd, where that type of development is happening and we're building a subway anyways. I'm just curious as to why we put this cap in, and knowing that it could affect the viability of building some of these affordable housing projects, which we all want.
They're not.
Through the chair, I'd say we landed on that cap as a proposal, and Parcel Economics assessed that cap to identify the level of viability, and they found that both townhouses and low-rise apartment buildings were viable, with caveats that rental buildings, affordable rental buildings, would be more challenged financially.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nunziata, do you have questions?
Oh, I already asked. You forgot it.
Councillor Mantis, I asked you already if you had questions.
Oh, that's what I was
Just
trying
Changed your mind?
Mr. Chair, just one question now that
Members of the committee were okay to go back outside? Yes, all in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Mantis, go ahead.
Just one, just to our staff, are we willing to look at a little bit closer Huntingwood Drive in a couple weeks before council to see how it could be identified? I agree with the 30 unit cap, but how maybe the street
can't start
what can be done further to what is said in the proposal?
Through the chair, staff will look at Huntingwood Drive or other streets if we're directed to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. There has been discussion about what kind of housing we're building here. Some deputants have suggested this has something to do with the city's affordable housing goals. Under the definitions the City of Toronto uses, is this an affordable housing project?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, the expectation is that this will just simply be yielding a different housing type, not affordable housing.
Through the chair, that's correct. To be affordable, I think a nonprofit entity or government would need to come to the table with funding and other strategies to achieve affordability.
So the only way to turn the permissions we have here into an affordable housing project would be some kind of public investment.
Based on the information we have, that's correct.
Thank you very much. I want to, there's been some back and forth about the issue of the number of units and its relationship to loading space. My understanding is that if we simply change the number of units in the proposal you have here, we could wind up in a circumstance where you have a lot of units but no requirement in the zoning bylaw for a loading space. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's not correct.
Okay.
If the committee or council changes the unit cap,
yes,
the provision that exists in the zoning bylaw today, which requires a loading space in an apartment building with more than 30 units, will continue to apply.
I see.
And so you should expect that raising the cap, that requirement will continue to apply for someone who comes in with a 31 unit building or a 48 unit building or up to 60.
Right. So if someone comes in with 31, their business case is not the same as what we've modeled here because they have to do a whole series of investments around loading and storage and so on.
That's correct.
Okay. That actually helps me to understand something. Okay. That's my questions. Oh, Councillor Matlow. Let me check, but outside councillors first. Are there any members? Councillor Holiday, your hand is up.
To be fair, Chair, I'd like to have a second round.
Members, do we want to have a second round of questions? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Holiday, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I just want to continue on Councillor Meyer's questions to staff and mine, actually. I wanted to just dig into the details. What attributes of these major streets are making them candidates for this policy? Like, what are the physical attributes, and can you tie that? Why?
My apologies, Councillor. I did not hear the question. Could I ask you to repeat it?
Sure. Can you tell me what are the attributes of the major streets, the physical attributes that you had mentioned earlier that make them candidates for this EHON policy, and why? What is it about the major streets? And, what's the difference between Huntingwood and Shepherd that was mentioned earlier?
The major streets either have an existing or a planned function to provide through traffic for vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, and transit. And therefore, they've been deemed to have specific right-of-way widths that are to be secured over time and to ensure their transportation function and viability.
Okay, so true, they have wider right-of-ways and they serve through traffic, but why do those attributes mean that they're candidates for more density and for conversion from single detached or semis to something that's more dense?
Through the chair, those wide right-of-ways then allow for greater space for an appropriate public realm when lined with somewhat denser buildings, as well as they often then serve as the boundaries between two neighborhoods where building of that transition scale makes sense from an urban structure and an urban design point of view.
What does the transition from one neighborhood to the other have to do with density?
Well, what it signifies is that major streets are often a place where a slightly larger building can be placed in a context where they still fit within a low-rise neighborhood scale.
Okay, I get the public realm piece, right? If the right-of-way is bigger, maybe there's a larger front yard, but have you created larger setbacks for these buildings?
Yeah. Through the chair, the proposed setback is similar to the principles that we use in other neighborhood streets, which is to take averages of the front setbacks, and there's also then a minimum, in cases where that averaging doesn't work out for technical reason, there's a minimum front setback that would be proposed. All that combined with landscaping requirements to ensure that these streets continue to resemble residential streets as opposed to commercial thoroughfares.
Okay, so that's on the busy street side. I think what I'm hearing is because of the larger right-of-way, there's potentially more space. However, what about the inside? So you've got back-to-back neighbors and you've got side-to-side neighbors, presumably a very low scale. And now what about the interface to those properties? There's no extra space there because it's on a major street.
Through the chair, we've proposed a number of regulations to manage the potential impacts of apartment scale buildings on their neighbors. Those include side setback regulations, rear yard setbacks, as well as a maximum building footprint of 50%. So all of those are regulations intended to moderate the scale of these buildings and ensure that they remain good neighbors for other properties nearby that may be single attached houses or lower scale neighborhood development.
Wait a sec, though. So many of those provisions are more permissive, right? Larger coverage, larger height, setbacks that are probably equal to what's there now. Why would we say that those match?
Those provisions are generally consistent with provisions that currently exist for these building types in residential zones that already have those permissions. So the RM zone and the RD zone, and the R zone, which exist in many parts of former Toronto, former Etobicoke, former York, for example.
What does your report say that the coverage is typically on these residential lots currently, and what's it going to be? The percentage.
The coverage regulations, where those coverage regulations currently exist, tend to range between 30 and 40%.
Existing, and what are they going to now?
The regulations for low-scale apartment buildings would be a coverage limit of 50%.
50. So more permissive and more permissive heights.
That's the last question.
Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Mantis, do you want to participate in the second round of questions?
No, I'm waiting to speak. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm fine as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Candivo.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendations and the study report before us, of course, as I indicated, has great value potential. There is consternation we hear from certain communities by geography. Is staff open to a staggered approach that this is implemented in areas with high order transit this year, and then next year that it, in concentric circles perhaps, that we implement it in a staggered way that creates success in areas that make a lot of sense?
Through the chair, I guess I would emphasize two things. Certainly we could look, if you were interested in exploring a staggered approach, we could look at that. I will make the observation that 95% of major streets already have transit routes on them. So I think our challenge would be to distinguish what level of transit we're looking at and what makes sense
by high
in
order,
that case.
Yeah. So that would be the criteria in terms of order of transit. Would that be feasible?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I can say whether it'd be feasible or not. We haven't explored that approach. I think we'd have to look at that a bit more closely before I could give you informed advice on that.
The other area of concern residents have articulated have been around the impacts coming from the no parking minimums in the side street neighborhoods. And given majority, if the vast entirety of Scarborough does not have permit parking, we're going to see that dependence on the automobile continue when these, 8, 10-story apartment buildings start coming in, and it's creating a host of issues as a result. Was that consideration factored in a solution to address that?
Our consideration with respect to parking, and I'll emphasize the proposal here is for buildings up to 6 stories, not 8 or 10. But our approach to parking was based on the existing approach in the zoning bylaw, which council adopted in 2022, which is to not impose minimum parking requirements in residential development.
I think that's one of the contexts that will find this challenging for some neighborhoods, and some of the concerns that's been articulated to us, and hence why I think perhaps a staggered approach helps us contextualize a one-size-fits-all and builds success in the long run. And part of that is the quality of the maps that communities have found it unable to navigate. What is staff's plan in the next 2 weeks to make public clear, legible maps on specifically what sites would be eligible?
Through the chair, the maps that we've published are available on the website, and we've been relying on those through consultation for the last several months.
Will there be better, clearer maps in the lead up to council that would be available?
The maps that we've published are the maps that we have available.
Okay, so there won't be any new maps.
We don't have plans at this point to produce new maps. No.
Okay. What is staff's thinking on if this these recommendations were filtered at the community council level, giving the granular and textures that can help see this to greater success?
Through the chair, we've drafted the report to this committee with the intention that this committee would make a decision on it and send recommendations on to council for their consideration. So that would continue to be our advice. We believe that the proposal is ready for consideration and debate by City Council.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that, Councillor Myers, did you have a couple more questions? Okay.
Thank you. So I know there's...
Hang on a sec. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I know we have the definition of affordable housing, but there's a difference between affordable and, let's say, less expensive housing, correct?
Through the chair, I think that's fair to say, yes.
Yes. So when I've read the report as to why purpose-built rentals won't likely work with a 30-unit cap. Was there any consideration of saying, okay, well, at least letting us know maybe at 45 purpose-built rentals are more viable, or at 60 purpose-built rentals are more viable, so that they might not meet the official definition of affordable, but they would at least be less expensive than what would be built under the current regulations?
Through the chair, short answer is no, particularly given that we don't have a definition of attainable housing, which is the term that people are often throwing around today. So our focus, the sensitivity analysis that Parsley Economics did, was with respect to affordable housing and with respect to rental housing. We didn't specify or ask them to do a sensitivity on, as you say, less expensive or attainable housing, in part because of the murkiness of that definition.
Is that a definition that we would need to do that type of analysis of just getting something in between affordable that meets an official definition versus just market?
I think we would, if we were going to do that analysis, I think whoever does that analysis would need to have some clear understanding of what they were analyzing. I don't know that we would need direction from committee or council on that, but perhaps from my housing policy colleagues, I would seek some expert advice on how to approach that question.
Thank you. And just, I guess, from your professional expertise, do you have a sense as if we were to go to, let's say, 60, that this would result in some of the housing being at least less expensive than if we kept the cap at 30?
Through the chair, I don't think I'm in a position to speculate on that with my own expertise.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions? No, seeing none. Why don't we invite members of council to speak? Councillor Holyday, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Mantis, do you want to speak to the item? You're just keeping an eye on us all. Okay. Councillor Holyday, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm urged the committee to send this policy back. I believe that the policy is flawed and unresolved. I think that some of the deputations today, particularly some of the residents associations who have given this some thought, and the correspondence, which I urge members of committee to review, have raised really critical issues. Part of the issue with policy and planning in our city is that one size rarely fits all. And the uniqueness of the suburbs and some of the neighborhoods around the outer edges of the city magnify some of the flaws in the policy. Things I heard and saw and read were concerns over shadows, over massing, over impacts of larger buildings, concerns over traffic, concerns over parking, which remain unresolved. And I'll remind members that not every part of the city has on-street parking. Not every part of the city even has curbs and sidewalks. And some of the overflows and the externalities of these proposals really disrupt neighborhoods. I find it frustrating, and I think residents will too. And I'll remind members as well, Mr. Galbraith was one of the final speakers, and he said something that was important. He talked about this being a generational change and perhaps resulting in incremental change. And that actually is completely opposite of what some of the other advocates that were here today were talking about, delivering hundreds of thousands of units to suddenly depress prices by 30 or 40% in the city, which I think is unrealistic. But what it will be very successful in is really annoying the current residents because of some of the issues that they've had with this policy proposal. I find the MAP 3 to be very arbitrary. There are portions of MAP 3 that are considered major streets that don't even have transit service in the community that I live in. And so I really struggle with some of the answers from the staff trying to explain why MAP 3, other than being convenient, is the place to locate this development. I heard something about larger public realm. But I can show you many examples of major streets where the fabric of the lots and the houses is absolutely no different than one street in, or even the houses that they back onto. So if I can't see the difference, I don't understand why members of the public would see the difference either, or would expect any difference. You know, people call them NIMBYs. I call them residents. I call them constituents. If the committee doesn't accept those words, maybe electors or ratepayers. I think they have a say. I think their say is actually very, very important. These are people that have worked all of their lives to pay the bills, to pay rent, to live in the neighborhoods that they dreamed and aspired to live in. And why should they accept change? Why should they accept change at this pace? You know, if the committee even goes forward and takes some of the suggestions to take caps off, can you imagine buildings that are 60 units and 60,000 square feet? I mean, this is what we go through rezoning processes for. And yet that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about changes that are as of right, that the community no longer has any say in, to deal with issues of loading externalities, issues of parking externalities, shadow, overlook. All of the things that you would normally put into a rezoning are now gone. You know, the thing that I keep thinking about is a block of cheese and mold forming on the outside, and that's what this feels like. You know, how do you effectively cut away at stable residential neighborhoods and rezone them? And this is just a convenient way to start from the outside and nibble away at that space. It's kind of like, you know, what they call it, the yellow belt, you know, the yellow cheese being sort of mold forming on it. And I think that is really going to upset people in this city when these instances come forward and they call up their counselor and they say, hey, counselor, how did this 19-meter tall building or maybe even 60-unit building get built next to my home that has been detached homes that are stable for the last, 50 years? And I didn't even get a say in it. You know, I don't think we should discount the importance of what our existing residents have to say, the wisdom that they have to say, and the expectation they have of us, the elected officials, to think about their needs and wishes in all of this pace for change and this mix. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have an amending motion that I would like to move. Councillor Candavel said he would take carriage of it for me. It's basically I'm asking for 3 streets to be removed: Guildwood Parkway, Morningside Avenue from Guildwood Parkway to the Metrolinx rail corridor, and Scarborough Golf Club Road from Hill Crescent and Gilcrest Drive to the Metrolinx rail corridor. Mr. Chair and the members of the committee, I spent a lot of time in public meetings, my town hall meetings, on my monthly email newsletter that I send out, explaining to my residents about EHON and what it meant. For the most part, I had very constructive conversations with my residents. We spent a lot of time talking about the need for housing, the number of people that are coming into this city on an annual basis, long-term planning aspects around, a wide range of things we're doing, from multi-tenant housing to garden suites to laneway suites, intensifying along our main roads. But when it came to these 3 streets in particular, when I talked about EHON and major streets and a larger right-of-way, room for transition, setbacks and side backs, whatever you want to properly call it, these 3 streets didn't fit the parameters. Residents couldn't understand it, and when this report was brought forward to me with the recommendations, these streets stood out to me as well. And as a city councillor, I had a very hard time explaining to my residents how they fit into the parameters of EHON. On probably every other street that's being impacted or falls under EHON in my ward, residents for the most part understood and accepted it. These 3 streets, the community meetings I had, the residents that live there, the vast majority of them are unaccepting of it. As I said, I had trouble understanding how EHON could successfully apply to these neighborhoods. You know, they're not major streets. There's not a large right-of-way. When it comes to transition, intensifying the residential housing on these streets, there is no room for transition into the adjacent neighborhoods. These 3 streets are all single-family residential now. They have residential street housing backing right up to them or right up against them, as these streets were designed in the former city of Scarborough back in the 1960s when they were constructed. So I'm asking for the members of the committee to support me, to support my residents, and to support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, you wanted to speak.
Yeah, thank you.
Just so I can get a list, are there any other members of the committee who are going to want to speak to this? Councillor Bradford, Councillor Myers, Councillor Candeval, are you going to want to speak to this? Okay, looks like it full house. Although I think Councillor Nunziata gave up on us all.
You want to send my?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to, first of all, reiterate something that Councillor Myers referred to earlier in his line of questions to staff, which is that there's been a lot of talk about the need for affordable housing, and that's something that we need to prioritize and continue working on providing, and in particular on public lands where we can directly provide it ourselves. What we're talking about today is providing more affordable options for more people who are left out of the market today in neighborhoods throughout our city, and finding gentle, incremental ways to provide those options and opportunities. That's what we're discussing today. And we talk about emulating cities around the world when it comes to world-class cities. That's what they've been doing for many, many decades already. Focusing on major streets as one of those places where we can provide more options. Now, I think it's important that we do move forward today and not piecemeal streets, because what will happen if we do that is that many councillors in different parts of the city, for a number of different reasons, will start doing that to the extent that then we start actually dismantling this initiative itself, which is wrong in the midst of a housing crisis. What I do recognize, though, Kathy McDonald mentioned earlier, there's this little segment in the ward that I represent of Avenue Road that has the name Avenue Road, but it sure doesn't look like what you all think of Avenue Road. We need to understand that, and understand why residents were surprised to see that included. Huntingwood Drive, for example, in Councillor Myers' ward, it might be called a major street on a map, but it is like, there's bungalows, it's next to a couple of schools and green spaces, and it doesn't look like what people think of as the definition of a major street. And I totally get why there are councillors who agree with this initiative, but do want to have those conversations with the residents who have reasonable questions for them. And that's representation, and I respect that. So I believe that we need to move forward with what's in front of us today and not pick and choose, and because some things may seem arbitrary and some things are not arbitrary, and we need to work with staff. And I think over the next 2 weeks, we need to have those conversations very thoughtfully with staff to understand why things were included, why things weren't included. Maybe there's some streets that are missed. Maybe they should be included that weren't considered. But ultimately, there are some who, for those reasons, wanted to take this a little slower. There were others on this committee, I don't think we have to guess who would have liked to move faster. Equally, while some councillors want to do more consultation because of some genuine questions from communities, we have not consulted on some of those next steps that perhaps even Councillor Bradford would have liked to take to make what we're doing even more feasible and more realistic to build. So that way, if we go to council, hopefully with some supplemental reports, some information that can touch on a lot of these questions, we can then put this all together in a way that works and makes sense, and work together to make sure that our communities both understand the benefits of what the city is doing now, and ultimately I hope that in the coming years, as our major streets, our main streets change incrementally, that those that don't have transit and amenities today, with that density that's included on those main streets, that it will actually become more financially viable and possible to include a lot of those benefits that they don't have today. And that's what I'd like to see for our city. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Matlow. We'll move to Councillor Myers.
Thank you. And I have a motion. So my motion is essentially just asking staff to report back in consultation with the TTC on the proposal to eliminate circular driveways as to what that effect would be on Wheel-Trans users, and to come back with any results and recommendations that might need tweaking as a result. So I just want to say, first, I agree with the direction of this report. I think this is the right direction that we're heading in. I think, Councillor Matlow hit the nail on the head where, there's sort of two competing schools, those that think we should, do a bit more consultation versus those that think we should just go faster. And but I think all of us want to head in the same direction. We just want to get it right. And I've shared some of my concerns about, why certain streets were included versus, does the rent cap make sense in the context of trying to get less expensive or more affordable housing built? I think overall, this is, a good step in the right direction. I think this is more of what Toronto needs. I think a lot of people will see a lot of good in this report. I just wish there were more opportunities for councillors to do the type of consultations that we feel we can get our communities really behind this. I might know this as a councillor because I'm reading this report, that's my job. But in my community, for example, of Scarborough North, it's the most diverse community in the city, in the country. Most diverse ward. It's 70% immigrants, 90% racialized. So if I don't do a community consultation in either Tamil and or Chinese, I'm not communicating to half my ward. So that's just the reality of life in the suburbs that I think sometimes gets missed when we say, well, we've done lots of consultations. If you haven't done it in the language that people can understand, you're not reaching them, and you're missing a lot of local nuances that people will give you if you just give them the opportunity to provide these conversations and this feedback. Generally, people are not opposed, at least in my community, to these types of initiatives. I've been very clear about the fact that I want more residents in Scarborough North. Our population is actually decreasing every year. There was actually a proposal to eliminate us as a ward because our population had fallen. So I'm actually actively working to get the population up and encourage these types of developments. I just wish that we had the opportunity to take these proposals as they are and bring them to our communities with the local variances that we need to meet the reality of what's on the ground and get the feedback and bring that to council. So thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions on the motion? No, seeing none. Councillor Bradford.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a motion, if you want to display that on the screen, requesting staff to do a little bit of extra work between now and council, just a little bit. In response to some of the feedback that we've received today and the correspondence, I would draw people's attention to the correspondence on this file from Habitat for Humanity as well, in that we've been having a conversation about affordable housing, of which this is not necessarily, but all of these additional regulations, of course, apply to those units as well and will make them more difficult. I asked a lot of questions about this back in September when this first came in front of us, the proposals report, when we first heard about it in September. And also like back in 2020, when this first came forward as part of the expanding housing options in neighborhoods. And then the 4 in-person meetings and 12 virtual meetings that took place where lots of Torontonians participated and what'd you get, like 1,800 people complete the survey. Excuse me if I seem overzealous to move this forward. I just sort of feel like, it's been 4 years. And too often that's the case at City Hall. It's been 4 years to get here, and that's why I'm not hitting the panic button on the consultation. I'm just saying, let's go forward because we're in a housing crisis, and let's provide pathways to more housing and more neighborhoods. Not to say that this is perfect, which is why I have some proposed suggestions here for staff to consider on its way to council. I think the 30-unit cap is going to be problematic. And you've heard all the different reasons from a variety of different people today in their commentary. This is about built form zoning. It's the box. It's the box of the building. It's 6 stories on major streets. If we can all agree on that, and I'm not sure that we can, how many units are in the building? Much less consequential. And if we're talking about literally bringing units of housing online, that seems pretty important to remove those barriers. Without getting into the weeds, that 30-unit cap is tied to a lot of things. It's tied to the FSI, it's tied to the amenity space requirement, it's tied to landscaping requirements. So we are at this crossroads here where the recommendations in front of us as drafted by staff today set us up to have a policy that is better than what was there before, but will still result in a costly, lengthy process through committee of adjustments that makes these projects more difficult to realize. And I just think we need to be doing everything that we can to not just approve projects on paper, but make sure we're providing a pathway for people to actually get shovels in the ground and build the housing, all housing that we need. So I don't want to be voting for something that we know coming out of the gate is probably not going to work. The financial analysis that was not included here, but is available on the EHON website, states very clearly that you couldn't build a rental apartment in Scarborough with a 30-unit cap. Rental apartment. A lot of us want more rental. In Scarborough, you couldn't do that because the financials don't work. I'm asking staff to look at some of those numbers as we explore the cap issue on its way back to council. We need to stop bringing stuff forward that doesn't work. We need to abandon the radical incrementalism that has governed planning in this city for the past 2 or 3 decades and move forward with solutions that can be delivered by anybody who wants to build housing in this city, and I want to support them in that effort. I'm going to wrap with my thanks to staff, because wow, it seems like you're really jammed on this, and I'm very sympathetic to it. There are very different views, and we've heard those views today, and they're all important for everybody to consider, myself included. And I think you're trying to thread a needle here, and I know that's not easy. I do really appreciate actually all the consultation that you've done on this, going back to 2020 where EHON first came in front of us, and of course the proposals report in the fall, and all the different meetings that you've done. Kyle and Brooke in particular, I'm sure this was a challenging day, and it's probably gonna be challenging at council, but thank you for doing this work, because on the other side of it, hopefully we have something better for the city to show for it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Councillor Matlow?
Yeah, along with Councillor Bradford asking staff to look at, whether or not, for example, a 30-unit cap will, in real life, impede the ability to actually build something. I just want to parse out the landscaping question of 50% on the property, because the average person, I think, would say, well, wait a sec, they want 50% landscaping. That's awesome. We all want landscaping. We all want green space. We all want more public space. But would you submit that a tower site, for example, where there might be a lot more land to work with, when we're talking about a much smaller footprint, that could actually just get in the way of functionally building anything at all?
Absolutely, yes.
So you're just trying to look at specific things that may have come to us with the best of intent, but just in real life may not actually work, and that's what you're asking.
On these types of sites, yeah. Exactly. And so, and I don't know what the answer will be, but I'm just asking them to look at, the merits of reducing front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, landscaping requirements, amenity, all that stuff that on these smaller, tighter sites might have a detrimental effect on a project actually being able to go forward. And the point has been made, and I think you made it eloquently, and others, that like not every site is the same. So when you get into site plan control, which kicks in when you put your 11th unit there, you can deal with these sorts of issues. But we don't want the overarching bylaw to be the massive impediment of anything going forward. We want to provide the flexibility to move things forward, and then you can always sort that stuff out through site plan.
And thanks for the way that you're doing this too.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the mover? No? Councillor Candevel, you're next to speak.
Crafting, so I'm not sure if somebody else can go ahead. Is there somebody before me? I mean, after me? Okay. I think there's a motion I'm putting on behalf of Councillor Ainsley, which he spoke to earlier. I think to carry on with Councillors Matlow and Myers' comments, there's a great deal of excitement in pushing this initiative forward, given the dire need for supply, and doing it with a thoughtful approach that recognizes inequities across our city, which I think have to be part of the implementation process. Because as we become more dense and create more housing, we need to recognize transportation, amenities, services, retail are important components to make these communities healthy. So I'm looking forward to collaboration with staff. I've spoken earlier to address certain streets that are of concern, that as councillors we have that intimate knowledge, familiarity of the texture of our neighborhoods that recognize where it can succeed really well. And to Councillor Bradford's point, to recognize that we need to be upfront with our communities, that many of these are going to go to C of A, et cetera. And that's better governance when we're being clearer of the realities of what's going to transpire. So I would recognize that that is an approach that needs to be part of the implementation, that we're clear on what will actually transpire. And there needs to be a nuanced approach to the arguments that Councillor Holliday put forth, that our neighborhoods are very different. And the impacts coming out of this are sizable for communities that are underserved. You know, maps are wonderful tools to understand how our city is. And I think to make this report stronger, we need maps that demonstrate the inequities that surround these neighborhoods that will see intensification. So I think that social component needs to be embedded in our housing and zoning policies, reviews, and initiatives. I have a motion for consideration for this, to ask staff to, it's a feasibility report. Not sure if it was shared with you, Nancy. I sent it. And if that could be shared, put on screen, then, or if staff can forward it to.
I'm going to pause your time. Hang on a sec.
Thanks, Chair. Do you have it?
Okay, something's just arrived. I'm going to pause your time and just remind you, like, motions need to be moved at the start.
Sorry.
So we'll give staff 30 seconds to put it up, and with committee's permission, we'll allow you to move the motion even though you didn't do it at the start. The speaker's looking at me. Don't try this at council, kids. Okay, continue.
The motion I'm asking council members, committee members to support is for us staff to come back in 2 weeks at council with a report on, to consider a phased or staggered approach to implement the zoning on major streets using order of transit as a mechanism. I think taking a staggered approach, because this will ultimately, to the comments shared by many suburban councillors, a lot of consternation in our neighborhoods, and we want to recognize and see this to be successful. We want to see major streets succeed in neighborhoods where there is concern. And I think at least discussing and examining a feasibility question on staggering this, I think demonstrates to all residents of Toronto that we're being thoughtful in an approach that we can succeed. It gives us the time to understand the layers of concern and address it in a meaningful way that demonstrates authentic, active listening. So I think this is a mechanism to demonstrate to skeptical members of our public in the next 2 weeks that we're looking at a potential implementation that is a little more thoughtful, that shows that we want to intensify our long, high-order transit, and I want to see this succeed at council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to speak. I don't have a motion. I'm just going to first comment on the motions that have been placed. I'm supportive of the motion that Councillor Bradford has put. We worked together on it and with staff, and I think it's a good way to merge some divergent views. It's a good compromise. Well done. Councillor Meyer's motion is fine. Unfortunately, I can't support either of the motions that Councillor Candevel has put. The one he's put on behalf of Councillor Ainsley, quite frankly, it just opens the door to everyone pulling out a street here, a street there, until the whole sweater unravels and we have no policy. I appreciate that there are, different conditions on different streets, but the idea here is to try to increase the variety of housing types inside neighborhoods. And frankly, the form we're discussing here exists on side streets in the ward I represent, on tiny little dead ends. There are apartment buildings built of this form that were built 100 years ago. This isn't something that in the former city of Toronto is limited just to major streets. It's something you find everywhere. So I don't buy the argument that some of the major streets here are inappropriate. As to Councillor Candevel's motion on the doing it in phases, I think that fundamentally misunderstands the relationship between transit service and neighborhoods. There's a chicken and egg problem. If you don't allow more people to live in a neighborhood, you don't have enough transit riders to justify running more frequent service or higher orders of transit. It's only when you achieve those higher population densities that you're going to get 5-minute headways all day on the bus, that you're going to get the case that maybe it's time to bring light rail or other higher order transit into that neighborhood. But as long as you continue to resist increasing density in those communities, you will never get the transit. And the same thing applies to community centers and to parks and so on and so forth. The city won't make investments of that scale to a small number of people in a large area. You get those investments when you have the kind of population densities that support the amenities like transit. So because of that chicken and egg problem, I can't support that today. More broadly, I wanted to talk about 3 more things. First of all, every time one of these EHON reports comes in front of me, some part of my soul dies, and I want to go to every first-year economics class, grab their textbooks, find the place where they do those supply and demand curves, and write in big red magic marker, this isn't how the housing market works. If you've ever heard the term real estate bubble, you know that the housing market does not follow simple supply and demand for housing. 75% of all the wealth on the planet is invested in real estate. Real estate is not just a housing market, it's an investment vehicle. So we need to bear that in mind when we consider this. And that's why allowing these permissions can't be understood as the way of solving the housing crisis. The housing crisis is not being caused because the City of Toronto has restrictive bylaws. If that were really the case, if the demand for housing were such that, you know, we build, everything we approve would get built. But lo and behold, less than 60% of what we approve in the City of Toronto gets built. And that's because the developers, some of them, are not getting these approvals because they want to build housing. They're getting these approvals because it increases the value of the land they own, which increases their wealth. This is not a housing market as much as it is a real estate market. So let's bear that in mind. And finally, on the comments about the cap. Now I'm going to wait and see what staff reports before I settle my mind here. But let's bear in mind that when you put a lot of people on a single site, the needs of those people demand more supports. You do need more loading space. You do need more green space. You do need better separation distances. The reason we have these zoning bylaws is to make sure that the balance between allowing people to build on a site and providing the amenities and supports so the people who live on that site are well served is fundamental. It's the reason we have zoning. Simply saying, you know, we'll allow as much garbage as we want on this site. Go look on Jameson Avenue on garbage day, where they didn't approve proper storage for garbage when those buildings were approved. It's a mess. Okay, I've gone over time. So I think that's it. We're ready to start voting? Okay. Let's put up the first motion. This is by Councillor Myers. All those in favor, approved, carried. Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, approved, carried. Councillor Candeville, on behalf of on behalf of Councillor Ainsley, recorded vote, all those in favor. Councillor Candeville, all those opposed. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Perks, Councillor Myers, Councillor Nunziata. That does not pass. On Councillor Candeville's second motion, we'll record this one as well. All those in favor? Councillor Matlow, Councillor Candeville, Councillor Bradford. All those opposed? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks in the chair. That does not pass. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Getting the work done. What do we got next? 7? Oh, item 4. Okay, item 4, this is the small retail EHON study. I don't have any deputants. Who was holding this in the end? Councillor Candeville, that's right, we passed the hold. Councillor Candeville, the floor is yours.
Staff doing a presentation?
No, no, you're just up. Are there any questions of staff? Sorry.
Yes, a couple.
Councillor Candeville, away you go.
I recognize the time constraints, so I'll be concise. Very excited about this. The concern and question I have is, does staff anticipate any bureaucratic obstacle to see, you know, a typical mom and pop homeowner looking to animate their garage into, let's say, a small coffee shop? At this point, can staff speak to the licensing or the permitting process and the timing and timelines around that.
Through the chair, this report presents a zoning approach for consultation. So the zoning that is being proposed would make it easier for such establishments to be created, as will be permitted as of right, rather than the current approach, which would require a committee of adjustment or zoning bylaw amendment application. In terms of licensing and things like that, or building code, we're not proposing changes for that. The rules on licensing would continue to persist as they are today.
Okay, I gotcha. And the scope of the consultation, can staff speak to what is that scope? What are the leading questions and considerations you guys are looking for?
Sure. Through the chair, we have currently planned consultations both online and in person, with in-person meetings in all 4 districts. So we have a meeting in Scarborough, North York, Toronto, and in Etobicoke. And we've also been doing consultations with different business groups, the Board of Trade, for example, business improvement associations, and we've done that in our previous phase, and we'll be going back to all those groups again, and also happy to meet with residents associations and others that councillors might be seeking. But what we have planned right now are 4 public meetings, in-person meetings, 1 in each district, as well as the online meetings.
And lastly, at this point, do you have a set of questions you're going to be asking and centering the consultation on at this point?
Yes, through the chair. So the official plan amendment that was approved back in 2022 focused on 3 areas in terms of where such retail service and office uses would be appropriate. 1 based on location, 2nd based on small scale or size, and a 3rd based on avoiding nuisances to the neighboring to residents. And so we've tried to address each of those variables, and we'll be discussing that with the residents.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. First, I think this is a really exciting report. I think this is has definitely a lot of potential. One of the questions I had was, why is there a proposal to limit the number of employees to 2?
So through the chair, that is specific to the home occupation permissions. Currently, home occupations, for the most part, no employees are permitted, except for there are some for specific medical uses. So this is an expansion of the permissions that are currently in place. And we've kept it at 2. So the intention of this is really to support someone who is living in their home and running a business out of their home, and to provide a little bit of extra flexibility. The intention is not through a home occupation for someone to establish a full-scale office in their home. And so we've established that 2 employee number to try to find a balance there between the current approach, which is 0, but also trying to keep it at that small scale support.
But is that really reasonable if you're running a business to have, like, what if one is sick? What if one quits? Like, it just seems very arbitrary. For example, what if someone wants to have 3 part-time employees? That just makes more sense with their business model.
Through the chair, I think that's a question that can be explored through the community consultation process. And what I would underscore is, up to now, the approach in the zoning bylaw has been to allow home occupations, but to limit employees from working in those home-based businesses, and to prohibit customers or clients from coming and going. So there's a lens that has been brought through zoning regulation to prevent the comings and goings of members of the public or employees from people's residential properties. The proposal that we've put forward is to loosen that somewhat. We are open to hearing feedback on whether that's the right balance or not. And I think fundamentally that's the question that the public and council will have to turn their minds to. How open are we collectively to allowing that type of activity in residential areas? Will that support the livability of those communities, or will it create some nuisances that make people uneasy?
Thank you. And then, so there are some other proposals, for example, that the businesses, if it's like a cafe, has to be located on the corner. What if it's the business, what if it's the house next to the corner? Like, it just seems like, I understand why you would want it on the corner, but it just seems arbitrary when you're starting to have when you're trying to open a business, that if they want to open a business and their house is in the middle of the road, so long as the business makes sense, and it's financially viable, that would be, and so it's providing a service to the neighborhood, that would, to me, be the primary concern versus, whether or not it's located on the corner.
Sure, and I'll just clarify that what we've talked about, a couple things. So first of all, this is for the interior of the neighborhood, not on the major streets. So on major streets, that restriction would not be there. And we've also allowed for sites that are adjacent to other non-residential. So a site that's beside a park, beside a school. Some neighborhoods have existing commercial buildings, so those adjacent to those. And there's a couple reasons for that focus. First of all, we found through our research that businesses tend to want to occupy corner sites. And we took a look at existing businesses, at past committee of adjustment applications, historical sites, and generally they do tend to locate at the corners. The access is much better there. Of course, you can have doors on either side, etc.
Just because my time is running short.
Sure.
But that's a business decision. Like, if they might not be able to afford the house on the corner, that might not be, that house might not be for sale. So if their house is the house 2 doors down, is it really is the purpose of the policy to get it exactly right, or to allow businesses that want to flourish in certain neighborhoods? Whereas if that's the only house that's available, wouldn't we want that business to be able to set up rather than saying, sorry, you're not on the corner?
Sure. So I know we're tight on time. So first of all, say we will be, as with the other ones, consulting on this, and definitely happy to hear what businesses have to say and what residents have to say. But yes, and certainly a reasonable approach. Our feeling was that the corners were a more ideal site for, as I said, the access purposes, for patios, etc. There's less impact on neighboring residents. So there are some values in terms of those corner sites that make them.
Are there any other members of council who have questions for staff on whether or not we should consult?
I know.
No? Seeing none? Are there any members who want to speak to this item? Councillor Candeval?
I'll be very quick. I just want to convey my excitement about this initiative. It's something that will bring tremendous vibrancy. As to my earlier comments, we're seeing the loss of tremendous healthy commercial retail space in Scarborough, and this will be a strategy, I think, that will bring vibrancy, healthy communities especially in diverse neighborhoods together. And I think, this consultation will be positive, and I'm sure we'll learn a lot from it. And the ability for our communities to allow neighbors, literal mom and pop shops, to set up in their garage, whether it's a barber shop, a coffee shop, even a physiotherapist, I think, are in line with our vision to create walkable neighborhoods with vibrancy and remove the gradual dependency on automobiles, and create spaces within neighborhoods that make sense. We see this all over the world, and sometimes in the first world, or so-called the developed world, we contain our thinking and zoning through rigidity, and I get the irony there, but in this case, this allows something in times of affordability and growing income disparity, the ability to supplement a family's income through entrepreneurship is incredibly exciting for so many communities that has been the hallmark of their families. So I'm very excited to see this consultation through, and of course the devil's in the details, and what comes out next year will be incredibly important in how we actually allow our neighbors to animate their spaces for their benefit, for the community benefit, but that's going to result in having a very easy to understand, accessible and attainable licensing and permitting regime. So very excited about this, and looking forward to bringing it home, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. And I also have a motion. So this is a motion I worked with on staff just to make sure that what we're passing here worked with what we previously passed. I'd also just like to echo Councillor Candeval's comments about, this is a very exciting initiative. I think there's a lot of potential here to reanimate a lot of our neighborhoods. But what I really like about this option, way of consultation is we're actually given an opportunity to comment and provide feedback on the proposals as proposed, or what staff are thinking. And I think it just makes for a more robust conversation, because you can ask specific questions of staff and get that feedback in real time, and it gives the councillors that time to do that type of deep community consultation, where you can get the buy-in from the community and help make sure these types of programs are successful. So I really do appreciate this approach from staff, and I do hope we see more of this in the future going forward. Thank you.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Any other members wish to speak? Seeing none, why don't we take the motion? Councillor Myers moved the motion. Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, now I think that just leaves us the one item. Yeah, okay. Members, we have a couple of deputants, but also given the scope and scale of this item, and given the incredible importance of it, I've asked staff to prepare a presentation. I'd like to propose we do the staff presentation first and then take deputants. Fair enough? Fair enough. Okay. Everyone buckle up. This is going to blow your minds, some of the problems here. Mr. Cantos, please educate us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. Thank you. My name is Jeff Cantos, a manager in city planning, and I'm joined with colleagues, Andrew Ng, the executive director of financial planning, Shirley Sue,
Good afternoon, members of councils and the chair. And my name is Anthony Ng from Financial Planning Executive Director. I'm being with Shirley Shu, Senior Financial Analyst responsible for DC ads. So we are here to give you some high-level summary update on the impacts on DC ads resulting from Bill 185.
Great, so this presentation is about the report that's before you. And in terms of an overview, just last month, April 10th, the province released legislative and policy changes with just a 30-day...
One moment, please. Oh, we've lost quorum. Hang on, I'm going to go hunting.
This is not the item you'd walk out on. Jeez. How are we going to pay for all the transit for the major streets?
It's with the clerks.
You guys have been waiting like 8 hours to give this presentation, so just another 5 or 10. Yeah. This one's a barn burner, guys. Come on. Yeah, it's true. You know I don't like to wait.
Get going. Okay, I'll resume. As I was saying, the province introduced legislative and policy changes back in April 10th, and gave stakeholders 30 days to comment. And so this presentation and the report before you gives staff's comments and potential impacts to the city on the proposed Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act, which affects 17 provincial pieces of legislation. There's the proposed provincial planning statement, which combines the provincial planning statement of provincial policy statement of 2020 and the growth plan, as well as a new proposed minister's zoning order framework. And so staff will submit our comments to the province tomorrow because they're due tomorrow. And this report, after consideration from council, we will submit supplementary comments just so we can make our timeline. Again, the report before you, the 3 operative recommendations are for City Council to endorse the key recommendations. That's attachment 1 to the report, to endorse our staff's detailed comments and recommendations. Those are attachment 2, 3, and 4, and then authorize us to submit any additional comments on associated regulations that may be introduced by the province, and if necessary, we will report to council with those impacts. Given the breadth and scope of the proposed changes, staff from multiple divisions have organized our comments into the 5 buckets or themes that you see on the screen. And I will take you through just a couple of the changes. Again, it's an overarching omnibus bill that they're proposing. So from the Planning Act, third-party appeals. The proposed change is to limit third-party appeals of council's decision to the Ontario Municipal Board. Our recommendation is to partially support this proposal and to limit appeal restrictions to developments with affordable housing proposals and to zoning that implements protected major transit station areas, as well as to limit the restrictions to include major facilities. So these are large industries that may be affected by nearby sensitive uses like residential, as well as for as well as a province to extend the timelines for planning and approval so that we as staff can work with potential third-party appellants to address issues. Another change to the Planning Act are eliminating the application fee refunds that were introduced by Bill 109, the More Homes for Everyone Act. And the impacts here, it will eliminate financial risk in the future to the city, and staff support this change. Another change proposed by Bill 185 is streamlining student housing approvals. So the proposed change exempts undertakings of post-secondary institutions and affiliated institutions from the Planning Act and parts of the City of Toronto Act. So staff do not support this proposed change as it would exempt universities and affiliated institutions from processes in the Planning Act and the City of Toronto Act, like site plan control, and in particular, the issues that are secured in the Planning Act, like health and safety, accessibility, sustainable development, natural environment, and also infrastructure requirements. So the definition in the Planning Act of what an undertaking is not specified, nor is the extent to which the extent to where that undertaking can happen, and whether it happens on campus or close to campus or anywhere that the university proposes. Another change proposed is replacing the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator, or CHIHA, with the new municipal zoning framework, municipal zoning order framework. So the CHIHA was an initiative that allowed the municipality to request an MZO, like an MZO, and there was a framework that council adopted of what needed to be done for council to endorse and ask for a CHIHA, and instead the community infrastructure and housing accelerator is removed, and a new MZO framework is in place that includes an intake threshold, so a municipality or an applicant or an individual can request an MZO provided one of the two things, that the proposal meets a provincial interest priority, or council endorses the request, or the request comes from a strong mayor, a mayor with strong mayor powers. And so we city staff support this change from the CHIHA to the MZO framework. Now, the provincial planning statement change, one of the changes is eliminating municipal comprehensive reviews that municipalities must undertake for us, it's been every 5-7 years. And so the impact here are that employment area conversion requests that we report to here to committee can occur anytime. And for municipalities outside of Toronto that have what are called settlement boundary expansions, those can occur at any time as well. And city staff do not support this proposal, as you've heard from us before, that the municipal comprehensive reviews as they relate to conversion requests provide a sense of land use certainty for major businesses so that they can make long-term investments here in Toronto. And again, for employment areas, they account for 12% of our land, but accommodate and hold over 25% of the jobs in the city. So they do a lot of heavy lifting. In terms of land use compatibility, what the provincial planning statement requires us as a city to do is to permit residential uses on lands that are intended to be the buffer between the noxious uses, the dirty, smelly, stinky industries, and other sensitive land uses such as daycare, schools, and residential.
And the gas station. You can live in the gas station.
So that's okay. So there's a flaw in the logic in the policy that we believe the province is proposing that we've set out in our report. Another major change in the provincial planning statement is that it enables a greenfield development outside of Toronto. So the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe was a regional plan that the province has set out for us and our neighboring municipalities to encourage intensification and to discourage outward development. So many of the growth plan policies intended to encourage intensification were either deleted or not carried over or tweaked that prioritized intensification versus growing outwards. And so there was many different policy changes on this matter. And from here, I'm going to pass it over to our colleagues in finance.
Thank you, Jeff. So based on our preliminary review and analysis, the Bill 185, we believe it will reverse some, but not all, of the previously introduced Bill 23 changes. So overall, Bill 185, we believe it will result in some positive financial impacts to the city to a small extent. For reinstating the DC study service would allow various study costs, such as planning study, environmental assessment, master plans, etc., to be recovered from DC revenues. A lot of these studies are crucial and important for strategic long-term planning to determine the future infrastructure requirements as well as the capital project delivery to support the growth. There is a 5-year mandatory DC rate phase-in provision currently under Bill 23. So this provision currently prevents the city to fully implement the city-approved adopted DC rate until 2027, resulting in a revenue loss to the city. So this Bill 185 aims to repeal this particular phase-in provision. As for the reduction on the time limit on the DC rate freeze from 2 years to 1.5 years, the city welcomes and supports the reduction of DC rate freeze period for the purposes of expediting housing construction. And also DC bylaw update is a lengthy process, as we all know, including the preparation of the DC background study, engagement with the consultant, and a lot of statutory public meetings. So the Bill 185 now proposes a streamlined approach for scope DC bylaw amendments without undertaking a comprehensive background study. And City Council can extend DC bylaws to 10 years period without changing the rates. As part of the Bill 185, the province also proclaimed the affordable and attainable unit exemptions, which will come into effect beginning June 1st of this year. So this would require a 25-year affordability and attainability period. These new exemptions will be against DC revenues, as well as Section 42 cash in lieu, and also Community Benefits Charge, CBC. Next slide, please. So as described in the financial impact section of the staff report, the preliminary estimate with these positive amendments would potentially reduce the Bill 23 impacts, previously estimated $2.3 billion loss in the, over the 10-year period, by approximately $144 million over the 10-year period. So while the city welcomed these amendments, but there are still many Bill 23 changes which are not repealed. And I'm going to highlight a few of them. Okay, the province has previously indicated it would make the city whole for the impacts of the legislative changes associated with Bill 23, but which has yet to be confirmed or received. We asked the province to reinstate the housing as an eligible DC service, estimated at $1.3 billion impact over the 10-year period. In addition, we also request the province phase-in discount for all permits issues on or after Bill 185, with frozen rates be repealed. There were currently 67,000 proposed units in complete site plan applications received since Bill 23, and there's an estimated potentially impact up to $570 million financial impact over the 10-year period. Regarding the longer-term supply of affordable and attainable ownership or rental housing, the city staff is requesting the province, in terms of the affordability and attainability period, be extended from current 25 years to 50 years, consistent with previous council positions. If any changes during the period, the incentive should be repaid when the units no longer remain affordable. And overall, to be more effective and achieve the desired outcomes, the city requests the province to consider provide direct incentives to support the supply of housing by way of like grants or rebate programs, rather than the reductions in the municipal funding tools like DC Section 42 and CBC. So overall, the city support the proposed change as part of the Bill 185 that have a positive financial impact to the city to a small extent. But we urge the province to continue to engage with the city staff and discuss with us to address the major areas of concern that I mentioned in the presentation. So that concludes my presentation, and thanks for the committee the opportunity.
Thank you. We can ask questions of staff in a minute, but first there are a couple of deputants on this item. First I have Annette Trevorrow-Gasher. Annette, are you with us? No? Annette's not here? Okay then, it looks like we only have one deputant, and you've been waiting patiently over there, Waleed, the whole time I've been watching. Come on up.
Thank you, Chair Perks. Give me 1 second, if you don't mind. I was paying attention to this amazing presentation by city staff with regards to this. Can you hear me now? Is it much better? Perfect, thank you. Okay, 1 second. I know I have about 3 minutes, and this is an important topic, so I hope I'm able to do so. So good afternoon, honorable members of council and the Housing and Planning Committee. My name is Waleed Kogali Ali. I represent a collective of grassroots organizations, community workers, and advocates dedicated to securing affordable housing and promoting responsible development. I'm here to voice our serious concerns about Bill 185, the Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act. This bill affects 17 acts, including the City of Toronto Act and the Planning Act, stands to significantly alter how communities engage with urban development. Key concerns include reduced community engagement. Bill 185 proposes severe limitations on public input, which undermines democratic processes and the vital insights communities provide. Dismissal of existing appeals. This bill will remove the ability for third-party appeals, denying communities a crucial tool to advocate for just and inclusive urban planning. Limited municipal oversight. It aims to strip local municipalities like the City of Toronto of their consultative powers on major planning applications, compromising the ability of city leaders to ensure balanced development. Encroachment on green spaces. This bill threatens protected green spaces, crucial for environmental sustainability and public well-being. In response, we recommend that the City of Toronto support amendments to this legislation that reinstates the robust community engagement in all stages of development, preserves the right to appeal development decisions to maintain a system of checks and balances, maintaining mandatory local consultations to ensure developments are balanced and sustainable, and also protecting green spaces rigorously with stringent assessments for any proposed encroachments. While Bill 185 includes measures like removing minimum parking requirements to promote denser urban environments, these benefits are overshadowed by the potential harms to communities' rights and environmental protections. We urge the mayor, this committee, and the city planning department to protect equitable and just urban development by rejecting the harmful provisions of Bill 185. Thank you for considering our perspectives. We appreciate your time and are ready to assist in refining policies that ensure dignity and equity for all Toronto residents. And a much more thorough submission is in the letter that's available online and has been submitted to members of council. But these are the themes that we hope the Planning and Housing Committee will focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Waleed? Seeing none, thank you so much. That concludes the deputations, I believe. Yes. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Matlow.
Where do I start?
Yeah, exactly.
Has the, Bill 109, 23, et cetera, has the province, after even promising that they would make us right based on the decisions that they make that affect our ability to bring in revenue, have they ever actually fully made us right before? Even after they promised to do so?
Through the chair, so far at this moment, no, the city has not received, any confirmation from the province to assure that the city will be made whole as a result of Bill 23.
So we just did this new deal, and now they're, wow. What about, so when we talk about green spaces and the vulnerability that this bill provides, could you get into a little bit more detail about how this bill would affect environmentally sensitive green spaces?
Yeah, so the big changes came in losing a lot of the upstream protection through the growth plan. So a lot of the natural heritage system policies, the MAP natural heritage system from the growth plan were not carried into the new PPS, and then the ability to expand settlement areas outside of a municipal comprehensive review and some of the checks and balances related to those were also removed. So that would create a situation where upstream communities, these land use changes, will take away permeable areas, the agricultural system, potentially natural spaces, which has a downstream impact to the City of Toronto.
I'm going to ask you a question that I don't expect you to know. Any suggestion that the Ford government have any friends who own lands along those properties? I digress, but I wonder. You're just not the ones to answer that. I'm going to ask you a question. Councillor Moyes asked me to ask this on his behalf. Are universities and colleges also now exempt from regulations under the Planning Act, such as the recent ministerial zoning order regarding helicopter flight paths? I asked this on behalf of Councillor Moyes.
They, under the Bill 185, they would be exempt from the Planning Act. Whether or not they would be exempt under that particular minister's zoning order, I'm sorry, I would have to do a little bit more research on that. I just don't want to give you the wrong answer on that.
Yep.
But they definitely are proposed to be exempt from the Planning Act.
I appreciate that. Before this was proposed, I know that like now we can provide feedback, but before this was proposed, did the Ford government engage anyone at the City of Toronto, to your knowledge, to understand what the implications would be on us by announcing this proposed bill?
Through the chair, there were a number of consultations that the province did, raising questions with both AMO, regional planning commissioners, a broad group of individuals, that they would pose questions and ask, and we would provide feedback. A lot of the commentary resulted around, I will say from the City of Toronto's perspective, our concerns with respect to the fee refunds that currently exist, the potential impact. Our comments also evolved around our concerns with respect to the fact that development gets approved, but we don't necessarily see shovels in the ground. And our concern with that was wanting to see some timelines with respect to approvals taking effect, and the province has addressed that in part. But there was not specifics in terms of the proposed legislation that we saw released with the bills and the opportunity to provide commentary on that beforehand.
So you engaged them with issues coming out of Bill 109 that needed to be corrected, and we see potentially some progress there. That being said, though, this might completely decimate our employment lands.
Correct. And we're very concerned about that, as you can see from the report.
Are we speaking with municipalities beyond Toronto that are affected by this?
Through the chair, most definitely.
So Toronto is working with AMO and others on a cohesive response as well beyond what we're doing directly?
Through the chair, regional planning commissioners have got together. We've actually drafted a report to submit, and my understanding, though I haven't seen it today, is that AMO has also provided a response.
And again, could you just remind me what you showed before? What is the potential loss in revenue through the decisions regarding DCs that they made to the City of Toronto?
Through the chair, since the Bill 23 was introduced in November 2022, when the staff prepared the budget, for during the 2023 budget process, at that time we identified a total DC revenue loss about $2 million. And also as part of the Bill 23 changes, there's also a Section 42 cash in lieu impact. It's about estimated about $300 million for a total of $2.3 billion. So specifically for development charges, the major impact is on the DC service for housing. So the estimated impact alone for DC housing is $1.3 billion.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. One of the things in here, I should do this and this. One of the things in here is eliminating the growth plan, therefore relaxing urban growth boundaries. The area in the GTA that therefore becomes eligible for development and wasn't previously eligible, this is like equivalent to or larger than the green belt, correct?
You speaking about the white belt area, the outer ring? Don't believe it's as big as the Greenbelt, but I
But
don't
it's
have
on that order of magnitude.
at a regional scale, it's the outer boundary of all the municipalities that leads right up to the edge of the Greenbelt.
Okay. Mr. Cantos, we were talking together about the third-party appeals. I know you have a recommendation in here. I want to instead recommend to the province that they keep the third-party appeal for rezonings and OPAs roughly where it is now. And you've drafted that for me, correct?
Through yes.
Okay, so that'll be the motion I'm moving. And just to confirm, the 114 million is 5 cents on the dollar of the 2.3 billion, right?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Do you feel made whole? No, I don't think so. Back to this urban growth boundary thing. What we had an issue 10, 15 years ago where some developments were taking place in York Region. It was affecting the water that flowed into the Don, and we actually noticed the level of the Don River drop. Is this the kind of thing that's at risk with the urban growth boundaries being eliminated?
Yeah, so I think that's a consideration, and that type of upstream development, loss of permeable areas, changes to wetland designations as well. There's a few compounding factors, but each of the changes would be small in scale individually. But what the municipal comprehensive reviews, the 5-year reviews, allowed for was growth to be looked at by a municipality in a comprehensive manner where it made most sense after intensification had occurred. That's been taken out of the policy framework.
Okay. Is there someone here from water? No. Ah, there we go. Hello. The City of Toronto has been investing heavily in trying to clean up the Humber. We've looked at things like extending an archipelago of islands to push the water flowing from the Humber so that it doesn't make the beaches along the western part of the city unswimmable. These are the kinds of very, very expensive programs we're looking at. If the urban growth boundaries in areas like Mississauga and Brampton and so on that feed into the Humber, if they're eliminated and development takes place, the water quality of the Humber would get worse, not better.
Chair, there's certainly a lot of impacts that could result from that kind of change, and it's definitely very possible that it would get worse.
And this is something that, you know, if we try to deal with at the bottom of the Humber, we're not talking about nickels and dimes, we're talking about billions of dollars, aren't we?
Absolutely. It's very difficult to do at the end rather than at the top.
Okay. Those were my questions. Are there any others? No? Oh, Councillor Candeville.
Thank you. To a couple of them were answered by Councillor Perks. I wanted some just clarity. I was a bit confused on the direction by the province on eliminating third-party appeals to the OLT. Was staff recommendation to partially support that? I may have misunderstood.
Through the chair, yes, staff's recommendation was to partially support the proposal, but scope down with the limitation of third-party appeals to developments with significant affordable housing and for major industries who could be negatively affected by residential nearby.
Okay, so in scenarios where there's employment land conversions and if industry wanted to appeal, would staff's recommendation support that or not support it?
Yes, it would. We would want to see the ability for adjacent employment manufacturers or businesses to be able to appeal.
To be able to, okay, that's the clarity I wanted, that staff would support that. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I realized I did have one more question. Under these new proposed rules, would it be possible to locate a senior's home next to, say, a tire recycling plant or close to in the buffer zone near a tire recycling plant?
Through the chair, what the policy framework now requires of us is to permit sensitive uses in areas that are supposed to act as the buffer between other sensitive uses and the noxious uses. So it's possible that the policies would permit a long-term care, but we as staff wouldn't logically recommend that to council to adopt.
Okay, thank you. That was my last question. Okay, do you want to speak? Councillor Matlow.
You'll see a motion before you in a moment, but I'll paraphrase it. Essentially, I'm asking that the city manager develop a public advocacy campaign to inform Toronto residents about the impacts of relevant legislation, including Bills 109, 23, and 185, and to create a mechanism for the public to provide that feedback to the province of Ontario. The reason that I'm doing this is because most residents have no idea what's going on. Many residents believe that the adverse impacts are the cause of the City of Toronto. We hear it all the time. But the impacts of what they have done in the past two legislations that I referred to, and now in this Armageddon bill, one could question if this is the product of corruption. It's so bad. I'm not suggesting that it is, but one could wonder.
You have to speak if you want to move.
And the impact on our environmentally sensitive and green spaces, the impact on our employment lands, the impact on the public itself being able to engage in these conversations, the impact on our ability to provide the services that are expected of us is directly impacted by this unilateral, greedy, and wrong-headed legislation, along with the two before them. Hey, guys. Thank you. I'm so upset to learn about what this government is doing to our city, to our region. I was having a conversation, I was mentioning this to a couple of my colleagues a few moments ago. I was having a conversation with somebody recently about the Ford government, and I didn't know if they were Liberal, Conservative, Green, or NDP. But I asked them, regardless of your politics or your views on the world, wouldn't it be good to have a government who actually knew how to govern? Who actually knew how to write legislation that actually effectively helped people? And I don't know if this legislation is just clumsily, awfully written and they're gonna have to backtrack because it doesn't make sense, or it's intentionally written to do harm on behalf of those who knocked at their door. I don't know, but it's not good for us. And I think it's time. We just signed what we call the New Deal, which was meant to provide financial relief to the city, and now they're taking hundreds of millions of dollars away from us. Like, what a shell game, what a disingenuous, dishonest, deplorable way for a government that is supposed to be there to help cities, help people. That's why we have government. Maybe Doug Ford doesn't really like government at all. But this is what's happening, and it's time that we go to the people and have that conversation. All of us. I believe all of us want to. We want to have that conversation with our communities. People need to be informed and educated to understand how this is going to affect their lives. And yes, we don't have the powers of a province. We don't have the ability to arm wrestle with the provincial government. But here's our secret weapon. It's the people of Toronto. And this government has shown from time to time that when there's enough pushback, they capitulate, not because they're altruistic, it's because of their own interests. They get scared. They know that they're losing people. But we need to tell the people what's happening so that they'll have our backs the way that we have their backs. And then we together can work with our colleagues and their communities in AMO and beyond to tell this government that we expect them to, yes, cut red tape, yes, support housing, yes, get planning right, but in a genuine, earnest way that actually helps people rather than hurts the city and hurts the people of this city along with our neighbors throughout Ontario. So I hope that you'll support this motion. It's time to get out there and get active and work with our communities to push back and get the right legislation passed.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I have a straightforward motion here that I worked on with staff that provides direction for us as a city to continue consultation with industry partners, to continue the work from the Housing Action Roundtable to clean up some of our application requirements and speed up the approvals of housing. And on this much bigger item with a lot of stuff going on, I would like to tip the cap to Michelle Driley and Carrie Van Bacchus and Oren Tamir and others who participated in really important conversations to help remove the fee refund piece, which industry actually really supported as well because it wasn't a helpful, positive step for anyone. Undermining the fees that actually pay for the staff to process the applications, et cetera, was not really in anyone's interest. And fortunately, through conversations at different tables, that is pulled back here. So thanks to the staff for their hard work on that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go next. I have a motion as well. This is the motion that I mentioned earlier that I worked on with Mr. Cantos. What city staff have recommended is to protect certain kinds of certain kinds of projects from being appealed. I'm saying no, I'd like to go further. I'd like to protect the existing appeal rights. You know, it's the hallmark of this government that they're anti-democratic in planning law generally, and I think that an important outlet is to make sure we protect appeal rights. For those of you who aren't on Toronto East York Community Council, just a couple days ago, we had a lawyer for a property owner saying, my client has a property next to this development. If this development goes through, my client loses their property rights. They won't be able to ever build on it. And if this bill goes through, not only do they lose their property rights, they lose their appeal rights to even make that case at the tribunal. So I hope you'll support this. All right, I'm going to be supporting the other two motions. I think it's important. We can bring Toronto's public on. We try to persuade the industry that this is not good for anybody. And I'm also going to move the recommendations in the supplementary report. I wish the clerk could just move things. It would make it all so much easier. But let's step back for a moment. Let's step back for a moment. Like they always title these bills the, you know, Help Somebody Get a Home Act. That's not true. This is the, you know, Enrich Every Land Speculator Act. That's what this is. And quite frankly, I hope that an awful lot of the very enterprising investigative journalists who looked at how the Greenbelt stuff happened have their eyes focused on what's happening here. There are literally thousands of plots of land in the Greater Toronto area that if this passes, suddenly on paper are worth more money. Overnight, including lands that protect the Don River, lands that protect the Humber River, and our farmers. We have to remember Southern Ontario has some of the best agricultural land in the world. And what this bill does is throw out 2 generations worth of work to protect the headlands of those rivers and those farms. It is a staggering reversal of everything that those of us who care about the future of the Greater Toronto area have been fighting for 50 years. Not to mention, you know, what the former chief planner called the city's greenbelt, our employment lands, also now at risk. This is literally about land speculation. This has nothing to do with housing. If they truly cared about housing, they would have made us whole on the $1.3 billion over a decade they're taking away from our ability to build affordable housing. They don't mean it. It's insincere. The title is a lie. I agree with Councillor Matlow. We have to go out and start organizing. I was on the phone with some of my former colleagues in the environmental movement last night, and they are tearing their hair out. I understand an email went out to 100,000 Ontarians last night trying to alert them of this incredibly dangerous piece of legislation. Councillor Bradford's right. We have to recruit the development industry and make them understand nobody wins under this. Nobody who's serious about actually building things. And I hope that between now and council, everyone here speaks to their colleagues and alerts them to the very, very dangerous piece of legislation. Frankly, out of a whole lot of bad planning laws, I think this one's the worst. So with that, we have a couple of motions. Councillor Candeville, you'd like to speak? Go ahead.
In addition to councillors who've spoken, I want to lend my voice as, sometimes to Councillor Matlow's point, the public is completely unaware of this frameworks that have generational impacts. And when we tie it to our local communities, I can think of tubular steel in my ward. If you have a Civic or a CRV or a RAV4, the cylindrical steel that holds the headrests are made in my ward. We're very proud of that. But when we have the ability or the inability to appeal at the OLT some of these conversions, they have resounding impacts. Tubular steel in my ward employs grade 12 grads starting at $60K. This is the rare, gems that provide working class communities with stable employment in our communities. And when we bring in the ability to bring residential uses near or in employment lands, this causes compliance problems. It threatens our manufacturers' ability to continue operating and supporting our economy, and impacts thousands of good jobs in our community. So as a city, it's important that our land use regulations offer stability to industry. To go back to tubular steel, they're being courted by Tennessee. They're very candid with me to come there, given the provisions the state government's offering them. They already have a smaller plant there. So these are the examples that need to be illustrated to Councillor Matlow's plan to make this public and tangible to Joe Citizen in Toronto, that this can lead to significant job loss and longer supply chains in this example. But ultimately, the heart of what we do at planning and housing is to create complete, healthy communities. And if we're trending towards bedroom communities, it's a sad reflection on the work that we do here. So I'm very supportive, of course, of all the motions before us. And it's incumbent on all of us and our colleagues at council and following that we don't just support the campaign in letter, but in spirit. I think there's tremendous potential to be successful. We've seen that in the past and turn back the regressive aspects of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's everyone who wants to speak. Yeah? Okay. Let's put the motions up. Okay. On Councillor Matlow's motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. On Councillor Bradford's motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. On my motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. On the item as amended, all those in favor. Pardon me? Okay. On my motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. On adopting the supplementary, all those in favor, opposed, carried. And I believe that's everything we need to do. Yes, we don't need as amended. Members, thank you. I appreciate that tacking this item on cost a few of us part of our evening, but I thought it was worthwhile. Have a great evening, day.